Chapter 185. After entering the carriage, Li Zixuan looked at the interior furnishings. Even though this was designed by him, he was still shocked. He saw two single sofas placed on both sides of a small long table. Due to the hot weather recently, Faubert specially placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make it look cooler. Li Zixuan secretly praised Faubert's quick-wittedness. Behind the long table, there was a long sofa. It was about 2 feet wide and 8 feet long. It looked like it was just enough for one person to rest on. If there were 2 people, then they could only lie on top of each other. Li Zixuan suddenly had an unhealthy thought in his mind. Faubert was quite thoughtful. He even placed a bamboo mat on top of the sofa to make people want to lie on top of it and sleep. In the innermost part of the carriage, there were 2 compartments side by side. Li Zixuan pushed open the door and looked inside. He found that one was the bathroom, and the other was the water storage room. The water storage room's container was a large rectangular iron can. It looked like it was specially designed to save space. The iron can could store about 70 to 80 pounds of water. There was an iron pipe at the bottom of the iron can. There was a simple switch at the top of the iron pipe. Although it was not as professional as the modern faucets, its functions were similar. Perfect, too perfect. Li Zixuan looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. Other than the lack of air conditioning, sound system, and electric lights, the interior of the carriage was perfect. It was simply a must-have for traveling with a family. Oh my God, Xiaoxian, you have sinned. Such a luxurious carriage, only a rich person like you can enjoy it. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but exclaim while touching the sofa and the window. Hee brother, Lana will sleep here tonight. Lana seemed to have discovered a new world. She lay on the sofa and rolled around while laughing happily. Li Zixuan was speechless. This girl was really a little overlord. Young master, is there anything else that needs to be changed in this carriage? At this moment, Faubert had also boarded the carriage. He chuckled at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan waved his hand in satisfaction. No need, Faubert. I'm very satisfied with this carriage. Let's pull it back now and see if it's comfortable to run on. Faubert nodded and said, All right, this old man will go and saddle the young master. 15 minutes later, Dabai was able to pull this massive object with the strength of a single horse, under the astonished gazes of the workers in the workshop. The wheels of the carriage began to roll slowly, and it spun faster and faster. Dabai snorted joyfully, indicating that it was so easy. Faubert arranged for a worker from the workshop to sit in front of the carriage and drive the horses. He also sat in the carriage with Li Zixuan to feel the performance of the new carriage when it ran. Wow, little Xian. How come this car doesn't feel bumpy at all? This is too amazing. Or has the roads in Chang'an become so flat? Yan Xiaoning nestled comfortably on the sofa and looked at the passing scenery outside the window. Suddenly, the tea on the table didn't spill. He sat on the sofa and carefully felt it. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he didn't feel any bumpiness at all. Li Zixuan drank a mouthful of water contentedly and smiled proudly. Of course it's because our carriage is good. Don't you know what the roads in Chang'an are like? What do you think? Little brother's carriage is awesome, right? Yan Xiaoning said excitedly. Awesome, of course it's awesome. Quickly tell me, how did you do it? Won't you understand when you go back to the workshop later and ask Faubert to look at the blueprint? Li Zixuan didn't want to explain it to Yan Xiaoning again. He was busy right now. Busy with what? Isn't this nonsense? Look, that young lady outside the carriage window is so pretty. Most importantly, she's wearing very thin clothes. Unfortunately, Big White Speed was too fast. Li Zixuan was only able to catch a glimpse of her chest and couldn't see it anymore. Inside the carriage, Faubert saw Yan Xiaoning's unsatisfied look and explained with a smile. Young Master Yan, some special shock absorbers have been added to the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, the sofa we're sitting on is also very useful for shock absorption. As for the detailed structure of the interior, you can only go back to the workshop to look at the blueprint. Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning nodded thoughtfully. Wow, husband, look at that carriage. Why is it so tall and so big? A white-clothed lady in her 20s saw the huge carriage that just passed by in the middle of the road. She hurriedly pulled the man beside her and exclaimed, It's really big. I've never seen such a huge carriage before. Husband, should our family buy a carriage like this too? Otherwise, You'll have to accompany me back home every year. It'll be so hard on you. The man was speechless. He wanted to say that it wasn't hard on him, but looking at his wife's pleading face, he couldn't help but soften his heart. He hurriedly nodded and agreed. The pretty lady in white cheered happily. She leaned over to the man's ear and whispered, "Husband, you're so nice. I'll change my style of serving you tonight." The man stiffened slightly to show his respect. He looked excited and laughed. "Look, such a big carriage can be pulled by only one horse. It's really amazing." Unlike the cheating couple, this person who spoke was obviously slightly knowledgeable. "Yes, not only that, you see, this carriage actually has 4 wheels. It's really stable when it runs. It doesn't feel like it's swaying at all. Tisk to say, this carriage's appearance is so beautiful. I wonder where it's sold? I really want to buy one." Squire Wang is really generous. This carriage isn't something that ordinary people like us can afford. This carriage came from Andi Lane. Maybe it was made by the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. Then it's really sold. That's great. Li Zixuan and the others sat in the new carriage and left under the envious eyes of the passers-by. Suddenly, Ba, whose carriage is so arrogant that it choked me with a mouthful of dust. Damn, this carriage's size is too coquettish. There's actually such an arrogant person in Chang'an? Hey, the carriage in front, stop. Cheng Chumo, who had just returned home after class, was caught off guard by the rolling carriage on the roadside. He choked on the dust and was instantly furious. There was actually someone more arrogant than him in Chang'an. He immediately ran wildly and chased after the carriage, shouting all the way. "It's Virgo." Yan Xiaoning stuck his head out of the window and looked back. Then he turned back and said to Li Zixuan, "Damn, Yan Xiaoning, it's you. Stop the carriage quickly. I'm going to rob you. This carriage is mine." Cheng Chumo's eyes were sharp. He recognized Yan Xiaoning the moment he stuck his head out of the window. He immediately shouted like a bandit. In the carriage, Li Zixuan was speechless. He shouted outside, "Stop the carriage." Then the carriage slowly came to a stop. Cheng Chumo cheered and quickly ran to the front of the carriage. With a leap, he jumped onto the carriage. "Wow, Xiaoxian, Lan Faubert, you're all here too. Haha, then I won't be polite. Gee, what's this stool made of? It's so damn comfortable." Cheng Chumo acted as if he had returned home. He didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He sat on the sofa and couldn't help but sigh. Lan was pushed to the side by this guy. The little girl was unhappy. She stood up and pulled Cheng Chumo's cheek. She said unhappily, "Humph, Brother Chonyo is really thick-skinned." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 186. Hee hee, little Xian. Your carriage is so comfortable. Why don't you give me one? Although Cheng Chumo was pulled off the sofa by Lan, he was not angry at all. He wandered around the carriage like Granny Lu in the Grandview Garden, looking left and right and touching everywhere. After a while, when he carefully looked at the luxurious interior of the carriage, Cheng Chumo could not help but be shocked. This kind of carriage was the standard for rich playboys like him. It would be so flashy and cool if he drove it out. Thus, he licked his lips and begged Li Zixuan for it. "Hee hee, in your dreams. This carriage is the only one in the world." Li Zixuan curled his lips. "Ah, don't. Little Xian, why don't you ask your workshop to make a few more?" Cheng Chumo urged. Li Zixuan squinted his eyes and said, "I can, but this carriage is expensive. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but can you afford it, Chonyo? Didn't this guy always say that he was poor?" Li Zixuan did not believe that he could afford a luxury carriage now. "Damn, you're looking down on me. As long as you have this kind of carriage, I can afford it. Tell me, how much is it?" Cheng Chumo was immediately unhappy. His family had shares in the winery. With the sales of the Drunken Immortal and Gentle Beauty, the Cheng Chumo had also earned a lot of money. Correspondingly, Cheng Chumo's pocket money had increased recently. This guy was now quite wealthy and was very confident. Li Zixuan looked at this jokester's face and could not help but want to attack him. Thus he said, "No bargaining, only 999 strings of cash." He had asked Faubert about the cost of this carriage on the way here. Currently, the average horse carriage sold in the market cost between 200 to 500 strings of coins. However, Due to the addition of a lot of advanced technology, such as shock absorbers, roller bearings, iron plates in the compartment of the carriage, and a separate toilet, the cost alone was as much as 400 to 500 strings of coins. Li Zishuan set a price of 999 strings of cash, which wasn't considered expensive. This price was equivalent to buying a Porsche in modern times. With such excellent performance, such a domineering appearance, and such luxurious interior, Li Zishuan believed that even if it was sold for more than 1,000 strings of cash, there would definitely be rich people rushing to buy it with gold bricks. However, Cheng Chumo was not a rich person. He only had a small amount of wealth. When he heard such a crazy price, Chumo's mouth. Little Xian, you're robbing me. Damn it, this carriage is not made of gold. Is it expensive? Chon Yo, if you think it's expensive, our workshop will release a cheaper version of the carriage. There's no sofa like the one you're sitting on. There's also no water storage where you washed your hands. It's only 666 strings of cash. If you still think it's expensive, we will release a beggar's version. There's no sofa, no water storage, no toilet, and no iron plates in the compartment. We'll sell it for 555 strings of cash. How about that? You can afford it, right? Li Zishuan sipped a mouthful of water and said slowly. Damn, I don't want a beggar's version. Cheng Chumo was furious. This beggar's version was not a good thing just from the name. He, Cheng Chumo, would rather not buy this carriage than make a beggar's version and embarrass himself. Ahem, little Xian, money is just a worldly possession. Do we need to be so calculative? If your workshop makes another one, give it to me. How about it? If the hard way did not work, he could only use the soft way. After all, everyone knew that Cheng Chumo was thick-skinned. So what? Hee, since money is a worldly possession, why don't you give all your pocket money to me for safekeeping, Chonyo? Bah, no way. Cheng Chumo expressed that he was not an idiot. Why would he give away his money to someone else? Damn, little Xian, if you don't give me one, I'll go to your house and not leave. I'll eat and drink your food. Let's see if you lose out. Cheng Chumo saw that Li Zishuan was unmoved by force or persuasion, so he had no choice but to use his ultimate move, shamelessness. Yan Xiaoning and Faubert were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Lanner did not have so many scruples. The little girl was so happy that she kept giggling and kept saying, Brother Chonyo, you're shameless. Li Zishuan was also speechless. He had never seen such a shameless person. Up to you. Our house is short on rooms recently. We can only sleep in the woodshed. Damn, you're so unrighteous. You're the one who wanted to stay. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I see that Uncle Cheng and Uncle Chin are getting old, and it's not convenient for them to go out. I plan to give each of them one of these carriages in the near future. Cho-ox, you can stay in our woodshed. Little Xian you're... Before Cheng Chumo could finish cursing, he heard the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence and finally understood that Li Zishuan was just teasing him. He didn't even bother to get angry and hurriedly corrected himself. Little Xian, you're such a good brother. Haha. After laughing for a while, Yan Xiaoning asked seriously, Little Xian, do you want to give this carriage a name? In the future, when we sell it, it can be better differentiated from other normal carriages. Li Zishuan thought about it and agreed. Just as he was about to speak, Cheng Chumo interrupted. Of course. Xiaoning is right. If it were up to me, we should give it a more impressive name. Only then can it match such a perfect carriage. How about we call it Little Tyrant? Isn't this name domineering enough? After saying that, he proudly winked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. Little Tyrant? This guy really knows how to think. Nothing much. I've already thought of a name. Let's call it this. As he said that, he dipped one finger in water and wrote 3 letters on the table. BMW. Cheng Chumo went over and was stunned. What does this mean? Yan Xiaoning frowned and muttered. Is this pinyin? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Oh? Brother Xiaoning actually knows pinyin? Yan Xiaoning shook his head and said. His Majesty mentioned in the morning court a few days ago that you invented something called pinyin. It can help children learn to read. He also showed it once in court. I also heard it from my father when he came home. The shape of your characters is very similar to what my father described that day. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. He wasn't surprised at all as to how Li Er knew pinyin. If it wasn't Li Tai who said it, then it was that little fatty Li Chengqian. What pinyin? Little Xian. Just tell me what it means. I'll see if it's better than my little tyrant. This guy still couldn't forget about his little tyrant. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, "These 3 characters mean, don't touch me." Cheng Chumo grinned and laughed. I thought it was a good name. It's really not as good as my little tyrant. Yan Xiaoning didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wondered, that's right. Little Xian. Isn't this name a little too weird? Li Zishuan insisted, just use this name. Ugly ox, if this carriage could speak, do you know what it would say to you? Cheng Chumo touched the exquisite carvings on the carriage wall and replied, what would it say? F***CK off. Don't touch me. F***CK. Chapter 187. Along the way, the carriage was filled with laughter and laughter. It didn't take long for the carriage to enter Yongla Lane and arrive in front of the Li residence. Cheng Chumo reluctantly got down from the "Don't Touch Me" carriage. He had never sat in such a comfortable carriage before. Li Zishuan angrily slapped his hand away. Along the way, every part of the carriage was touched by this fellow. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy. Otherwise, he really suspected that the carriage would be fractured by this fellow. In the end, Cheng Chumo still turned around and left. Li Zishuan asked someone to bring the carriage in. He followed Faubert and Yan Xiaoning to the front hall. Li Zishuan asked in satisfaction, "Xiaoning, how does it feel to sit in this carriage?" "Comfortable. Comfortable. I feel that this carriage is very suitable for long-distance travel. Sitting in it, I don't feel tired at all." Yan Xiaoning thought for a while and replied, "Haha, even Brother Xiaoning said it's good. Then it will definitely sell well. Faubert, the workshop will organize people to speed up the production of this new type of carriage. First, make 20 of them and send them to me. I have a use for them." Li Zishuan thought for a while and said to Faubert with a laugh. Faubert was dumbfounded and stupefied. Young master, what do you need so many carriages for?" The cost of 20 carriages was more than 10,000 strings of cash. Faubert couldn't help but be surprised. "A part of it is to give to people. In the past few months when I returned to Chang'an, I owed a lot of people. It's easy to repay money, but it's not easy to repay a debt of gratitude. This carriage can not only repay a part of the favor, but also make a name for myself in the circle of nobles. As for the other part of the carriage, I have a use for it." Li Zishuan thought in his heart. This young master is about to get married. When I pick up the bride, how can I do it without a grand carriage? Faubert was speechless and could only agree. "Oh right, Faubert, how's the paper machine? Are there any difficulties?" After talking about eating, drinking and having fun, Li Zishuan finally remembered what he wanted to do. "Young master, the paper machine structure is complicated, and the amount of work required to build it early is quite large. It's not difficult to build it according to the blueprint, but it will take some time." Faubert thought for a moment and replied, "How long will it take?" 7 days. Li Zishuan frowned and muttered to himself, "Are there not enough ordinary craftsmen in the workshop, or are there too few skilled craftsmen? Of course it's because there are too few skilled craftsmen. Young master, skilled craftsmen are too hard to find. I'm afraid there are less than 10 skilled craftsmen in the workshop," Faubert said with a bitter face. Li Zishuan thought for a while, but he didn't have any good ideas. He could only say, "Faubert, send more people to other states and counties to look for craftsmen. As long as they are skilled and are willing to come to our workshop, we can talk about the benefits and treatment. As for the paper machine, you guys should try to speed up the progress. Ma Zhou is almost done with the preparations, and we're just waiting for you guys to start. Oh, Xiaoning happens to be free these few days. Why don't you go to the workshop and help Faubert with the paper machine? This should be able to speed up the progress a lot." Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning, who was leisurely at the side, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he suggested. Faubert quickly nodded in agreement. He admired Yan Xiaoning's mechanical talent very much. Yan Xiaoning staggered, and his face was full of black lines. He had just been released from his father's prison sentence, and now he was going to be thrown into prison by Li Zishuan. Just as he was about to object, he saw Li Zishuan raise a finger and said, "Brother Xiaoning, don't refuse. This paper machine is very important, and it must be done as soon as possible. Moreover, this workshop also has your shares. At worst, I'll give you a don't touch me carriage after it's done. How about it? Yan Xiaoning was a little moved, and he nodded after a moment. Unlike Li Zixuan, who casually owned dozens of don't touch me carriages in the Tang dynasty, a carriage was a very precious asset for other families. After dinner, Li Zixuan went to Mingyue Xian and saw Iron Egg squatting on a big rock beside the pond, hugging his knees and looking at the moon in the sky in a daze. Li Zixuan's heart was slightly moved. It seemed that his little sister was right. Iron Egg really had something on his mind. Could it be that this kid had taken a fancy to a girl and started to think about love? If that's really the case, what should I do? This is obviously puppy love. As his master, should I stop it? Li Zixuan's thoughts ran wild in the distance. The more he thought, the more tangled he became. In the end, he shook his head and slowly walked towards Iron Egg. Iron Egg, what are you thinking about? Li Zixuan walked behind Iron Egg and found that this kid was still in a daze, so he could only ask. Master, you're here? Iron Egg heard the sound and instantly woke up. This child was a little panicked and hurriedly said, "Don't be nervous. Come, sit down. Tell me, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so lost in thought?" Li Zixuan patted his disciple's shoulder and said in a gentle tone. Iron Egg obeyed and sat down, but his eyes were somewhat evasive when he looked at Li Zixuan. "Say it." "Master," Iron Egg was not thinking about anything. "There must be something. Do you think I don't know you, kid? Hurry up and say it. What can't we talk about?" "Master, it's really nothing." This kid seemed to be born in the year of the walnut. Li Zixuan frowned and suddenly said with a smirk, "Oh, I understand. Did you fall in love with a little girl? You were just looking at the moon and thinking about love." "Iron Egg, it's not that I don't want you to find a wife. It's just that you are still young and should put your mind on your studies." Having such an unreliable master, Iron Egg almost vomited blood in his heart. His cheeks instantly swelled red and he hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. "Master, it's not like that." "It's not like that. Then what is it like? If you have nothing on your mind, why would you be staring at the moon in a daze? Hurry up and say it. You're a man, why are you wasting time?" Li Zixuan slapped Iron Egg down again. With Li Zixuan's jesting, the atmosphere of the conversation instantly became relaxed. Iron Egg was no longer as reserved as before. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Master, are you going to marry my sister?" He had been staying with the Li family all this time, so he had more or less heard about Li Zixuan's marriage. Li Zixuan nodded and frowned. "Yes, Iron Egg. Could it be that you don't want your sister to marry me?" Iron Egg scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Yes and no." "Kid, what are you trying to say?" Li Zixuan angrily knocked Iron Egg's forehead. Iron Egg hurriedly said with a conflicted face, "Master, Iron Egg has been thinking recently. If Master marries my sister, will Iron Egg call you brother-in-law in the future? Or Master?" "Yes, he called me Big Sister." "Where's Big Sister? Or Master's wife?" Holy shit. Even though Li Zixuan was used to all kinds of strange questions, he was still shocked by Iron Egg's two powerful questions. Chapter 188. Li Zixuan felt a little dizzy after hearing Bruiser's words. It seemed like he could call him anything he wanted. But if he called him whatever he wanted, wouldn't it mess up the seniority? In the end, Li Zixuan stopped thinking about it. He rubbed Iron Egg's head angrily and said in a muffled voice, "Call me by my original identity. Don't think too much. Go back and do your homework. Don't embarrass me in this week's exam." The next day, Li Zixuan ate his breakfast and brought Iron Egg to school. Lan Er, who had been playing truant recently, came along today. Of course, it wasn't because she suddenly liked to study, but because Li Zixuan drove a luxury car to school today. The little girl was still excited about yesterday, so she came along. After Li Zixuan's consolation the day before, Bruiser was no longer unhappy. The three of them chatted on and off in the car. Before long, they arrived at the Imperial College. "Wow, whose carriage is this? It's so grand." "I don't know. This carriage is really big." "It should be Mr. Li's carriage. I know the driver. It's San Bao." The person who spoke was a student of the School of Mathematics. Under the gaze of dozens of students, "Don't touch me," slowly came to the entrance of the School of Mathematics. The three of them got off the carriage one after another. The students in the school heard the commotion outside and ran out to take a look. They were shocked by the huge carriage in front of them. "Hello, Mr. Li. What a luxurious carriage. It's even four-wheeled. The interior of this carriage should be very spacious. SSS Little Xian, where did you buy this carriage? It's even more luxurious than the carriages in the palace. I'll go up and take a look." When Li Tai saw the carriage, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This little fatty didn't know how to be polite. He excitedly jumped into the carriage. After a while, a series of exclamations came from inside. "Damn! This stool is so comfortable. The space here is so big. Damn, there's even a latrine. There's a switch on the pipe? Impressive, he actually went easy on him." Li Tai screamed inside for a while, then came down and said excitedly to Li Zixuan, "Xiaoxian, sir, where can I buy this carriage? I must buy one too. This carriage is just too perfect. I can't buy it anywhere right now, but I should be able to buy it at the Strange Interest Pavilion soon. Go back to class." Li Zixuan said indifferently. Li Tai's face was full of regret. He touched the carriage and reluctantly returned to the teaching house. The rest of the students couldn't help but take a few more glances at this luxury car before returning to class. The commotion caused by the carriage in the Imperial College was far from over. During the break between classes, students from other schools joined in to watch. It had to be said that under the leadership of the Mathematics and Mathematics Department, the entire Directorate of Imperial College had started a 3-minute class and a 15-minute break. If they didn't do this, there was no other way. The students would keep making a fuss. Now, the instructors of the other schools hated Li Zixuan to death. "This carriage looks so luxurious. I wonder what's inside. It would be great if we could go in and take a look." When Sanbao heard this, she immediately opened her arms and shielded the carriage behind her like an old hen protecting her chicks. "This carriage is so domineering. I want to ask my father to buy one too. Do you know where to buy one?" The person who spoke was obviously from a wealthy family. He didn't even ask for the price, only where to buy it. "I've never seen this before. But since this carriage is from Professor Li, he probably knows about it." I know where to buy it." "Wang Mingming, hurry up and tell me. If you're right, I'll reward you with money." "Thank you, young Master Cui. I heard from my friends in the Mathematics and Mathematics Department that this carriage is from the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion. It will be sold at the Strange Taste Pavilion after a while." Good. When the time comes, I'll definitely buy one." "Acho, reward me." "Yes, young master." "Thank you, young Master Cui." During the 4th period, Kong Yingda came to the door of the Mathematics and Mathematics Department. He waved at Li Zixuan, as if he had something to say. Seeing this, Li Zixuan let the students study by themselves. He followed Kong Yingda outside the classroom. "Chancellor Kong, you're looking for me?" Li Zixuan asked softly as they approached the carriage. "Yes, during the morning assembly a few days ago. His Majesty said that you invented something called pinyin. It can help children learn to read. I'm here today to find out more about pinyin," Kong Yingda said with a serious face. Li Zixuan suddenly understood. Yan Xiaoning was still talking to him about this yesterday. He didn't expect Kong Yingda to come looking for him today. "So it's about this. Chancellor Kong, why don't we talk about it in the carriage?" Li Zixuan didn't wait for Kong Yingda to reject him. He pulled open the curtains and invited Kong Yingda in. Kong Yingda hesitated for a moment, nodded, and got into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Kong Yingda was shocked to see that the interior decoration of the carriage wasn't inferior to a small independent room. He finally understood why Li Zixuan insisted on him getting into the carriage to talk. This was simply a moving luxury room. After sitting on the soft sofa, Kong Yingda was shocked again. This time, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He put on a serious face and said to Li Zixuan earnestly, "Little Xian, Mencius once said that when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, they must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, and starve his body. I know that your family is wealthy, but you can't be too immersed in luxury." Li Zixuan was speechless. He saw that Elder Kong was old and it was quite tiring for him to stand outside. That's why he let him get into the carriage and talk things over slowly. Who knew that he would be lectured the moment he got into the carriage? Who the hell could he find to reason with? Chancellor Kong, students nowadays study hard all their lives. Other than realizing their ambitions, most of them use their knowledge to change the lives of their families. This kid's luxurious carriage is used to motivate them. It's to tell them that if they want to sit in such a good carriage like this kid, they must study hard. This way, they will have a goal and be able to study even more diligently. What's more, even though my family is wealthy, I have never forgotten to help the poor. Han Family Manor and Plum Village have nearly 500 families. Because of this kid, they are able to eat their fill and wear warm clothes. It shouldn't be too much for this kid to use the extra money to enjoy life, right? Li Zishuan said with sincerity. Traditional Confucian scholars like Kong Yingda usually believe that people with lofty ambitions must endure hardships and not enjoy life wholeheartedly. Li Zishuan didn't agree with this kind of thinking. What's wrong with me spending the money I earned for myself to enjoy? It's not against the law. What's more, I'm not the kind of person who is heartless and stingy. I've already helped the poor people around me. How can I not be allowed to enjoy life? How can there be such logic in this world? Kong Yingda was rendered speechless by Li Zishuan's seemingly strong excuses. He couldn't help but think to himself, this kid is really good at talking about crooked practices. I've really underestimated him. Li Zishuan didn't want to make this principal too embarrassed and immediately stopped while he was ahead. He coughed dryly and said, "Cough cough, Chancellor Kong, let's talk about pinyin." Chapter 189. In front of the Institute of Mathematics. In the luxurious carriage of the Li family, Li Zishuan forcefully changed the topic. Kong Yingda saw that he could not persuade the young man in front of him, so he simply went with the flow and discussed the issue of pinyin with Li Zishuan. There were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone in the carriage. Li Zishuan took the brushes and wrote and drew while teaching Kong Yingda some pinyin knowledge. This old Confucian scholar's cultural foundation was indeed profound. In less than half an hour, Kong Yingda had a simple grasp of pinyin. Not bad, not bad. Professor Li, pinyin is indeed magical. If you can spread this method of learning words, your name will definitely go down in history. I want to be the first to spread pinyin in the 6 institutes of the Imperial College. I wonder if Professor Li is willing? After Kong Yingda understood the magical effects of pinyin, he could not help but praise. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Of course. Although the students of the Imperial College had long learned how to read, there was still a need to teach them how to read. Most of the students belonged to the elite class of the current young people. After they understood the benefits of pinyin, when they left the Imperial College, they would either become officials, enter the court, or just become teachers. However, they would all bring pinyin to other places. They would also be the first batch of seeds to spread pinyin. Thus, Li Zishuan agreed with Kong Yingda's idea very much. Then from tomorrow onwards, I'll have to trouble Professor Li to teach pinyin to all the instructors, professors, and teaching assistants of the Imperial College every afternoon. I estimate that after 4 or 5 days, all of them will have mastered the pinyin literacy method. At that time, they will teach the students of the Imperial College. What do you think? Kong Yingda thought for a moment and said the pinyin teaching plan that he had been considering for a long time. Kong Yingda had learned that Li Zishuan would be lazy every afternoon. Although this guy had his own legitimate reasons, the fact that he was lazy was indisputable. Therefore, Kong Yingda deliberately set the training time to be every afternoon. This way, it would not delay the teaching plan of the School of Mathematics and it would also promote pinyin in the shortest time possible. When Li Zishuan heard old man Kong's words, he was immediately flabbergasted. Damn! Is this old man purposely messing with me? Does this count as me digging a hole and burying myself? Chancellor Kong, you mustn't do that. You might not know, but this junior contracted a strange illness when I was young. Later on, I was saved by my master and this junior avoided the misfortune of dying early. However, for the next few years, this junior must rest every afternoon. Otherwise, this junior will definitely lose my life. Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea and immediately cried out pitifully. Although Kong Yingda didn't know what it meant to spit out a mouthful of old blood, at this moment, he was really about to vomit blood because of Li Zishuan. He had lived for so long and had seen countless people and things. What kind of strange things had he not heard? As soon as he heard Li Zixuan's words, he knew that this kid was talking nonsense. You. Kong Yingda pointed at Li Zixuan with a face full of anger. He was so angry that he trembled and couldn't say anything. When Li Zixuan saw the situation, he felt that he had gone overboard. He immediately stood up and patted Kong Yingda's chest to soothe his heart. Chancellor Kong, calm down, calm down. This kid was just joking with you. Please don't take it seriously. Kong Yingda drank a cup of tea and only then did he catch his breath. He lectured Li Zixuan with a solemn face. Brat. I know that you have some attainments in mathematics and have some smarts in other areas, but you have to know that a Taoist also has a conscience. At the beginning, a man's nature is good because he has a conscience. Therefore, a teacher should follow a person's good nature and promote their good nature while suppressing their evil. This is to pass on Taoism. As a teacher, if you don't study how to teach and educate people wholeheartedly, how can you be a role model for others? The spread of pinyin is extremely important to the education of our great Tang. You have to do it diligently. Otherwise, in the future, you will have to stay in the Imperial College to teach and not go anywhere. Kong Yingda's voice was stern and he was so frightened that he spat at Li Zixuan's face. Li Zixuan's face was full of helplessness. It seemed that old Kong was really angry this time. Yes, Chancellor Kong's lesson is right. This kid will definitely teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. In order to ensure that he could continue to rest in the afternoon, Li Zixuan could only compromise and sacrifice these few days to teach pinyin to the teachers of the Imperial College. Otherwise, what else could he do? He couldn't go up and fight with this old man. Although he was sometimes a little muddle-headed, he still knew how to respect the old and love the young. Moreover, Kong Yingda had the moral high ground and his words weren't without reason. The spread of pinyin was indeed very important. Kong Yingda nodded his head in satisfaction and prepared to get off the carriage. Suddenly he turned his head and said, I heard from His Majesty that you, the Crown Prince, King Wei and the others are working together to compile a dictionary that includes pinyin. If you don't have enough manpower, you can tell me and I will send some scholars of the Imperial College to assist you. Thank you for your kind intentions, Chancellor Kong, but I have enough manpower. He had received news yesterday that Su Shizhong, Xue Shou, Yan Xiangxuan from the Eastern Palace, as well as Xiao Diyan, Gu Yin, Jiang Yaqing, Xia Yan and the other scholars of the literature hall under Li Tai were all in the back hall of the workshop. The compilation of the Great Tang Dictionary was already in full swing and they had enough manpower. Yes, this dictionary is very important. Professor Li, you must pay attention to it. After the compilation of the dictionary is completed, you must inform me. I must go and take a look at such a grand literary event. Of course. Rest assured, Chancellor Kong. Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his hands and promised. He only hoped that the Chancellor would leave quickly and not create any more trouble. A moment later, Li Zixuan wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had finally sent away the old-fashioned great scholar of the present age. He thought to himself, it seems that this brother's good days are about to come to an end. This is really King miserable. But it should only take a few days of hard work. He hoped that the instructors of the Imperial College could learn pinyin fast enough. After a while, the bell for the morning class rang. Li Zixuan went home with Iron Egg and Lanner in a low mood. The two little guys could see that Li Zixuan was not in a good mood, so they did not talk and laugh along the way. They were very obedient and accompanied Li Zixuan. After lunch, the two little guys continued to go to school. Of course, it was still the luxury car that picked them up. Li Zixuan enjoyed this last leisurely afternoon alone in the west courtyard. He could not help but start to think about spring again. If only my baby Yushi was here. He could hug his wife every day, eat, sleep and play with Daodu. This kind of life, even the gods would not change. As he thought about it, he could not help but drool. Chapter 190. Li Zixuan was a little drowsy by the summer breeze. When he was on the verge of waking up and falling asleep, he saw Xiaoxi in a bright yellow dress, walking over gracefully. She said softly to Li Zixuan, "Young master, Wang Renbiao and his father want to see you. Butler Wang is waiting in the front hall." Oh! Li Zixuan's expression changed. He stood up and said, "Well, Xiaoxi, come with me to have a look." At the same time, there was a touch of coldness in his heart. The Wang family should give me an explanation for the kidnapping of Xiefeng's stockade. In the front hall of Li Mansion, Wang Ranbiao and a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stocky waist were sitting on both sides. The two of them looked at each other and did not say a word. The hall was very quiet for a while. Wang Zhong looked at the tea table beside the two of them. Some of the tea was about to turn cold. He hesitated for a moment and was finally forced to retreat by the oppressive atmosphere. He retreated to the side and did not dare to say a word. The main reason was that the pressure on the middle-aged man was too strong. In a moment, Li Zishuan came to the front hall. Wang Ranbiao took the lead to stand up and said to Li Zishuan, "Mr. Li, long time no see. How have you been? Let me introduce you. This is my father. He just arrived in Chang'an yesterday. Today, he went to the palace to see His Majesty, and then came to visit Li Mansion with me. According to the rules of the imperial court, the provincial governor of a state could not leave the territory under normal circumstances. Wang Ranbiao's father came directly to Chang'an and had to report to the Ministry of Personnel. However, he was also a relative of the imperial family. If he directly reported to Li Er, no one dared to say anything." Li Zishuan's eyes stopped on the middle-aged man. He thought that this man turned out to be Wang Yu, who married Li Yuan's sister. Chang Yaojin had told him a lot about the Wang family in Taiyuan-Qi County. Today he finally saw the real person. This person's facial features were resolute and sharp. From his face, one could vaguely see the shadow of Wang Renbiao. There was also a dignified aura around him. It was probably because he had been in a high position for a long time. Regardless of what he was thinking, Li Zishuan still cupped his hands towards Wang Yu and bowed. This humble official pays his respects to Governor Wang. In the first year of Zhanguan, Li Er divided the world into 10 provinces. There were a total of 360 provinces in the country. These provinces were divided according to their population into Upper Province, Middle Province and Lower Province. The provincial governor of Upper Province was secondary grade 3, the provincial governor of Middle Province was primary grade 4, and the provincial governor of Lower Province was primary grade 4. The Sui province that Wang Yu was in charge of belonged to the Central Province. As the provincial governor of Sui Province, if calculated according to rank, he belonged to the upper 4th rank. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, was a secondary class 5th rank official, regardless of whether he was a county founder of the country or a doctor of the Imperial College. But logically speaking, it was already a miracle that he was able to reach secondary class 5th rank at his age. Because Li Zishuan was a full 4 ranks lower than Wang Yu, he had to open his mouth and address himself as a humble official. In the officialdom, one had to abide by the rules of the game. If one casually treated a superior with disrespect, then one would not only offend one person, but also the entire official class. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Wang Yu's tense face. He raised his hands and said with a smile, "Sir Li Zishuan, there is no need to be so courteous. Although this official is far away in Sui Province, I have long heard of Sir Li Zishuan's matter. The curved Yuan divine plough has spread throughout the world, benefiting the millions of poor commoners of my great Tang. Today, this official represents the elders of Sui Province in thanking Sir Li Zishuan." After saying this, he actually gave Li Zishuan a deep bow. Li Zishuan was shocked and hurriedly said, "There is no need for this, Provincial Governor Wang. Although this little one invented the curved Yuan plough, His Majesty has already rewarded me. Thus, this little one cannot accept this gratitude." At the same time, his impression of this Provincial Governor Wang had changed quite a bit. This person held a high position and came from a large clan, but he did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. In terms of personality, he was very similar to Wang Ranbiao. The only difference was that he had a very powerful aura. Haha, no matter what, the commoners of various lands have benefited from the curved Yuan plough. This is an indisputable fact. In truth, this old man has come today for another matter. I presume that Sir Li Zishuan has already guessed it. Wang Yu straightened his body and clasped his hands towards Li Zishuan. Today, this old man has come to apologize to Sir Li Zishuan on behalf of my unfilial son. A few days ago, that unfilial son actually colluded with bandits to kidnap Sir Li Zishuan's fiancée. He even had designs on the Li family's immortal inebriation formula. Fortunately, it did not lead to irreversible consequences. Otherwise, that unfilial son would have died 10,000 times. In the end, this matter is because this old man did not teach his son well. If Sir Li Zishuan has any requests, you can raise them. Do not harm the relationship between you and my Renbiao because of this matter. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows. They had finally come to the main matter. At the same time, he also had some doubts in his heart. From the start, this Wang Yu had a very humble attitude. Logically speaking, as the provincial governor of a province, backed by a large clan, and even married Li Er's aunt, he should not have such a humble attitude towards him. Actually, on the surface this was indeed the case. However, Wang Yu had his own considerations. Although Li Zishuan was only a provincial governor, his growth potential was enormous. Not only did he have a good relationship with Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and a bunch of other military veterans, he also had a close relationship with Li Chengqian and Li Tai. From the current situation, first of all, Li Chengqian's position as crown prince was very stable. Even if something happened in between, the throne would only fall on Li Tai's head. However, no matter what, Li Zishuan would at least be able to survive through 2 dynasties. His official position would only soar to the skies. Moreover, Li Er's intention to weaken the power of the large clans was already clear. Although Wang Yu had married Li Er's aunt, under the teeth of the storm, his every move would be infinitely magnified. Thus, Wang Yu's current standard of conduct was, don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. If he caused trouble, quickly turn it into a small one, and a small one into nothing. What if I want Wang Rani to die? Regardless of the meaning behind Wang Yu's humble attitude, Li Zishuan still wanted to sound him out. Of course, if he could directly have Wang Rani die, that would be the best. He had always harbored killing intent towards those who dared to touch his woman. Hearing this, Wang Yu's body clearly trembled. A trace of paleness and struggle flashed across his wrinkled old face. No matter how mischievous his son was, he was still his son. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. How could he watch his son die before his eyes? Wang Ranbiao looked at his father's pale face from the side. He hurriedly went up to Li Zishuan and clasped his hands. Sir Li, although my younger brother did some foolish things in the end, you arrived in time to save Miss Han. There was no tragedy. Thus, I hope that Sir Li will be magnanimous and spare his life. Li Zishuan stared into Wang Ranbiao's eyes and asked, the person who showed me the way at Rhinoceros Slope that day, was it one of your people? When he heard the second half of Wang Renbiao's words, his heart suddenly moved. He remembered that day when he was in despair. A piece of silk with words written on it flew to him. Wang Renbiao looked at Wang Yu, then nodded to Li Zishuan. It was Yu Yao who was by my side. The day before the incident, Yu Yao found out that my younger brother was sending people to harm you. However, she did not hear their specific plans. Thus, I had Yu Yao follow Xiao Ying. When I found out that they were going to harm Miss Han, I ordered Yu Yao to help you save Miss Han. Thus, I hope that Sir Li can give me face and spare my younger brother's life. Chapter 191. In the hall, the atmosphere was a little tense. After Wang Renbiao finished speaking, he stared at Li Zishuan, hoping that he would agree. Wang Yu was silent for a moment and said, our Wang family was in the wrong in the kidnapping of Xiefeng Stockade. We are willing to pay some price in exchange for forgiveness. If Mr. Li has any requests, you can tell me. I just hope that you can save my son's life. Wang Yu paused and said with a sad expression, no matter what, Ran Yi is my child. I'm almost 50 years old. To be honest, I've already become indifferent to fame and fortune. I only hope that Ran Yi and Ran Yi can be safe and sound. I hope that Li Xiannan can understand me from a father's point of view. If Mr. Li can be merciful this time, our whole Wang family will remember this kindness in the future. Li Zishuan was speechless. Although Wang Yu had been in a high position for many years, at this moment, he was just like an old father. Only, Li Zishuan didn't understand. With such an irresolute and indecisive personality, how had he managed to get to the position of patriarch? In the novels in his previous life, the heads of the big family should be indifferent and ruthless. Everything should be based on the interests of the family. Provincial Governor Wang, since you said so, and Cousin Rani did provide me with a lot of help in the kidnapping that day, then let's forget about this matter. But I don't want Wang Rani to jump out and harm my relatives in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely kill him at all costs. At that time, even if the Cui and Wang families attack me together, I will not be afraid. The 7 big families have been high and mighty for thousands of years. Others are afraid of them. But I am not. At worst, I will pierce a hole in the sky. Li Zishuan thought about it. This time, he really could not kill Wang Rennie. Putting aside the friendship between Wang Yu and Wang Ranbiao and the pressure from the Cui and Wang families, Li Er had protected Wang Rennie before. Moreover, after the incident that day, Wang Rennie, a villain, had escaped in advance. Now, except for Wang Yu and Wang Ranbiao, no one knew where Wang Rennie was. Fortunately, he gave up and did Wang Ranbiao a favor. However, he still had to take precautions. If there was a next time, even if Li Zishuan had to chase him to the ends of the earth, he would still kill Wang Rennie with his sword. Wang Yu was delighted at first, but when he heard Li Zishuan's murderous words, he was shocked. This young man was only 14 or 15 years old, but he had such a strong murderous aura. Don't worry, County Magistrate Li. That unfilial son has already been imprisoned by the clan's punishment hall. He won't come out to do evil again. For this matter, our Wang family owes you a favor. If Li Xiannan needs any help in the future, feel free to let Ran Biao know. Once this old man receives the news, I will definitely do my best to help. Li Zishuan nodded his head silently, but his heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the Wang family to have a law enforcement hall. This plaything sounded similar to the cultivation sects in some cultivation novels. There were law enforcement hall, elder hall, law enforcement hall, law enforcement hall, law enforcement hall, elder hall, law enforcement hall, and so on. It seemed that none of these traditional aristocratic families were simple. In order to express my sincerity, this old man has specially prepared some humble gifts. I hope County Magistrate Li can accept them. After saying this, Wang Yu took a red sandalwood box from Wang Renbiao's hands and handed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was really overwhelmed by the favor. The matter had already been discussed and the misunderstanding had been cleared up. Wang Yu, as the provincial governor of a province, actually still wanted to give a small fifth-rank official like him a gift. What was he trying to do? Was this old man really the Wang family's patriarch? Why was he so low-key? No need, no need. Provincial Governor Wang is too polite. Li Zishuan hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. After all, one's mouth was too soft for others. There are only some worthless things inside. County Magistrate Li's refusal. Could it be that you are still unwilling to reconcile with the Wang family? Wang Yu pushed the box in front of Li Zishuan again. After a few more times, Li Zishuan finally accepted. In any case, Wang Yu said that the things inside were worthless. Since he had accepted them, then so be it. After chatting for a while, Wang Yu and his son tactfully took their leave. During this time, the two sides naturally reached many agreements. For example, the cooperation that Li Zishuan and Wang Ranbiao had previously discussed. After the kidnapping incident, Li Zishuan had unilaterally stopped the supply of wine to the Strange Interest Pavilion and the winery. At that time, Wang Ranbiao felt that the Wang family was in the wrong, so he did not raise any objections. Now that the relationship between the two sides had been mended, the cooperation was restarted. After returning to his room in the west courtyard, Li Zishuan was no longer sleepy. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the dark red sandalwood box beside his hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he picked it up and weighed it in his hand. Hey, it's quite heavy. I wonder what's inside it. Li Zishuan carefully opened the wooden box, and was immediately blinded by the light. The wooden box was divided into 2 rows and 4 rows, and there were 8 small compartments. In each compartment, there was a fist-sized luminous pearl lying quietly. Inside the luminous pearl, the fluorescent light flowed like liquid. If there was only one, it might not be so dazzling, but when all 8 of them were placed together, it was really dazzling. Oh my God! That old geezer Wang Yu actually said that these were just some worthless playthings. If they weren't valuable, then what was valuable about them? The Wang family seems to be richer than me. Li Zishuan had only seen these genuine luminous pearls in some documentaries in his previous life. Although the principle of the luminous pearl was very simple, and there were many artificial luminous pearls that cost 6 yuan on certain treasures, these natural luminous pearls in front of him were really priceless. At least, he had not seen anyone selling luminous pearls of this size on the market since he transmigrated here. He did not know where that old man Wang found so many luminous pearls. He really put in a lot of money. Father, are you going to give those 8 luminous pearls to Li Zishuan just like that? Wang Ranbiao asked Wang Yu in a vermilion carriage on the street. Wang Yu had been resting with his eyes closed. At this moment he said without opening his eyes, They are just some inanimate objects that emit light. If we keep them in the family's treasury, they will only gather dust. It's better to use them to ease the relationship between the two families. Father, is the situation of the aristocratic families really so bad? Wang Ranbiao was also very surprised by his father's humble attitude today. But after thinking for a while, he guessed why Wang Yu was like this, but he still did not quite believe it. Wang Yu finally opened his eyes. He looked at Wang Ranbiao and said in a deep voice, "Today, I have an audience with His Majesty. His Majesty has also indirectly warned me to restrain the children of the family. And according to His Majesty's intention, I'm afraid that it won't be long before he makes a move on the aristocratic families. Renbiao, remember, His Majesty is a man of great talent and bold vision. He will definitely not allow the aristocratic families to surpass the imperial court. And I believe that even if all the aristocratic families were to join forces, they would not be a match for His Majesty. The other aristocratic families cannot see the situation clearly and are futilely trying to stop the chariot with their arms. But our Wang family must see the situation clearly and learn to protect ourselves. Otherwise, no matter how strong the imperial favor is, the Wang family will be destroyed in an instant." Wang Ranbiao nodded with a solemn expression. "Yes, father, I will remember." Wang Yu looked at the endless stream of people outside the carriage. After a moment of silence, he sighed with a tired face. "Sigh, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop." Chapter 192. The rain was pitter-patter, and the sky was gloomy. Due to the lack of light in the classroom, it was dark and gloomy. Li Zixuan sat at the lectern, his eyes fixed on the students who were doing their test papers. There was no lectern in the classroom, but he felt that it was uncomfortable to lecture on flat ground, so he had someone build a lectern and moved it in. It was a rare day of cool weather. After so many days of heat, it finally rained. Li Zixuan was wearing a thin white gown. He was lying on the tall and long desk in front of the lectern, looking at the students who were doing their tests. He felt very satisfied. Once upon a time, he was like them, sitting upright and still, racing against time to answer the questions. Not only did he have to ensure that his answers were correct, but he also had to ensure that they were correct. That was not a normal kind of hard work. Now, he could be considered to have opened up a god's perspective. He was high up, watching others take their tests. Naturally, he felt different. That's right. Today was the small test that was held every 7 days. However, Li Zixuan habitually called it a weekly test in his mind, even though people in the Tang dynasty did not know what a weekly test was. His thoughts flew back to 2 days ago. Under Kong Yingda's strict supervision, Li Zixuan had no choice but to conduct 2 afternoons of pinyin special training sessions for all the instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College. Letting a 14-year-old child teach to these old scholars who were mostly in their 40s, and there were even some who were in their 60s, was bound to cause some people to express their dissatisfaction. However, this time, Kong Yingda personally supported Li Zixuan and made it clear that if anyone did not pay attention and did not learn pinyin in the end, Kong Yingda would personally report to His Majesty and expel them from the Imperial College. This kind of extremely strict punishment system directly nipped in the bud the restless instructors who wanted to jump out and cause trouble in the bud. One had to know that the positions of instructors, teaching assistants, and professors of the Imperial College were a great honor for scholars. Speaking of which, these positions were even more awesome than being a professor at Peking University or Tsinghua University in his previous life, because these positions all had ranks. In this lifetime they had studied hard for decades, and it was not easy for them to get to where they were today. How could they bear to be stripped of this glorious position just like that? Therefore, during the 2 afternoons of classes, there was no such thing as showing off or slapping people in the face. Instead, each of them was more serious than the other, and with the help of the blackboard, the learning efficiency of these teachers of the Imperial College was surprisingly high. However, their attitude towards Li Zixuan had completely changed after they had grasped the basics of pinyin. After so many years of teaching, how could they not see the greatness of pinyin? As a result, their attitude towards learning became more and more correct. During class, the expressions on their faces were as fanatical as if they were on a pilgrimage. Sigh, these teachers learn things really fast. But this is even better. I estimate that in another afternoon, they will all be able to grasp pinyin. At that time, wouldn't she be able to return home every afternoon to sleep and tease the servant girls? How carefree would that be? Li Zixuan propped up his cheek with one hand and sat there thinking happily. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of movement below. His position had a high platform view. Some students might think that Li Zixuan wouldn't be able to see what they were doing under the table, but what they didn't know was that sitting on the podium, he could use the high platform view to see every single movement below clearly. Li Zixuan used his fingers to pick up a piece of chalk, folded it half an inch, weighed it in his hand, and threw it in a certain direction below. That half-inch piece of chalk was like a cruise missile, accurately smashing into Cheng Chimo's head. Cheng Chimo, who had been sneaking glances at Qin Huayu's paper, was shocked by this sudden attack. He quickly looked toward the podium and met Li Zixuan's fierce gaze. Humph! If there's a next time, I'll give you 0 marks. Li Zixuan coldly harumphed and said this arrogantly. In his heart, he thought that this was the catchphrase of the invigilator in his previous life. It felt so good to use it. The students in the classroom all raised their heads, trying to figure out who Li Zixuan was talking about. Cheng Chimo rubbed his forehead as if nothing had happened. Then, this fellow acted as if Li Zixuan was not talking about him and pretended to calmly look at his paper. Even though he did not understand some of the questions, at this time, he definitely could not let everyone know that Li Zixuan was talking about him. Even though he was thick-skinned, plagiarism was too shameful. Cheng Chimo expressed that he still wanted to show some face. Seeing that Cheng Chimo had calmed down, Li Zixuan did not continue to pursue the matter. He walked down from the podium and began to patrol. The first place he came to was Li Tai's position. This little fatty was writing at a rapid speed. He did not seem to be affected by the commotion just now and was quickly doing calculations on the draft paper. Li Zixuan glanced at his paper and was slightly surprised. This little fatty had actually finished the second-to-last question. His speed was really fast. There was still nearly an hour before the exam ended. He just did not know how accurate this kid was. Li Zixuan paused for a while before continuing his patrol. He found that most of the students were still stuck at the 5th or 6th last question. Qin Huayu, Iron Egg, and Ku Shiqing had all finished the 3rd-to-last question. Moreover, Li Zixuan saw that they had all answered the questions correctly. What surprised Li Zixuan was that Meng Wenhao had also finished the 2nd-to-last question. Li Zixuan had learned a lot about this child's family background from Su Hongji. This child was truly from a poor family. In this era, it was dozens of times more difficult for a poor family to nurture a child into a talent than it was in modern society. It was also very difficult to pass through the layers of selections in various places and finally enter the Imperial College. Therefore, in Li Zixuan's opinion, whether it was Meng Wenhao or Meng Wenhao's father, they were truly amazing people. Li Zixuan sincerely admired their perseverance. From the part that Meng Wenhao was writing at the moment, he had completely thought through the train of thought for this question. As long as he did not take the initiative to court death, he would definitely be able to get all the points for this question. Li Zixuan secretly nodded and thought to himself, if this child can get into the top 3 in this weekly exam, then I'll pay a visit to their home and help their family solve some of their living difficulties. He admired hard-working and diligent children like Meng Wenhao from the bottom of his heart. When Cheng Chimo saw Li Zixuan coming over for an inspection, he hurriedly covered his paper and glared at Li Zixuan to prevent him from looking. Li Zixuan was speechless and thought to himself, is this guy's brain short-circuited? Aren't you going to show me your paper sooner or later? Why are you covering it now? Li Zixuan snorted unhappily and returned to the podium. Chapter 193. Clang, clang, clang. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. Li Zixuan stood up, knocked on the table and shouted, "Stop writing, stop writing. The last student in each row, stand up and collect the papers. If you don't stop writing, I'll give you 0 marks." Cheng Chimo's wrist shook, and he quickly put down his pen. He looked at Li Zixuan bitterly, and then stood up to collect the papers. After all, he was sitting in the last row. After a while, all the papers were collected. Li Zixuan tidied them up, and then he looked at the weather outside and said, "We'll have a break in the afternoon. You don't have to come. Have a good rest at home." The exams had just finished, so no one was in the mood to go to class. Moreover, it was raining heavily outside. Although the children all had straw raincoats, the raincoats were barely enough to block the rain. Also, tomorrow and the next 2 days were off, so he might as well give them an extra half-day off. "Oh sir, that's great. We finally have a break. Haha, we actually have an extra half-day off. The students from the other schools can only be envious. Haha." When the students heard the good news, they couldn't help but cheer loudly. At present, the other schools in the Imperial College were under pressure to adopt the daily schedule of the School of Mathematics. However, the School of Mathematics' 2-day break for every 5 days of classes was firmly rejected by the instructors of the other schools. Therefore, although the pace of learning in the School of Mathematics was very tense, with a small exam every Monday and a senior high exam every month, and there was a feeling of being eliminated at the end of the class, the students of the School of Mathematics had more rest time. This was something that the students from the other schools envied. Holding the papers and watching the students disappear into the misty rain, Li Zixuan put on his straw raincoat and prepared to go to the canteen of the Imperial College for lunch.
Master, you're not going back at noon again?
Iron Egg ran over and asked.
I'm not going back. Iron Egg, you can take the carriage and go back by yourself. I'll ask San Bao to bring the carriage here in the afternoon.
In the past few days, Li Zixuan had to stay in the Imperial College to teach the instructors in the afternoon, so he basically didn't go back at noon. Instead, he ate in the canteen of the Imperial College. 2 days ago, Iron Egg also stayed with him and didn't go back. However, the Institute of Mathematics was closed this afternoon, so Li Zixuan asked Iron Egg to go back first. Iron Egg responded and quickly packed his things, preparing to go out. There was a guy waiting outside for a free ride.
Hello, Mr. Li.
Hello, Dr. Li. Greetings, Grandmaster. Due to the heavy rain today, many students were unwilling to go home for lunch, so there were many people in the cafeteria. As soon as Li Zixuan came in, many students greeted Li Zixuan. Some were from the Institute of Mathematics, and some were from the Institute of Imperial College, Four Gates Academy, and other institutes. This guy was now a popular figure in the Imperial College. First, he came up with a blackboard chalk, then came up with a recess system, and then came up with a 2-day recess system that made all the students in the other institutes extremely envious. In addition, in the past few days, he had been training all the instructors in pinyin, so there were often students who came over to watch the fun. Therefore, some students would occasionally call him Grandmaster. Yesterday, Li Zixuan heard someone call him Grandmaster for the first time, and he almost knelt down. After that, he went over to the student and asked for the reason, and suddenly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was not even 15 years old, and he had already become someone's grandmaster. Li Zixuan ordered a meal, found a seat at random, and began to eat. To be honest, the food in the cafeteria was not delicious. It was completely incomparable to the food in the Li family, but it was still bearable.
Hey, Grandmaster. Is there no one here? How come Iron Egg isn't eating with you today?
A loud and clear voice sounded in his ear. Li Zixuan raised his head and saw that it was the little bastard who first called him Grandmaster yesterday. His name was Sun Zifen, and Li Zixuan had almost been annoyed by Sun Zifen's name yesterday. This guy was a top student in the Imperial College, but he had only gotten in because of his father's relationship. His father's name was Sun Fujian, and he was an amazing person. During the 5th year of the Tang Dynasty's Wuda era, he had obtained first place in the imperial examination and became the top scholar. He could be considered the first top scholar in China's history. After Li Er ascended the throne, he was bestowed with the title of Baron, living in Luan, and becoming a vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court was equivalent to the modern Supreme People's Court, and the vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court was equivalent to the vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. It was a lower third-rank official, and there were usually 2 of them. Yuan Wendao, who had impeached Li Zixuan last time, was also a vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, this guy was not as talented as Sun Fujian, so Sun Fujian was definitely more likely to be promoted to vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. Li Zixuan lowered his head and continued to eat. He casually replied, "Yes, the Imperial College will be on holiday this afternoon," so Iron Egg went back. Sun Zifen had just sat down unceremoniously when he heard Li Zixuan's words. He immediately exclaimed, "Damn, why is the Imperial College on holiday early?" Sun Zifen immediately expressed that he could not accept the fact that the Imperial College was on holiday at the weekend. Li Zixuan pursed his lips. Sometimes, he really wondered if this unlucky kid was Sun Fujia's biological son. Logically speaking, since Sun Fujian could be the top scorer in the exam, even if his son's results were not top-notch, he should at least be polite, right? In the end, this guy was obviously the same as Cheng Chumo, a careless and rash person. However, he was much younger than Cheng Chumo, probably only in his teens. They just finished the exam this morning. I saw that they were working too hard, so it's not too much to give them half a day off, right? Even if Chancellor Kong knows about it, he can't say anything. Li Zishuan said faintly, but his words really attracted some hatred. Ah! Mr. Li, how can you do this? That's right, Professor Li. How can you give the people from the Imperial College such a long holiday? Ah! I can't take it anymore. When the students from the other schools who were eating nearby heard Li Zishuan's words, they all started to denounce him. Li Zishuan had been eating in the canteen recently and had become familiar with many students. As his personality was more casual and he was very young, about the same age as most of them, many students liked to talk to him. Sometimes, they would make some harmless jokes, but Li Zishuan was not angry. Instead, he would go along with their jokes and tease them. This led to everyone calling him teacher, but they would always talk to him as if he was a good friend. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. Who asked our Imperial College's students to have such outstanding results? As a teacher, of course I have to sympathize with them. What's wrong with giving them half a day off? Suddenly, there was a wave of wailing from the surroundings. Damn! Sun Zifen put down his chopsticks, indicating that he could not take it anymore. He shouted exaggeratedly, Grandmaster, do you still want people from the Imperial College? Quickly take me in as well. A 10-year-old kid was dancing and shouting there, looking very funny. Instantly, there was a wave of laughter from the surroundings. Chapter 194. In the canteen of the Imperial College. Hearing Sun Zifen's words, Li Zishuan put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and glanced at this joker. He said unhappily, Go back and ask your father if he's willing to let you come to the School of Mathematics. It wasn't that Li Zishuan was belittling himself, but there was a hierarchy among the 6 schools of the Imperial College. The School of Mathematics, School of Books, and School of Law were basically at the bottom. The students of these 3 schools had to stand out in the annual assessment to have the chance to be promoted to the 4 gate schools, then the School of Imperial College, and finally the School of Imperial College. Sun Zifen was able to enter the School of Imperial College because his father was a 3rd-rank vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court. However, if his father was more powerful and was promoted to a 3rd-rank vice-chancellor of the Supreme Court, then he might be able to enter the Imperial College directly. Under the current hierarchy of the Imperial College, it would be strange if Sun Fujia was willing to let Sun Zifen go to the School of Mathematics. Sun Zifen chuckled and said, Hee hee, Grandmaster, my father already knows that you invented pinyin. He also admires you very much. Moreover, the Prince of Wei and the sons of the 3 dukes are currently studying in the School of Mathematics. Why wouldn't my father want me to go? Just tell me if you'll accept me as a student or not. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be a tall person watching over it. With Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, Qin Huayu, and Yuqi Baolin, these awesome second-generation hedonistic sons of rich families leading the way, what other people had to worry about? Although Sun Zi found this fellow's mouth was unrestrained, his heart was clear. When the other students heard this joker's analysis, they all felt that it was reasonable. In this way, not only did the School of Mathematics have good benefits, the teachers were friendly, and there was also Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and these hedonistic sons of rich families supporting them. They didn't have to worry about their future. Only a fool wouldn't go to such a good place. Therefore, Li Zishuan's surroundings immediately became lively. Yes. Mr. Li, is your school still hiring? My name is Wang Wenhua. My results in mathematics were very good back then. Wang Wenhua, you are bullshit ting. You think your grades are better than mine? Dr. Li, don't listen to him. My grades are better than his. Please accept me. Grandmaster, please accept me. Take me in. Take me in. Collect your sister. Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. He couldn't even eat. F***ck, if it were a group of female students crying and begging him to accept them, he would be very excited. At least it would prove that he was very manly. However, in front of him, there were some men clamoring for him to accept them. What the F***ck was this? Ahem, I can't make the decision on this matter. The rules of the directorate don't allow you to go wherever you want. You should go and talk to the Chancellor. Li Zishuan hurriedly threw away the responsibility. If he really accepted them, he would offend a lot of people. When that time comes, how would he survive in the directorate? He might as well just throw the problem to old man Kong and let him have a headache. He originally thought that saying this would make Sun Zifen and the rest retreat. After all, as students, how many of them dared to meet the principal? However, he underestimated this fellow's character. When Sun Zifen heard that Li Zixuan didn't explicitly reject him, his eyes instantly lit up. He smiled and said, "Fine, if Chancellor Kong agrees to change classes with me, Grandmaster, you have to accept me." In his eyes, his father was a lower-class third-rank official. The Chancellor of the Directorate was also lower-class third rank. What was there to be afraid of? He wasn't afraid, but that didn't mean that all the students weren't afraid. There were also some gutsy students who secretly left the crowd. These people mostly relied on their own hard work to rise up from the 3 academies of mathematics, history, and law. They didn't have any background, so they didn't dare to follow Sun Zifen. However, there were still a lot of second generations who followed Sun Zifen and echoed, "Yes, yes, yes. Zifen, I'll go with you to find Chancellor Kong." "I'll go too, I'll go too. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go, let's go." After saying that, this group of people didn't even eat and ran out noisily to find Kong Yingda. Li Zixuan was stunned. This group of bastards was really out of control. He shook his head and couldn't be bothered with them. Let Kong Yingda have a headache. After a quick lunch, Li Zixuan came to a vermilion building in the center of the directorate. This could be considered the office building of the directorate's teachers. There were more than a dozen rooms of various sizes inside. Li Zixuan's position had been there since the beginning, but he hadn't been there before. 2 days ago, he didn't go back at noon and just rested there. During this time, he got to know quite a few teachers. Mr. Li. Professor Li. As soon as he entered the office, 2 of his colleagues greeted Li Zixuan. Strictly speaking, they were also Li Zixuan's students. Recently, Li Zixuan's reputation in the directorate was like the sun in the sky. It was necessary to show some respect. "Hee, Assistant Zhao, Assistant Mao, you 2 haven't gone home yet?" Li Zixuan chuckled and greeted the 2 of them. One of them was from the Four Gates Martial School, while the other was from the Imperial College. Both of them were decent people. At the very least, they wouldn't rely on their seniority to show off in front of newcomers. "No, it's raining so heavily. How can we go back?" "Yes, that's true." They chatted for a while. Seeing that there was still a long time before the afternoon training, Li Zixuan returned to his seat and began to grade the papers. Zhao and Mao saw this and looked at each other in surprise. Although Li Zixuan came to the office 2 days ago, he only chatted with them for a while before lying on the table and sleeping. Today he came to work here. Did the sun rise from the west? Li Zixuan didn't care about what these 2 people thought. He picked up the vermilion brush and seriously graded the papers. It should be noted that the so-called vermilion brush was not a brush dipped in red ink, but a pigment made by grinding vermilion into powder. Its main chemical composition was mercury sulfide. Although this stuff was poisonous, it didn't dissolve in water and didn't evaporate easily. As long as it wasn't swallowed directly, it wouldn't be inhaled under normal circumstances. This was why Li Zixuan dared to use this stuff. While Li Zixuan was having an easy time, Kong Yingda was in complete misery. Old Kong had just finished his meal and returned to his single office. Just as he was about to take a nap, someone knocked on his door. "Chancellor, open the door. Students are looking for you." "Yes, Chancellor, quickly open the door. We are all looking for you." Kong Yingda heard the noise outside and frowned slightly. This was because he heard a few very familiar voices from the noisy crowd. The owners of these voices were all troublemakers from the directorate. Kong Yingda rubbed his head and got up to open the door. Chapter 195. "Chancellor, I want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics." "I also want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics." Me too, me too." When Kong Yingda opened the door, he was instantly stupefied by the chattering bastards in front of him. Transfer to the School of Mathematics? Ever since the directorate was divided into 6 academies, there had never been such a transfer from the top to the bottom. "Sun Zifen, are you sure you want to be transferred from the School of Imperial Studies to the School of Mathematics?" Kong Yingda frowned and asked. I'm sure. Chancellor, can you quickly transfer me to the School of Mathematics?" Sun Zifen hurriedly nodded his head excitedly. "What about you guys?
Kong Ingda was in disbelief as he looked at the other students and asked,
Chancellor, we all want to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Kong Ingda was completely stupefied at this moment.
He stared blankly for a moment before suddenly putting on a stern face and berating sternly, Sun Zifen, who instigated all of you to be transferred to the School of Mathematics?
Sun Zifen said with a blank face, Chancellor, no one instigated us, we all did it willingly.
Yes, we all did it willingly. Kong Ingda asked with an ugly expression. Then do all of your elders know?
Cough cough, my father still doesn't know. Sun Zifen coughed awkwardly. Transferring academies is an important matter. You all must discuss it with your elders. If they agree, then I will allow you all to do it. If they don't agree, then you all must reflect on your own actions today. Kong Ingda's thoughts turned and decided to drag it out like this. Otherwise, if so many students were to be transferred to the School of Mathematics all of a sudden, wouldn't that be a complete mess? Moreover, although these students were muddle-headed, Kong Ingda didn't believe that their fathers would also do muddle-headed things. Sun Zifen rolled his eyes and smiled as he agreed. Chancellor is right, I will go home today and ask for my father's opinion. After saying that, he bid farewell to the other wastrels and left. Kong Ingda's eyelids twitched fiercely as he felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Li Zixuan marked the test papers for a while. When he saw that it was almost time, he went to another classroom to prepare for the training session for the instructors. In the office, the other two teaching assistants naturally followed him. The afternoon training session was surprisingly smooth. After a little more than 2 hours, the last bit of pinyin knowledge was taught. Li Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that he was finally done with his work. In the future, he could continue to live a leisurely life. After the teachers finished asking their questions, Li Zixuan dismissed the class in advance. He packed up his teaching materials in high spirits and prepared to go home. In this terrible weather, he should be cooped up at home teasing his servant girl. Instead, he came out to give a lecture. God knows if his brain was flooded with water. I want to go home, I want to go home. Li Zixuan's brain was now dominated by the strong desire to go home. As for the teacher's pinyin knowledge test, Kong Ingda was naturally responsible for it. Dr. Li, please wait. Just when Li Zixuan finished packing up his things and was preparing to leave, he heard Kong Ingda's voice. Li Zixuan secretly cursed his bad luck. Chancellor Kong, is there anything else? Li Zixuan stopped and asked. Dr. Li, Sun Zifen and the other students from the Imperial College want to be transferred to the Institute of Mathematics. Do you know about this? Kong Ingda chased after him and asked with a serious face. Li Zixuan opened his eyes wide in shock, and his face was filled with disbelief as he asked, There is such a thing? That is really strange. I have never heard of such a strange thing. Could it be that Chancellor is purposely making fun of me? Even if he was beaten to death, he would never admit that it had anything to do with him. Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with him. It was the group of students who wanted to cause trouble. Kong Ingda saw Li Zixuan's exaggerated expression and frowned. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Oh, then forget it. You can go now, Dr. Li. Outside, Sanbao had already brought the carriage over. Li Zixuan took off his straw rain cape and got on the carriage. The carriage moved slowly and gradually out of the Imperial College and into the drizzling streets of Chang'an. Li Zixuan sat comfortably on the sofa and drank some hot water. He looked at the rain outside the window and was lost in thought. This scene reminded him of a modern poem, Dai Wangshu's Rainy Alley. It was a pity that he didn't have a girl with the same color and fragrance as a lilac beside him. All right, to put it more simply, this guy was starting to miss his wife again. Sigh, ancient times have their good points, and modern times have their good points. Ancient beauties are pure and natural, and ancient beauties are more charming. Modern times have all kinds of high-tech. No matter where you are, no matter how far you are, when you miss your wife, you can send her a message, call her, or even accept a video call. Li Zixuan muttered to himself. He did not expect that after experiencing so many years of long-distance love in modern times, he would still have to endure the pain of a long-distance love for a few months after transmigrating to ancient times. Although this so-called long-distance love was only a few dozen miles away, due to secular etiquette, this few dozen miles was a gap that he and Han Yushi could not cross in these few months. Young master, we are home. Just as Li Zixuan was lost in his thoughts, The carriage arrived at the Li residence. Li Zixuan came back to his senses. He got off the carriage and took the oil paper umbrella from San Bao. He walked alone to the west courtyard. San Bao looked at Li Zixuan's back and scratched his head in confusion. He felt that his young master was a little off today, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong.
Young master, you are back?
Xianxia will go to the kitchen to make a bowl of ginger soup for you to get rid of the cold. When he returned to the west courtyard, he met Xianxia as soon as he entered the house. The little girl went up to Li Zixuan to wipe the rain off his face as she went to get the ginger soup for Li Zixuan.
Don't, Xianxia.
Li Zixuan called out softly. Xianxia could hear that her young master's voice was a little off. She was startled and asked, "Young master, what's wrong?"
"Ah, no, young master."
It was Li Zixuan who turned around and hugged Xianxia tightly. The little girl was shocked by this sudden attack. She instinctively wanted to twist her body and break free from his embrace, but he hugged her even tighter. "Don't move. Let me hug you quietly for a while," Li Zixuan said softly. Xianxia saw that Li Zixuan was only hugging her and did not do anything out of line. The little girl felt relieved and stopped moving. She let Li Zixuan hug her quietly. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia felt that her body was getting heavier and heavier. After a while, she heard the sound of even breathing. It turned out that Li Zixuan had fallen asleep while hugging her. The smell on this little girl's body was simply too nice. Luckily, they were not standing too far away from the bed. Xianxia dragged Li Zixuan onto the bed and covered him with a blanket. The little girl saw the tired look on her young master's face and couldn't help but cry. She sobbed softly at the side.
"Woo, young master, you have worked hard."
Chapter 196. Xianxia, why did Xian'er go to sleep the moment he came back? Madame Li came to the west courtyard in the evening to look for her son, but was told by Xianxia that Li Zixuan had already fallen asleep. Madame Li could not help but ask in surprise.
"Madam, young master has been too tired these few days, and young master seems to be missing young mistress."
Xiaoxi's face turned red as she spoke. Madame Li froze for a moment. Just as she wanted to ask Xiaoxi how she knew that Li Zixuan missed his wife, she saw Xiaoxi's flushed face. Madame Li instantly thought that something must have happened between her son and this servant girl. However, as a mother, she did not dare to say too much about this matter. In any case, her son would definitely not be at a disadvantage. At that moment, she shook her head, looked at Xiaoxi strangely, and left. At the same time, she thought that her son's wedding date should be set earlier so that she could hug her chubby grandson earlier.
"Ah, madam, it's not what you think."
When Xiaoxi saw Madame Li's strange gaze, she immediately came to a realization. She knew that Madame Li must have misunderstood, so she quickly explained. However, Madame Li was not going to listen to this explanation. "Xian'er, come. You didn't eat last night. Eat more today." In the morning, Li Zixuan was woken up by hunger. He only managed to make it in time to have breakfast with his mother. Yes. Thank you, mother," Li Zixuan said vaguely as he stuffed food into his mouth. "You child, why are you being so courteous with me? My son has been working hard in the Imperial College these few days. Mother will make something good for you in the afternoon,"
Madame Li said with a smile.
Yes. What else could Li Zixuan say? He could only nod his head happily. "Xian'er, your wedding date with Yuxi has been set. Taoist Xianxia said that the 25th of next month is an auspicious day and is suitable for marriage. Your father, Han Li, and I are discussing. Although time is a little tight, with the manpower and resources of our Li family, we can definitely prepare it. Therefore, we have set your wedding date on the 25th of next month." Madame Li looked at her son and said kindly. Li Zixuan widened his eyes in surprise. After a moment, he reacted and said excitedly, Yes, this is great. Mother, I thought I would have to wait for at least 2 months. Haha, look at how anxious you are. Xian'er, when you have a wife in the future, are you going to forget about mother? Mrs. Li couldn't help but tease her son when she saw that he couldn't wait to get married. How could I? Mother, don't worry. You will always be the most important person in my heart. Little rascal. Li Zixuan didn't have to go to school today, and after hearing such good news in the morning, he instantly forgot about the sadness and the rain yesterday afternoon. Now, he was in the mood to go out and have fun. However, There were only a few places he could go. After thinking about it, Li Zixuan decided to go to the workshop to check on the progress of the dictionary and newspaper compilation, as well as the development of the paper machine. "Good morning, boss." As soon as he entered the workshop, a servant came over to greet him. Li Zixuan nodded and looked at the group of people surrounding the east side of the courtyard. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are they doing?" "Boss, I heard that the paper machine was completed yesterday afternoon. Today, Manager Fu and young Master Yen are trying it out." The servant replied respectfully. Li Zixuan was delighted. With Yen Xiaoning involved in the development of the paper machine, the progress was indeed much faster. He was really lucky today. "Go ahead, I'll go over there and take a look." Li Zixuan waved his hand and lifted his foot to walk over. "Zhao Da, control the horse's speed." "Zhang Xiaohua, go and fill the pulp pool." "Guo Lu, go and lead the ox." As soon as he got close to the crowd, he heard Yen Xiaoning giving out orders like a marshal. "Look, paper is coming out. The paper is so big, and the paper is coming out so fast. The thickness of the paper is also quite uniform. According to this speed, it will probably only take a few breaths of time for one cut of paper to come out, right?" Generally, one cut of paper refers to 100 sheets. Yes, yes. As soon as Li Zixuan squeezed into the crowd, he saw a huge and cumbersome machine standing in the open space on the east side of the workshop. The monster-like machine, under the pull of the animal, made caw-caw sounds of parts rubbing against each other. The paper was quickly coming out of the paper outlet. There were wooden shelves under the paper outlet. After the paper was sent to the shelves, the craftsman immediately took the paper to the side to dry it. Overall, the paper production efficiency was very high. Success! Great, we did it! Seeing that the paper machine could come out normally for 15 minutes, the group of craftsmen standing beside Yen Xiaoning couldn't help but cheer excitedly. God knows how much effort they had put in over the past few days. "Xiaoning." Li Zixuan saw that their excitement was almost over and walked over. "Xiao Xian, why are you here?" "Good morning, boss." "Good morning, boss. Congratulations. This paper machine will be the cornerstone of our Tang dynasty's education industry in the future. The effort you have put in today will be enough to leave your names in history. In the future, every piece of paper used by the scholars of our Tang dynasty will be credited to you. All of you are good." Li Zixuan looked at the true technical backbone of the workshop in front of him. Among them, the older ones already had white hair, while the younger ones had just turned 20. As craftsmen, they lived at the bottom of society, but their creativity was comparable to a regular army. They deserved to be respected. Looking at them, Li Zixuan couldn't help but think of the scientists in his previous life who worked hard on the front lines of research. They also worked hard, but a lifetime of research couldn't even compare to the money a celebrity could earn from acting in a movie. At the thought of this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but shout. He felt injustice for the craftsmen. "Oh! We are good." Li Zixuan's words made the craftsmen's blood boil. They worked overtime because Li Zixuan treated them extremely well in the workshop, so they wanted to repay him. They had never imagined that the thing they made would have such great meaning behind it. Thus, these craftsmen couldn't help but cheer. All the craftsmen who participated in the development of the paper machine will be rewarded with 2 strings of cash. Now, go back and have a good rest. Your health is your greatest asset. Li Zixuan looked at the craftsmen in front of him. Although most of them had excited expressions, the exhaustion in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Thus, he hurriedly had them go back and rest. Hearing that they would be rewarded with 2 strings of cash, the craftsmen who had just been satisfied on a spiritual level were now satisfied on a material level. They bowed and expressed their thanks. "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, young master." Li Zixuan hurriedly waved his hand and said, Go and rest." Chapter 197. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. The craftsmen dispersed. Li Zixuan followed Faubert and Yen Xiaoning to a room and said, "Brother Faubert, Brother Xiaoning, thank you for your hard work these days." Faubert politely waved his hand and said, "It's no trouble at all." Yen Xiaoning, on the other hand, snorted in dissatisfaction. "It's really hard work. You were the one who came up with this idea. Logically speaking, you're the most suitable person to do this, and you'll be the fastest. But you just had to be lazy and leave everything to Faubert, causing us to work so hard." Li Zishuan pursed his lips. Why did this guy's tone sound like a disgruntled housewife? But when he heard the second half of Yan Xiaoning's sentence, he immediately complained, "Brother Xiaoning, I didn't slack off these 2 days. Recently, I've been teaching pinyin to the instructors of the Imperial College. I'm almost as tired as a dog." Yan Xiaoning was teased and laughed. He pretended to size up Li Zishuan and then teased, "Hey little Xian, you really do look a little like a dog now." Li Zishuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He said unhappily, "Chow, get lost." After joking around for a while, Li Zishuan began to talk business with Yan Xiaoning and the others. "Brother Xiaoning, how much is the output of our paper machine and the cost of producing paper?" Hearing this, Yan Xiaoning closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then, he opened his eyes and said, "According to my preliminary estimation, the paper production efficiency of a paper machine is about 30 to 40 times that of manual labor. Moreover, the paper produced by the paper machine has a uniform thickness and is more delicate. The quality seems to be better than the current Xian paper. Overall, the cost of our paper is about 20 copper coins per cut. As far as I know, the cost of paper for other paper mills in Jianghu is about 500 copper coins per cut. Moreover, their paper is still in short supply. When the time comes, not only will our paper be cheaper than theirs, but the quality will also be better. I believe that once our workshop starts producing at full capacity, the traditional Xian paper will be completely replaced by our paper." Hearing Yan Xiaoning's confident words, Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the paper production cost could be reduced to 1/25 of the original through the paper machine. It was really amazing. Mark said that if capital had 50% profit, it would risk everything. If it had 100% profit, it would dare to break all the laws of the world. If it had 300% profit, it would dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. If Li Zishuan sold the paper from the workshop at the price of ordinary paper, he would earn more than 25 times the profit. This huge profit was enough to make anyone go crazy. The 3 people in the room gradually thought of this. The 3 of them were shocked by the high profit and their breathing became rapid. Li Zishuan shook his head and forced himself to wake up. The purpose of his paper machine wasn't to make money, but to let the poor be able to read. It wasn't that he was a saint or that there was something wrong with his brain. It was just that he had promised Ma Zhou that he would let everyone in Tang be able to read. Li Zishuan had to do what he said. As for money, it was something that he couldn't earn in his lifetime. If he really wanted to make money, there were many ways. "Brother Xiaoning, Faubert, our new paper can't be sold at an expensive price. My original intention of inventing the paper machine wasn't to make money. In my opinion, the price of the new paper should be set at 30 to 40 copper coins per cut. What do you think?" Li Zishuan used 20% of his internal energy and said in a deep voice. Wealth moved people's hearts. In the face of such a huge profit, even Faubert and Yan Xiaoning almost lost their minds, let alone the others. Absolutely not. Young master, if you set the price like this, wouldn't you offend all the paper mills in the world? At that time, a large number of craftsmen will lose their jobs. Faubert had just been awakened by Li Zishuan's shout and heard Li Zishuan's shocking price. His heart trembled and he quickly dissuaded him. "Yeah, Xiaoxian. If you set the price like this, it will be a devastating blow to the rice paper mills." Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but say. Li Zishuan frowned. Faubert and Yan Xiaoning's thoughts were still somewhat stubborn and conservative. During the First Industrial Revolution in England, it also had a devastating impact on the traditional handicraft industry. In the end, large machinery production replaced the inefficient handicraft industry, which also caused a large number of traditional craftsmen to lose their jobs. But didn't England survive in the end? Not only that, England also became the world's largest country after the First Industrial Revolution. Xiaoning, Faubert, in the future, our workshop will have batches and batches of new technology. At that time, do you still want us to adapt to the backward handicraft production of this era? The purpose of our development of new technology is to break the inefficient and backward technology of the current era. As the era progresses, so does technology. We should let people catch up and adapt to the pace of our new technology. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. In this era, there is no waiting, and there is no sympathy. Our Strange Taste Pavilion workshop must lead the new technology trend and promote the technological innovation of the entire Tang dynasty. Li Zixuan felt that he had to correct Yan Xiaoning and Faubert's thoughts. These two were the top technical backbone of the workshop. If their thoughts were shackled and they did things fearfully, it wouldn't be good for the development of the workshop. Good. Under the rolling wheel of the era, those who can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. Li Zixuan, I've underestimated you. Just when Faubert and Yan Xiaoning were still immersed in Li Zixuan's enlightening impromptu speech, Li Er's laughter came from outside the room. Li Zixuan was speechless. Why did the people of the old Li family like to eavesdrop on others? Last time, it was Li Chengqian. This time, it was Li Er himself. This father and son pair was really unique. After Li Er's laughter came, he pushed open the door and entered without any hesitation. Empress Zhang's son was accompanying him. In the room, Faubert and Yan Xiaoning finally reacted. Both of them were shocked and quickly bowed. Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty. Your humble subjects pay respects to your majesty. Your majesty. Li Zixuan was helpless and could only follow suit. Although he hadn't seen Zhang's son before, this woman could wear a phoenix coronet and a red robe beside Li Zixuan. Moreover, Yan Xiaoning just said that this was the Empress. He, Li Zixuan, wasn't stupid. Li Er waved his hand and laughed. Haha, all rise. Li Zixuan, come here. I just heard you say that the cost of your new paper is only 20 copper coins. Is this true? Li Zixuan was speechless. Didn't you eavesdrop just now? Why are you still asking when you already know the answer? You're really too free. Your Majesty, this is only our initial estimate of the cost. However, the final result is not far off. Even though he was cursing crazily in his heart, Li Zixuan could only answer obediently. Chapter 198. Good. Good. With your cheap and high-quality paper and the upcoming Pinyin version of the Tang Dynasty Dictionary, I estimate that in less than 5 years, the scholars of Tang Dynasty will spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain. This is a great achievement for the present and benefits for the future. Li Er sat at the head of the table with Zhang's son and couldn't help but praise. Zhang's son smiled and said, I congratulate your majesty. Hundreds of years ago, Qin Huang and Han Wu failed to achieve the great cause of educating the people. Now, your majesty is likely to achieve it. Haha, the Empress is right. Li Er was delighted and was very proud. Li Zixuan curled his lips. You didn't invent the paper-making machine and pinyin, so what are you so proud of? Also, is it really okay for you husband and wife to flatter each other and show off your love in public? Aren't you just bullying me because I haven't married yet? When I get married, I will pull my wife along every day and show off my love in front of you. Yesterday, I heard that your workshop had made a paper-making machine, so I brought the Empress to see the effects of this thing. I didn't expect it to be so much beyond my expectations. Li Zixuan, your workshop has done well this time. Later, do a summary of the relevant personnel and submit it to me. I will reward all of them. The first part was all nonsense, which made Li Zixuan roll his eyes. However, the last part of Li Er's sentence was very conscientious. Li Zixuan was invigorated when he heard it. He quickly put on an act and cupped his hands and said, On behalf of the workshop's 3,000 craftsmen, I thank your majesty for your kindness. Li Er spat out a mouthful of tea and immediately choked. He said in a bad mood, What 3,000 craftsmen? I am talking about the craftsmen who participated in the development of the paper-making machine. Are you going to report all the craftsmen in the workshop? Replying to your majesty, the development of the paper-making machine, whether it was the smallest part or the huge wheel, whether it was the logistics or the front line of production, there were countless craftsmen in the workshop. The reason why the paper machine can be made in such a short time is definitely not something that can be done by just a few dozen people. It can't be done without the efforts of every craftsman. Although Li Zixuan's words were a little exaggerated, they were basically the truth. The structure of the paper machine was not simple. To be able to make it in such a short time was really a miracle. However, behind every so-called miracle, there were countless people who worked hard in silence. This time was no exception. He had just learned from Yan Xiaoning that during the few days of the paper-making machine's development, the entire workshop was in a state of overload. All the craftsmen in the workshop were dedicating themselves to the development of the paper-making machine. Among them, some were at the front desk, directly responsible for research and development, but most were behind the scenes. They were all on standby 24 hours a day, providing the most reliable logistical support for the research and development personnel at the front desk in all aspects. It was this kind of fighting spirit that led to the success of the paper-making machine in such a short time. After listening, Li Zishuan was silent for a long time. He could also see that when Li Zishuan said those words, there was sincerity in his eyes. It was easy to reward 30 people, but how could he reward 3,000 people? But if he didn't reward them, then where would he put his face as the emperor? To be honest, Li Zishuan was really in a dilemma. Your Majesty, I think that it would be better to let the 3,000 craftsmen in this workshop work under the general work supervisor. They are different from ordinary general work supervisors in that they are only in name. Normally, they still work in the men's workshop in Li County. Secondly, His Majesty would bestow upon them some scattered official positions, such as generals and scholars. In this way, these craftsmen would at least have an official position, and no one would look down upon them in the future. What do you think, Your Majesty? Seeing that Li Zishuan was in a dilemma, Zhang Sun had a bright idea and suggested. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up. This Zhang Sun was indeed worthy of the title of Great Tang's Virtuous Empress. She really saw the problem very clearly. Her analysis was right. At present, the craftsmen in the workshop lacked the recognition of the outside world the most. Otherwise, they would still be the craftsmen living at the bottom. He raised his eyes and secretly glanced at Zhang Sun. He saw her sitting high in the seat of honor. Her facial features were beautiful, her body was graceful, and her bones revealed a graceful aura. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. I don't know how Li Zishuan got lucky to marry such a perfect wife. Good, the Empress is right. Li Zishuan, what do you think of this? Li Zishuan smiled happily. Li Zishuan quickly replied, I have no objection. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is benevolent. Li Zishuan slapped the table and said, Good, I will write the decree later. Yan Xiaoning and Faubert looked at each other and couldn't help but be happy. Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning, Fu Yuanqi, when the Tang dictionary is finished, I will reward the three of you separately. Li Zishuan was very generous today. He had just rewarded 3,000 people, and now he promised to reward the three of them. Li Zishuan really didn't know what was wrong with Li Zishuan, but if there were benefits to be gained, only a fool would refuse. He, Yan Xiaoning and Faubert went forward to express their gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan nodded happily. He was really happy today. No one could understand the great significance of the paper machine better than him. It could destroy the foundation of the aristocratic families. Li Zishuan, you said before that under the rolling wheel of time, whoever can't catch up with the new technology will be eliminated. In this era, there is no waiting, and there is no sympathy. I agree with this very much. Do it boldly. I am looking forward to what this workshop will change Tang Dynasty into in the future. I joined the army when I was young and was about to conquer the world. I like your drive to forge ahead. Li Zishuan's blood was boiling. He thought to himself that today's trip wasn't in vain. Li Zishuan couldn't help but be excited when old Li was so sure of his radical thinking. He went forward and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your trust. I believe that the changes that the workshop will bring to Tang Dynasty in the future will definitely surprise Your Majesty. Zhang Sun couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Your Majesty, this child is young, but his tone is really big. Li Zishuan held Zhang Sun's hand and stood up with a smile. Haha, Li Zishuan, I will wait and see. Farewell, Your Majesty, farewell. The few people in the room bowed again. Xiaoxian, we did well this time. I guess it won't be long before our workshop is famous in Chang'an, right? Not only that. This time, we gained both fame and profit. Li Zishuan laughed and said, Haha, you are satisfied with just this? Don't worry, there will be more opportunities in the future to make you even more satisfied. Chapter 199. Hey, Xiaoning, I still want to make another type of paper machine. Hey, don't go. Come and take a look. Li Zishuan suddenly thought of toilet paper. Now that the paper machine had been made, he only needed to add a scraper to it to make toilet paper. Therefore, he wanted to ask Yan Xiaoning to make a toilet paper machine. Who knew that this guy would turn around and leave before he finished listening? Li Zishuan quickly pulled him back. Pfft, it's easy for you to say that. We worked tirelessly for so many days to make a paper machine, and you want to do something new? If you're so good, then do it. Don't call me, I have to go back and rest. Yan Xiaoning spat in exasperation. Cough cough. Xiaoning, listen to me first. This paper machine doesn't need to be troublesome. Its general structure is similar to the paper machine you made before. It's just that its dryer is more special. It's a dryer with a large diameter. On the other side of the dryer, there's a scraper to remove the wrinkles from the paper. Li Zixuan pulled Yan Xiaoning and explained. Yan Xiaoning was puzzled. If you do it this way, won't the paper be soft and fluffy? How do you write on this kind of paper? Faubert thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Yes, young master, the paper you make can't be used at all. Li Zixuan immediately retorted. Who said it can't be used? This kind of paper is soft and fluffy. Wouldn't it be extremely comfortable to use it to wipe your butt in the toilet? Yan Xiaoning's face was full of black lines. He was really speechless towards Li Zixuan. Don't you have toilet paper chips to use in the toilet? Why do you have to do this? Li Zixuan stomped his feet. Damn, the toilet paper is so hard. How do you use it? How can it be more comfortable than this soft paper? This was the most unacceptable thing for Li Zixuan after he transmigrated. He could live without a computer or a phone, but he couldn't live without toilet paper. Why the F***ck do you want me to use bamboo to wipe my butt? Then what do you usually use in the toilet, young master? Faubert couldn't help but ask. Cough cough, I asked someone to make the rice paper soft before using it. But this is really troublesome. Li Zixuan said after thinking for a while. Faubert and Yan Xiaoning suddenly felt a toothache. They really wanted to beat him up. What a waste. You brat, you're simply a refined scum. Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but point at Li Zixuan's nose and scold. Li Zixuan rubbed his nose and felt very helpless. Isn't it just wiping your ass with a piece of paper? It's so normal. Is there a need for that? In the end, Yan Xiaoning agreed to Li Zixuan's request. There was no other reason other than Li Zixuan saying that this thing could also make a lot of money. After reducing the cost of paper, Li Zixuan let out a sigh of relief. As long as paper could be mass-produced, many of his later plans could be carried out smoothly. Well, the most important thing was that the toilet paper problem was solved. He could finally see the most commonly used industrial product in ancient times. This made him feel a little closer. After leaving the room, Li Zixuan went to the back hall. He wanted to see how Ma Zhou and the others were progressing. When he pushed the door open and entered, he saw that there was an earth-shattering change inside. Dozens of tables were arranged in the hall. Each table was piled with all kinds of information. Then, dozens of middle-aged scholars were bent over the tables, carefully checking and recording. These must be the scholars sent by Li Tai and Li Chengqian. Li Zixuan's arrival didn't cause any waves. Perhaps in these people's eyes, Li Zixuan wasn't as important as the documents in their hands. Lord Ju, you're here? Ma Zhou quietly came up to greet him. Li Zixuan nodded and also said softly, Yes, Brother Ma, let's talk somewhere else. Everyone here was busy with their own things. Li Zixuan really didn't have the heart to break the silence. When they came to the next room, the two of them sat down. Li Zixuan asked, Brother Ma, how is the compilation of the dictionary going? Ma Zhou cupped his hands and answered, Lord Ju, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Wei attached great importance to this matter. They sent a total of 12 scholars. A few days ago, the compilation of the dictionary was fully launched. Currently, it is steadily being carried out. Brother Ma, did these scholars deliberately make things difficult for you? Were they arrogant and rude? Ma Zhou looked a little embarrassed. He hesitated and said, They didn't make things difficult. The compilation of the dictionary is more important than anything else. Presumably, Crown Prince and King of Wei have already told them. However, most of these scholars are knowledgeable people. They are more or less arrogant. I can understand. Li Zixuan frowned slightly. He had deliberately emphasized to Li Chengqian and Li Tai that the main person in charge of the compilation of the dictionary was Ma Zhou. He didn't expect that when it came to the final moment, those people would secretly look down on Ma Zhou. Brother Ma, who has been rude to you before? Tell me. I will tell Crown Prince and King of Wei. Li Zixuan had always attached great importance to Ma Zhou. Now, how could he sit by and do nothing? Ma Zhou quickly waved his hand and said, Lord Ju, there is no need to do this. Ma Zhou is just a commoner. Those scholars belong to the rank 6 imperial residence or the Eastern Palace. It is natural for me to be looked down on. However, I should be the one to fight back.
Ma Zhou believes that with his talent and knowledge, I will definitely be able to make these scholars look down on me.
Ma Zhou's meaning was clear. He would get back the face he lost in the future. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Ma is so bold. Just based on this point, those scholars can't compare to Brother Ma.
Lord Zhu, you flatter me.
Haha, that's good. If Brother Ma needs help in the future, just let me know. Oh, the workshop has finished the paper-making machine today. Our paper cost has been greatly reduced.
Brother Ma, you can start the newspaper and the copying of ancient books. The most basic and most important technology of Qitsu culture had been prepared.
The copying of ancient books for sale and the publishing of newspapers had been completed. There were no more obstacles. Yes, Lord Zhu is right. I have heard about the trial production of the paper-making machine today. I am also preparing for it. A few days ago, I have selected 10 ancient books from the King of Wei's residence. We can start printing them. In less than 5 days, we can print 400 to 500 books and sell them at Qitsu Culture Bookstore.
Ma Zhou spoke slowly as if everything was under his control.
Li Zishuan nodded and smiled. Yes, that's great. Brother Ma, it seems that we will be able to let all the scholars in Tang be able to read books soon. Ma Zhou said happily, that is true. Every time I think about participating in the cause of universal education, I am very excited. Now that I think about it, joining the workshop was probably the best decision I have made in my life.
Oh, by the way, according to Lord Zhu's previous suggestion, I have made a new edition of the newspaper.
Lord Zhu, do you think it is suitable? Chapter 200. In the back hall of the workshop. Li Zishuan's eyes lit up when he heard Ma Zhou say that he had made a new edition of the newspaper.
He said impatiently, Brother Ma, let me take a look.
Please wait a moment, Lord Zhu. Ma Zhou replied and went to get the materials. After a while, he came back in and handed Li Zishuan a stack of papers. Lord Zhu, this is the new edition of the newspaper. Please take a look. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded as he took the papers. He opened them and looked at them carefully. Detailed explanation of punctuation. This was the first section of the newspaper. It seemed that Ma Zhou had thought about it thoroughly. He wanted people to accept punctuation as soon as possible. Next was the interactive section of the literati. Li Zishuan had said that this section could be written in classical Chinese. The content and format were not much different from last time. On Taizong Shu, in ancient times, those who were not subjects were all subjects to His Majesty. Those who were not under His Majesty's control were all under His Majesty's control. Explanation of Zhengguan law, it is said, man, 3 talents, and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader. Li Zishuan felt that this section was boring. He thought to himself, I'll leave this section for the literati of Tang dynasty to spit at each other. In any case, this young master will not read it in the future. The second section was the current news. Li Zishuan was excited. He wanted to see what Ma Zhou would write this time. As soon as he saw it, he could not take his eyes off it. Shocking! Murderer is so deranged, exterminating an entire family. This content was considered normal. It only talked about a massacre that had just been solved in Xinfeng County not long ago. The process was quite complicated. As Ma Zhou did not use classical Chinese this time, Li Zishuan was very interested. He carefully read the whole story. Next article. The drunken scholar met the courtesan of the brothel and did such a despicable thing. When Li Zishuan saw the title, he thought that the drunken scholar had used the alcohol to force himself on the brothel's top courtesan. But when he looked down, he immediately vomited blood. It turned out that the drunken scholar had drunk too much and had the urge to pee, so he had peed on the side of the road. Who knew that the brothel's top courtesan had seen him and scolded the scholar for being vulgar. As a result, the two had an argument, which finally alarmed the Chong and Marshal Marquis. Chong and Wu Ho rushed to the widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night, and the reason was actually like this. Seeing this title, you will definitely think that Wu Ho went to the widow's house to have an affair, right? Li Zishuan also thought so at first, but in the end, it was not the case. Wu Ho only went to the widow's house to put out the fire, and from the beginning to the end, it was just a piece of news about a fire. Shocking! A woman actually dared to do such a thing in broad daylight. What is it? You must have thought it was something embarrassing, right? In the end, the woman's skill was just a bit better, and she met a thief on the street. She was not robbed by the thief, but instead captured the thief. Shocking! Shocking! Men will be silent, women will cry. Alright, after reading up to this point, Lisa Xuan was already immune to it. As expected, the content was just a notice that Qiziu culture was offering a large sum of money for a literary competition. Ma Zhou was F***king trying to stir up trouble. After seeing the current news section, Lisa Xuan was really shocked, and his mouth was wide open. At this moment, he really wanted to say to Ma Zhou, "Brother 666666666, tomorrow please come to the UC shock department to work." Even if you beat him to death, he would never have thought that Ma Zhou, who had received a traditional Confucian education, would be able to use the shocking words he had said last time, and so quickly learn how to use it. This was simply too much of a prank, okay? He wondered if Li Er would come and kill him if he knew that his future prime minister had been trained to such a state by him. How is it? How is it, Lord Ju? When Ma Zhou saw that Lisa Xuan had finished reading the current news section, he hurriedly asked with a face full of expectation. For this new version of the current news, he had pondered over the words Lisa Xuan had said that day for a long time before he understood some of the essence, and then he tried to change it into this. Lisa Xuan covered his face and said, "Okay, okay, okay. Brother Ma, your change this time is really great. This little brother really admires you. Just print it like this, the faster the better. Now we can make our own paper. You better have Master Lu arrange for the first batch of newspapers to be printed within these 2 days. The first batch of newspapers should be printed in 1,000 copies. When the time comes, remember to recruit a group of children from poor families to help sell the newspapers." Lisa Xuan was a little flustered at this moment. He was originally such an excellent and honest great scholar. How did he become like this? Whose fault is it? Anyway, it's not my fault. This young master didn't mean to be like this. Ma Zhou felt that Lisa Xuan's expression was a little strange, but he couldn't figure out where the problem was at the moment, so he could only agree. "Yes, Lord Ju, now the workshop has a lot of ready-made technologies. I estimate that I can rush out the first batch of newspapers tomorrow, and by the morning of the day after tomorrow, it can be sold in Chang'an City." Lisa Xuan nodded. He had introduced another modern product into the Tang dynasty. In the future, when he had nothing to do at home, he could read the newspaper. In this era where entertainment and culture were extremely lacking, to be able to lie on the chair and read the newspaper was already a great enjoyment for Lisa Xuan. Brother Ma, newspapers and dictionaries are the most important things in the future of Qiziu culture. During this period of time, you have to work hard and pay attention to these 2 things. After this period of busy, you can go and find a group of assistants. As long as you think that it's suitable, no matter how much it costs, you have to hire them. This way, you won't have to work so hard in the future. Lisa Xuan instructed. "Hee, thank you for your concern, Lord Ju." Lisa Xuan couldn't be bothered to read the last section of Dehua Jianghu. Although he had high hopes for this section, because he could read novels from here in the future, but currently, there was only one novel written by him, so it wasn't very interesting to read it. After a while, when someone submitted a novel, he would pay more attention to this section. When he thought about it, countless scholars would fight to submit to Qiziu culture, and countless wonderful novels would appear. He just had to stay at home, sleep on the chair, and listen to Xianxia softly reading the novel to him. If he was happy listening to the novel, he would spend a lot of money and give the novel author a big reward, so that he could quickly release more chapters for him. Damn, this kind of life, just thinking about it makes me feel good, right? This is the life of a nouveau riche second-generation otaku. Lisa Xuan couldn't help but drool as he thought about it. He seemed to have discovered something amazing. Chapter 201. Selling Newspapers. Selling newspapers. Freshly printed Datong Daily. Only 5 copper coins per copy. 5 copper coins won't make you lose out or get scammed, but you can buy a big Datong Daily. Brother, do you want to buy one? After spending the weekend happily at home, Lisa Xuan sat in a carriage early in the morning and headed to class at the Imperial College. Inside the carriage, he could hear the sound of children hawking newspapers outside. Lisa Xuan asked San Bao to stop the carriage first. He looked out through the window and saw 4 or 5 children wearing blue shirts with the logo of queer culture on them. They were holding newspapers and riding on scooters. They were peddling newspapers on the streets and alleys of Chang'an City. This was one of the benefits for the children of Qitsu culture who sold newspapers. They usually had scooters as a means of transportation. If they sold newspapers for 3 months in a row, the scooters would be given to them for free. This directly led to the long queue in front of the workshop when they were recruiting paperboys yesterday. Later, Ma Zhou only picked 40 to 50 clever children after much deliberation. Hey, which family are you from? What the hell is this newspaper? What's in it? At this time, he heard a man speaking in a rough voice. Uncle, this newspaper has articles by great scholars and some interesting things that have happened around Chang'an recently. There are also some novels serialized in it. It's very interesting. I'm not interested in the articles by great scholars, but I want to read the novels. Kid, give me a copy of the newspaper. Here, uncle, for you. 5 copper coins per copy. Hiss, this newspaper is so big, and the words on it are all engraved and printed. It's only 5 copper coins. Kid, did you remember wrongly? Don't go back and your shopkeeper will punish you just because you remembered wrongly. This person was still a conscientious person and was not willing to take advantage of a child. He opened the newspaper and was immediately shocked by the size of the newspaper. Such a big newspaper must be worth more than 5 copper coins. That's right. Could it be that you remembered wrongly? Even if there's nothing written on such a big piece of rice paper, it's still worth more than 5 copper coins. At this moment, a passerby walked over and looked at the newspaper in the burly man's hand. The paperboy politely bowed and cupped his hands. Thank you for your concern, uncles. But this newspaper is only sold for 5 copper coins per copy, so it can't be wrong. This was personally instructed by our manager. Oh my! Is your manager an idiot? This is obviously a losing business. TSK. TSK. Quickly give me a copy. Let's not talk about what's written on it first. 5 copper coins for such a big piece of paper. When I go back and paste it on the wall, it will show that I'm a cultured person. Dumbo, you're such a disgrace. Little doll. Give me a copy too. My ergo doll is studying in a school in Chang'an. He is literate. I'll buy it for him to read the essays of the great Confucian scholars. While you're at it, read the novels to me. Shoo shoo shoo. Butcher Zhao, you're here to show off your ergo doll again. Ha ha ha. Li Zishuan shook his head. This was the first time these people bought a newspaper, and they bought it for the cheap price. It was really... Sanbao, let's go. Let's go to the Imperial College. Li Zishuan said aloud. The people who bought the newspaper now were just some people who liked the novelty. The real popularity of the newspaper was definitely not because of these people. However, this was a good start. With this first batch of people taking the initiative to promote, the follow-up effect would be better. Yes, young master. Sanbao replied, and the carriage continued to move slowly. Imperial College, School of Mathematics. In this weekly exam, there are a total of 3 people who scored full marks. They are Li Tai, Ku Shiqing, and Iron Egg. There are 2 people who scored 99. They are Zheng Ziren and Meng Wenhao. These students are the top 5 of this weekly exam. Excellent. Everyone, give them a round of applause. Li Zishuan stood on the podium and looked at the report card in his hand and said. He felt that it was a pity for Meng Wenhao. This kid wrote a step that was slightly ambiguous in a proof question. Li Zishuan thought about it again and deducted 1 point from him. As a result, this unlucky kid would not be able to get into the top 3. Clap, clap, clap. The students in the classroom, regardless of what they were thinking, whether they were jealous or not, all of them applauded together with Li Zishuan. Although Meng Wenhao was a little annoyed, he had just looked at the paper that was handed out. There were indeed some small problems in that part of the paper. He was sincerely convinced by the deduction of 1 point. As for the last 5 of this weekly exam, as the applause gradually stopped, Li Zishuan said loudly again. However, he deliberately paused for a moment and then looked at the back row. Chung Chumo's chrysanthemum, ah no, his heart suddenly tightened. He then repeatedly winked at Li Zishuan, hinting him not to say it out loud. As for the last 5, I won't mention them today. You should know who they are. Ah no, you should know who they are. Li Zishuan's heavy breathing almost scared Chung Chumo to death. However, when he heard that Li Zixuan still did not mention his name, he could not help but feel a little happy. Here, this is the solution to the last question. Those who did it wrong, take a good look at it and clear your thoughts. You must make sure that you will not make a mistake the next time you encounter the same question. After a simple introduction of the results, Li Zixuan began to explain the test paper to them. The questions were relatively simple, so he explained them quickly. In less than one class, he had finished explaining. Damn, this is great! This novel is so F***ing great. This brother is too good. Suddenly, a roar came from the classroom, scaring all the students. Li Zixuan was also a little startled, but then he became angry. He quickly found the source of the sound and shouted angrily, "What the hell? Wang Meng, stand up!" Wang Meng suddenly shivered. In fact, after he shouted, he had already sobered up. Now that he heard Li Zixuan's angry voice, how could he not know that he had already eaten a pill? "Seh, I was wrong." Wang Meng's face was bitter, and his voice was trembling. Li Zixuan sneered, "Humph, now you know you were wrong. What were you doing just now?" Wang Meng hesitated and did not dare to say anything. Li Zixuan sternly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Do you want to quit school?" Wang Meng did not dare to hesitate anymore. He quickly took out a piece of paper from under his seat and said anxiously, Don't, sir, I'll tell you. I was reading a novel just now. This is what I bought from a newspaper boy on my way to school. It said, it's called a newspaper." The other students looked at it curiously, wanting to know what kind of magical item this newspaper was. On the other hand, Li Zixuan's old face darkened. Of all his calculations, he did not expect that running a newspaper would make students addicted to novels and affect their studies. In modern times, bad students often did this in class. He did not expect to encounter it in ancient times as well. Wasn't this like shooting himself in the foot? Chapter 202. Inside the School of Mathematics. Li Zixuan's face turned from green to white, then from white to red. Wang Meng was so scared that his heart was trembling. He had never seen Li Zixuan so angry before. "Wang Meng, tell us how many points you got this time." Li Zixuan said with hatred. When Cheng Chumo heard this, he grinned and looked at Wang Meng with a gloating expression. Wang Meng replied weakly, Sir, this time I got 66 points." Li Zixuan slammed the table and said angrily, "You only got 66 points and you didn't pay attention in class? If you can get full marks like Li Tai and Ku Shiqing, I won't criticize you even if you didn't pay attention." "Are you serious?" At this moment, Li Tai's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly. Li Zixuan's face was filled with black lines. This bastard never knew how to give him any face. "Shut up. I'm talking about Wang Meng," Li Zixuan said angrily. Wang Meng couldn't be angry anymore. He said softly, "Sir, I was wrong." "Is the novel good?" Li Zixuan asked fiercely. "Yes." "Ah, sir, it's not good. It's not good at all. It's not good at all. It's terrible. I was obsessed with it." Wang Meng was about to say that it was good, but he quickly changed his words. Li Zixuan nodded, but he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was the one who wrote the novel. Wasn't Wang Meng scolding him by saying that? He couldn't stand it anymore. A piece of chalk hit Wang Meng's forehead accurately. Li Zixuan said even more angrily, "Why did you read it if it wasn't good? You'll be standing in class today." Feeling wronged, Wang Meng scratched his head and thought to himself, "I've already said so, is it wrong? What did Sir mean by that? Ha. Wang Meng, what are you reading in class? Take it out and show it to me." During the break, Cheng Chumo saw that Li Zixuan wasn't in the classroom. He quickly went to Wang Meng and asked him for the newspaper. "No, I won't be able to see it if I give it to you." Even though Wang Meng's legs hurt from standing for an entire class, his brain was still working fine. When he heard Cheng Chumo's words, he immediately reacted. He picked up the newspaper and hugged it tightly. "Wang Meng, you're such a disloyal brat. I'm just looking at it. I don't want your newspaper. Take it out and show it to me." Cheng Chumo was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks like a monkey. That's right. "Wang Meng, why don't you take it out and let everyone have a look? We definitely won't take yours. If it's really good,
We'll go and buy another set. Yuchi Baolin chimed in. That's right, that's right. Take it out and let us have a look. We're all classmates. Don't be so stingy. Li Tai, the little fatty, also brought some students over to join in the fun. At this moment, Wang Meng suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He felt like he was alone. All right, I'll let you have a look. But you must remember to return it to me. I haven't finished reading it yet. Wang Meng could only reluctantly hand over the newspaper. Otherwise, he really suspected that he would be attacked by the crowd. Don't worry, don't you dare ask around. I, Chang Chumo, am the most trustworthy person in Chang'an City. Chang Chumo waved his hand nonchalantly and said arrogantly. Then, he couldn't wait to take the newspaper and sat down next to him to start reading. The surrounding students also curiously surrounded Chang Chumo and began to bend over to read the newspaper. Chon Yo turned the page. What's so good about this scholarly article? That's right, that's right. Time is of the essence. Let's read the rest of the novel. Wang Meng was so engrossed in it last class. Turn the page and let me see if this story is interesting or not. That's right, that's right. Hurry up and read the novel. Otherwise, class will start soon. All right. I, Chang Chumo, am not interested in these scholarly articles anyway. Chang Chumo felt that it made sense. Hence, he turned the page. Instantly, the words "a record of a mortal's journey" came into view. Wow! A record of a mortal's journey? Just the name alone sounds impressive. Cultivation? Could this novel be about cultivation? Could there really be people who can cultivate? I suddenly feel a surge of emotions. The students wanted to continue reading just by looking at the name of the novel. Chapter 1. A mountainside village. Dumbo's eyes were wide open as he stared at the black roof made of straw and mud. The old quilt covering his body had already turned a deep yellow, and its original appearance could not be seen. There was also a faint musty smell. After a moment, Chang Chumo finished reading the first chapter. He smacked his lips and said doubtfully, I, Chang Chumo, don't feel that this first chapter is very interesting. How could Wang Meng have been so engrossed in it before? It's really ordinary. However, this Seven Mysteries sect seems to have some tricks up their sleeves. It seems like this world can really cultivate. If that's the case, then it's really interesting. All right. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and read on. What they did not notice was that after Li Tai saw the title and the author of the novel, he curled his lips and secretly left the crowd. He had read this novel before, but he was very puzzled by the author's name on the newspaper. Chapter 2. Black Ox Town. This is a small town. Although it's called a small town, it's actually just a slightly larger town called Black Ox Town. Only those ignorant natives who live in the nearby ravines call it Black Ox Town. After a while, the surrounding students began to discuss again. This is interesting. I'm guessing that the Seven Mysteries sect and the Feral Wolf Gang will have an earth-shattering battle in the future. Let's fight. Old Cheng's saber is already thirsting for blood. Hurry up and read the next chapter. Seeing that the others were enjoying the novel, Wang Meng could not help but come over. He had also just finished reading the third chapter. Chapter 3. Seven Mysteries sect. The smell in the carriage was obviously not pleasant. It's no wonder that there were nearly 30 children squeezed into the carriage. Although a child is much smaller than an adult, it still makes the car unbearably crowded. Damn, this Seven Mysteries sect seems to be very powerful. Indeed. I just don't know if this Hanli will be able to pass the examination. It's a pity that it's gone. The author of this novel is really asking for a beating. He only wrote so little at a time. Mr. is here. Hurry up and leave. Immediately, all the students hurriedly returned to their original seats. Chang Chumo cleverly spread out the side of the newspaper that had the novel printed on it, and directly spread it on Wang Meng's table. Then, he immediately slipped away. F***CK. Wang Meng looked at Chang Chumo and then looked at Li Zixuan who had just entered. Immediately, he cursed Chang Chumo countless times in his heart and hoped that Li Zixuan would stop messing with him. Chapter 203. Li Zixuan went to the outhouse during the break. When he came back, he saw a group of people crowding around the classroom. When he walked to the door, the group of little bastards scattered like birds. He had good eyesight and naturally saw that Chang Chumo had tricked Wang Meng. However,
He did not say anything this time. He only looked at Wang Meng indifferently and then continued with his lecture. Wang Meng hurriedly put away the newspaper and let out a big sigh of relief. He felt a little strange. He was not afraid of anything before, but when he faced Li Zixuan, he always felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Imperial College Building. Damn, awesome, awesome. Ziffin, quickly turn the page. In a corner of the building, a chubby little boy sat next to Sun Ziffin. The two bastards had their arms around each other's shoulders and lowered their heads as if they were looking at something together. The little fatty couldn't help but urge in a low voice as he watched on. What's the hurry? I haven't finished yet. Wait a minute. Sun Ziffin impatiently mumbled. Damn, 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 the Seven Mysteries sect is awesome. I also want to cultivate. Is there any cultivation sect in Great Tang? Sun Ziffin unhappily said, Kid, are you drunk? Aren't you afraid that your father will beat you to death when you go back? Forget it. A moment later. Ha! That's it? Damn, it's over already. Sun Ziffin could not help but shout. However, his voice was a little too loud, and Assistant Master Mao finally noticed the commotion. Sun Ziffin, Yu Dongkai, what are you two doing? Assistant Master Mao was slightly angry and said in a deep voice. He always had a headache when it came to the students of the Imperial College. These bastards were used to being arrogant, and it was difficult to discipline them even in the Imperial College. Nothing. Teacher, you must have misheard. Sun Ziffin quickly calmed down. Then, he stood up and said with a calm face. Yes, yes, sir. We really didn't read the novel just now. No. I mean we didn't read the newspaper just now. No. Yu Dongkai was not as calm as Sun Ziffin. His expression was slightly flustered, and in the end, he accidentally exposed himself. Sun Ziffin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Truly, one should not be afraid of a godlike opponent, but one should be afraid of a pig-like teammate. He glared fiercely at the scammer next to him, wishing he could strangle him to death. When Assistant Teaching Assistant Mao heard this, how could he not know that these two bastards must have been secretly causing trouble downstairs? He walked down from the podium. Yes, the podium. After the School of Mathematics introduced the blackboard chalk, the other schools introduced the podium one after another. This was because the chalk was very useful to the teachers as it could predict the enemy's moves. Teaching Assistant Mao walked up to Sun Ziffin and said coldly, Take it out. Only then did Yu Dong realize that he had cheated his good brother this time. He looked at Sun Ziffin pitifully. Sun Ziffin felt a headache in his heart. It was as if he had forked a dog. Teacher Mao, what do you want? Sun Ziffin really liked the newspaper now and could not bear to hand it over. He still wanted to put up a resistance. Stop pretending. Hurry up and take out the newspaper that Yu Dongkai was talking about. Otherwise, I'll have to talk to Sun Shaoqing and Assistant Minister Yu about your performance in the Imperial College. Teaching Assistant Mao was helpless against such a troublesome student, so he could only use the student's parents to threaten him. Ugh! Sun Ziffin and Yu Dongkai's faces immediately fell. They were not afraid of the teaching assistant, but they were afraid of their own parents. Here! Sun Ziffin reluctantly took out the newspaper from under the table. He was cursing teaching assistant Mao in his heart. What's the difference between a teacher who uses his parents to threaten a student and a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man? This teaching assistant Mao is so boring. Teaching assistant Mao definitely did not know that in a certain student's heart, he was already the same kind of person as a woman who uses her pregnancy to keep a man. He took the newspaper and returned to the podium to continue his lecture. Ziffin, don't be angry. If worst comes to worst, I'll buy you another newspaper when I go back in the afternoon. After the morning class, Yu Dongkai eagerly chased after Sun Ziffin and said with a fawning expression. Humph, of course you should buy me another newspaper. Sun Ziffin said angrily. Yes. I'll go buy another newspaper in a bit. Brother Ziffin, where did you buy that newspaper? I bought it this morning from a newspaper boy on the roadside. I don't know where to buy it now. Sun Ziffin rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Then he said, but I saw that at the top of the newspaper was Strange Culture. I don't know which store it came from, but judging from the name, it should have something to do with the Strange Culture Pavilion. Why don't you go to the Strange Culture Pavilion and ask? Strange Culture Pavilion? Yu Dongkai repeated in confusion. Then he suddenly said excitedly, Ziffin, I heard that the strange culture pavilion is the property of Professor Li's family. Didn't we tell the Chancellor that we were going to transfer to the Imperial College of Mathematics? How about it? Ziffin, did your father agree to it? Sun Ziffin chuckled as he took out a document from his bosom. He smiled proudly and said, Hee hee, everything is under control. I'll go find the Chancellor after I finish eating. Yu Dongkai raised his thumb and praised, Brilliant, Brother Ziffin is brilliant. I thought I was the only one who succeeded. Sun Ziffin said in astonishment, What? Your father also agreed? Yes. I was still wondering why my father was so easy to talk to this time. Brother Ziffin, when you go find the Chancellor later, bring me along. If I go with you, I'll feel more at ease. Yu Dongkai expressed that he wanted to hug his thigh when he went to find the principal. When Sun Ziffin heard this, he instantly thought of the things that Yu Dongkai had done in the class just now. He hurriedly refused in a bad mood. No, you go by yourself when the time comes. So that you won't trick me again. Yu Dongkai immediately became anxious. He chased up and said, Don't. Brother Ziffin, bring me along. I promise that I won't say a word this time. I definitely won't trick you. Are you sure you won't say a word? Yes, I'm sure. I definitely won't say a word. All right then, I'll bring you along this time. But remember to quickly buy me a newspaper. Yes, I'll send my errand boy to find out where to buy the newspaper. Yu Dongkai hurriedly said excitedly. On the other side, teaching assistant Mao finished his class and went to the canteen of the directorate. He took a meal, went to a seat by the window, and began to eat. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the newspaper in his hand and his heart skipped a beat. He thought that it would be better to eat while reading what was written in the newspaper. It actually made his students so fascinated in class. But once he opened the newspaper, he couldn't stop reading. Chapter 204. In the dining hall. Teaching assistant Mao's eyes gleamed as he read the article titled, Detailed Explanation of the Use of Punctuation Marks. This punctuation mark is quite novel. It seems very practical. I wonder who came up with it. Should I suggest to the Chancellor that we should popularize this punctuation mark? Teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but mutter to himself after reading the explanation of the punctuation marks. He couldn't help but stop eating. He had been teaching for many years, so he naturally understood how important punctuation marks were to a student's reading efficiency. This was why he wanted to popularize them. After sighing for a while, teaching assistant Mao continued reading. Interaction between scholars? What is this so-called newspaper trying to do? Are they trying to gather all the scholars of the Great Tang together for a debate? When teaching assistant Mao saw the words interaction between scholars, he was a little confused. Hiss. On Taizong's commentaries. The person who wrote this article is quite bold, daring to talk about court politics. Ma Zhou? Who is Ma Zhou? This person is a little too arrogant. Unlike Wang Meng, Cheng Chumo, Sun Ziffin, and Yu Dongkai, who had skipped over the other parts and directly read the novel, teaching assistant Mao was naturally very interested in the article on the meaning of the classics. But when he saw the title of the first article, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. Looking at the successes and failures of the past generations, the Li Shu rebelled and gathered together as bandits, and all the countries were destroyed. Although the rulers of the country wished to change their ways, none of them were safe. For those who practice politics and religion, when they are at the point of being able to practice it, it is useless to regret it as soon as an accident occurs. Thus, whenever the rulers of the country see the death of their predecessors, they know the cause of the loss of their politics and religion, but they do not know the loss of their own bodies. Thus, Yin Zhou laughed at the death of Xianxia, and Yuan Li laughed at the destruction of Yin Zhou. At first, teaching assistant Mao thought that Ma Zhou, a commoner, was being too impudent in discussing court politics, but as he read on, he immediately put away his contempt. His expression grew more and more solemn, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Since ancient times, the rise and fall of a country is not dependent on the accumulation of wealth, but on the happiness of the people. Taking recent events as an example, the Sui family stored the Luoco storehouse, and Li Mi used it. The eastern capital accumulated cloth and silk, and Wang Shichong occupied it. The western capital's treasury was also used by the state, and has not been used to this day. Xianxia Luoco, Dongdu does not have grain or silk, That is, Shichong and Limi may not necessarily be able to gather the masses. But stockpiling is a common thing in a country. One must wait until one has excess strength before withdrawing it. If we take it by force and use it to fund the bandits, it will be useless.
Good. Good.
Unique insight. This person is a great talent. A great talent. Based on this article alone, we can see that Ma Zhou's ability to govern the country is not inferior to some of the officials in the imperial court. When he reached the end of the article, teaching assistant Mao couldn't help but slap the table and laugh wildly. When a scholar comes across a good article, he is more excited than when he sees a beautiful woman. In history, Ma Zhou, in the 11th year of Zhenguan era, wrote an article called Shang Tai Zong Shu and presented it to Li Er. The comprehensive mirror for aid in governance had a very high evaluation of this article, and it could be called the #1 article in public security policy since ancient times. Although some of Ma Zhou's ideas had yet to reach the realm of Mahayana, it already contained many of his later political ideas. Therefore, this article could be considered an extremely rare masterpiece. How can such a great talent be unknown? Alas, there are so many talented people in the world who have been buried. It seems that this Datong daily can also be used to discover talents, right? Teaching assistant Mao's interest in the newspaper was growing. He carefully smoothed out the wrinkles on the paper as if he were caressing a beautiful woman, and continued reading. Chancellor, we have something to talk to you about. The miserable Kong Ingda was once again woken up by those little bastards during his lunch break. He went to open the door with a gloomy mood. What do you want? Anyone who was interrupted during their lunch break would be unhappy. Although Kong Ingda had read the books of sages, he also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Therefore, there was some anger in his words. Chancellor, we are looking for you to change the school. Although Sun Zifen could see that Kong Ingda was unhappy, he wasn't afraid and still told him the purpose of his visit.
Oh.
Kong Ingda looked at these little bastards in confusion and asked with a frown, "Didn't I tell you before that you need to get your father's permission? Why are you here again today?" Sun Zifen restrained the complacency in his heart and smiled faintly. "Chancellor, we went home and got our father's permission before we came to look for you. Chancellor, look, this is the statement written by my father to change the school. There is absolutely no mistake."
Yes.
Chancellor, my father also agreed. This is the statement written by my father.
This is written by my father.
Chancellor, please take a look. The 7 or 8 students behind him immediately scrambled for the documents in their hands and stuffed them into Kong Ingda's hands. Compared to the last time, the number of students who came to look for Kong Ingda this time seemed to be less. It was obvious that some of the students' parents didn't know much about the current school of mathematics. Kong Ingda was really a little Spartan at this moment. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. How could the fathers of these little bastards agree to their ridiculous request? No matter what angle he looked at it from, it was impossible for them to agree. Kong Ingda was in a daze for a long time before he was woken up by Sun Zifen. He sorted out his emotions and opened up the document that Sun Zifen gave him. He looked at it carefully and saw that the handwriting was horizontal and vertical, vigorous and powerful. This was indeed Sun Fujia's handwriting. Sun Zifen was still unable to imitate it. At this moment, the last trace of luck in Kong Ingda's heart was instantly shattered. He found it hard to understand why these people's fathers would agree to transfer their children to the school of mathematics. However, before he could think about it carefully, the surrounding students had started to urge him. It was still Sun Zifen who took the lead and said, "Chancellor? Look, we have the document to change the school of mathematics. Can the students be transferred to the school of mathematics?" "That's right. Chancellor, you promised us before that as long as our fathers agree, you will let us transfer to the school of mathematics." That's right. Chancellor, your knowledge is the best in the world. You can't go back on your words. Chancellor, quickly tell us, can we do it or not? At this moment, Kong Ingda really felt that there were hundreds of flies buzzing around his ears. He waved his hand with an extreme headache and said in a deep voice, Quiet. What I said before naturally counts. After 2 days, your application to change the school of mathematics will be approved." Even though Kong Ingda was extremely unwilling, but as the Chancellor of the Directorate, how could he do something like going back on his words? "Oh, Chancellor, that's great. Haha. Thank you, Chancellor. Chancellor, then shall we return to class?" There are still some fellows here pretending to be obedient. Just as Kong Ingda's voice fell, the surrounding students immediately cheered. Kong Ingda hurriedly waved his hand and said, "All right, all right, all right. Quickly return to class." Chapter 205. Kong Ingda heaved a sigh of relief after sending the brats away. However, when he thought about the fact that he would have to switch schools for them, he felt a headache coming on. Sigh. What were the fathers of these students thinking? In the cafeteria, the food in front of teaching assistant Mao had already turned cold, but he didn't care at all. Ma Zhou's brilliant articles had completely captivated him. At this moment, he had truly entered a state of oblivion. He no longer cared about what was happening in the outside world. An interpretation of the law of Zhengguan states, "Man, 3 talents, and 10,000 things are divided. Qi contains spirit, and man is the leader." Good, good, good. Ma Zhou's summary is so incisive. Chen dynasty's political commentary states, looking at the previous generations, from the Xia, Yin, Zhou, and Han dynasties to the world, it has been passed down from one generation to the next. Some have been passed down for more than 800 years, while some have been passed down for less than 400 to 500 years. Since the Wei, Jin, Zhou, and Sui dynasties, most have been passed down for no more than 50 to 60 years. How thorough! I really want to drink and chat merrily with Ma Zhou and discuss his grand ambitions. I wonder if my articles can be published in this newspaper? When the time comes, I can discuss my political views with the world's literati. Teaching assistant Mao read several of Ma Zhou's political essays in a row. He was so excited that his hands were red from clapping. Of course, he was slapping the table. The servants next to him were scared witless. They were very worried that teaching assistant Mao would break the table. Most of the students and teachers who were eating in the cafeteria were scared away by teaching assistant Mao's crazy shouts from time to time. A few of the bolder teachers leaned forward to read the newspaper in teaching assistant Mao's hands. As soon as they read it, they were immediately immersed in Ma Zhou's literary feast. Gradually, 7 or 8 people surrounded teaching assistant Mao. However, teaching assistant Mao was completely unaware of it. He was still slapping the table and cheering. "Mr. Mao, Mr. Mao?" Several urging voices interrupted assistant teaching assistant Mao's wandering between the lines of the newspaper. He raised his head, only to be startled by the colleagues around him. "Aya! Dr. Wang, Dr. Zhang, Dr. Su, teaching assistant Sin, teaching assistant Zhao, teaching assistant Yuan, teaching assistant Chen, why are you all here?" The white-haired old man smiled gently and said, "Assistant Instructor Mao, such a masterpiece is like fine wine in a dark alley. For people like us who have been immersed in literature for years, it's extremely attractive." Another scholarly scholar also stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Brother Yaluan's words are true. This Ma Zhou quotes from the classics, scrutinizes the past and present, and picks and delves into the complex. His essay is reasonable, not a word can be added, and not a word can be subtracted. Listening to it makes people feel comfortable and tireless. Even the ancient Su Qin, Zhang Yi, Zhong Jun, and Jia Yi were like this. Gentlemen, it's past lunchtime for this cafeteria. It's time to close." The page boy at the side could not help but muster up his courage and ask, "Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, please follow me out." Teaching assistant Mao only just noticed the errand boy in the cafeteria. He hurriedly said with an apologetic expression. Although they were teachers and were a cut above the rest, teaching assistant Mao had always been well educated. He could not bully the errand boys. That's great. Let's talk about this Datong daily together." Wang Yaluan nodded in agreement. With this old scholar's words, the other teachers did not dare to object. They all followed him out of the cafeteria. The page boy bowed and thanked them profusely. Eastern Palace. Illustrious Virtue Hall. Li Chengqian leaned against the couch, carefully reading the newspaper in his hand. Since he also had 20% shares in Qitsu culture, he knew a little about the newspaper. However, he did not know the details. Therefore, when he learned that the newspaper was officially released today, he specially sent someone to buy a copy and come back to read it. This Ma Zhou's ability to conduct affairs is impeccable. He's even better than some of the scholars in my Eastern Palace. It was no wonder that Li Zishuan had been so confident in Ma Zhou's abilities back in the workshop, sparing no effort to support Ma Zhou. Now, it seemed that Ma Zhou would be able to shock the world with a single feat, and he might even alarm Imperial Father. Should I recommend this person to my father? After reading Massachusetts Zhou's article, Li Chengqian fell into deep thought and could not help but murmur. After a while, he shook his head and decided to continue reading. Shocking! The culprit is actually so deranged as to exterminate an entire family. Oh, Great Tang's laws are strict. How can there be such an outlaw? Li Chengqian whispered doubtfully. After a while, he finished reading the article. Not bad, not bad. This county magistrate of Xinfeng County is quite quick-witted. The person who wrote this article is also not bad. The title is very attractive. Li Chengqian praised. But in an instant, he regretted what he had just said. Drunken scholar encounters brothel courtesan and actually does such unbearable things. What kind of title is this? How could such vulgar and unbearable content be published in this newspaper? Let me take a look. Half an hour later. Damn, this was written by Ma Zhou? This is simply not right. It's not what I thought before. Even someone as calm as Li Chengqian could not help but curse after reading the content of this article. But when he read the other articles, he realized that he was too young. Chong and Marquis rushed to Widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking! A woman actually does such things in broad daylight. Shocking! Shocking! Men will be silent. Women will cry. Pfft! Is this still the Ma Zhou that I know? Is this still the Ma Zhou that wrote so many beautiful articles before? Li Chengqian was about to vomit blood at this moment after encountering headlines one after another. But even though he knew that some of the headlines were a trap, Li Chengqian could not help but continue reading. He even had a faint trace of expectation in his heart. Perhaps this was, let him abuse you 1,000 times, but you still treat him as your first love. Wasn't this A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, written by Xiaoxian? Why does it say, Leather Knight? Li Chengqian had previously read the first 10 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, so he was not very concerned about the latter part of the novel. He originally planned to put down the newspaper directly, but after inadvertently seeing the author's name under the title of the novel, he could not help but be stunned. He knew the author of this novel better than anyone else, but what the hell was this Leather Knight? After thinking for a long time, Li Chengqian could not figure out what Li Zishuan was up to. He put down the newspaper and prepared to take a lunch break. Chapter 206. Oh! We can finally transfer to the School of Mathematics. Brother Ziffin, it's all thanks to you this time. In the future, we can also take 2 days off every 5 days. Inside the School of Imperial College. Yu Dongkai patted Sun Ziffin's shoulder excitedly and laughed. Haha, Dongkai, do you think I went through so much trouble to transfer to the School of Mathematics just for this? Sun Ziffin laughed in a low voice. The little fatty's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He sneakily approached Sun Ziffin and asked, Oh, Brother Ziffin, do you have a deeper meaning? Haha. Sun Ziffin laughed proudly and then said mysteriously, Of course, Dongkai, think about it carefully. Dr. Li taught Assistant Master Mao and the others before. Strictly speaking, we have to call him Grandmaster, right? Yes, that's right. Hee. But after 2 days, when we are transferred to the School of Mathematics and Mathematics, Professor Li will become our master, and Assistant Lecturer Mao will become our senior brother. As for us, won't we become the other students' martial uncles? Aha! Sun Ziffin said with a cheeky smile. Yu Dongkai was stunned by his brother's strange way of thinking. But after thinking about it, he felt that this was indeed the case, so he quickly gave him a thumbs up and laughed. Yes, Brother Ziffin's words are reasonable, very reasonable. Haha. I didn't expect you and me to become martial uncles so soon. Ha ha ha. This wild laughter immediately attracted the attention of the other students in the school. Slap. Sun Ziffin slapped him hard and said angrily, Are you stupid? Do you want everyone to hear you so loudly? Sorry. But why hasn't Assistant Master Mao come today? Yu Dongkai rubbed the back of his head and then asked doubtfully. Sun Ziffin rolled his eyes and said, How would I know? But I told you to buy a newspaper for me this afternoon. Did you buy it? Yu Dongkai hurriedly laughed and said, Haha, Brother Ziffin, don't worry. I've already sent my errand boy to the Strange Interest Pavilion to inquire about this newspaper. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to buy it. In the pine forest to the east of the Imperial College, the 9 teachers from different academies sat on the stone benches in the forest, drinking and chatting merrily. They sat down and discussed the Tao, feeling very comfortable. Assistant Teacher Mao, for this Ma Zhou to be able to write such a splendid essay, he must be a virtuous sage. Have you heard of him before? Wang Yaluan held a cup of wine and took the lead to ask. Dr. Wang, this person has always been unknown. I've never heard of him before. Now, this Ma Zhou has amazed everyone with a single brilliant feat. Assistant Master Mao hurriedly replied. Wang Yaluan nodded, stroked his beard and said, well, I have a different opinion about some of this Ma Zhou's points of view. I just don't know if I can write an essay and publish it in the Datong Daily. When the time comes, I can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage. The other assistant teachers and professors also echoed, yes, it would be best if you can debate with Ma Zhou on the same stage. Yes. Assistant Master Mao replied, I also have the same idea, but I don't know how to publish it in the Datong Daily. Why don't we read it together? That's a good idea. A moment later. Shocking. The murderer is so deranged that he killed the whole family. Why did this essay start to use vernacular? There's no literary talent at all? Indeed, it's really disappointing, but the content of this essay is very interesting. Well, maybe this Ma Zhou deliberately used vernacular so that ordinary people can understand it. After the 9 teachers finished reading the first article, they couldn't help but discuss the huge change from classical to vernacular. Drunken scholar met the courtesan of the brothel and did such a despicable thing. Chong and Marquis rushed to widow Zhao Zhuangyi's house in the middle of the night for this reason. Shocking. A woman did such a thing in broad daylight. However, the following 3 pieces of news left everyone dumbfounded. I thought this Ma Zhou was a refined person. I didn't expect him to be so vulgar. Yes, the titles of the following articles are exaggerated and vulgar. It's really a disgrace to the refined. As scholars, how can we be so shameless? It's really abominable. The voices were almost one-sided. Almost all of them condemned Ma Zhou. Ma Zhou had changed from a handsome and virtuous person to a refined scum that everyone condemned in speech and in writing. Only assistant coach Mao and Wang Yaluan didn't say anything. After the others finished criticizing, Wang Yaluan said with a smile, I don't think so. As the saying goes, great vulgarity is great elegance. The difference between vulgarity and elegance is just a matter of thought. It depends on how you look at it. The wording of these few articles is not flowery. The entire article is written in plain language. This old man guesses that this section is mainly written for those who are barely literate and have not studied the meaning of poetry. If that is the case, these topics are really not ordinary. This Ma Zhou is a true wise man. Why do you think so, Brother Yaluan? Yes, why are these titles extraordinary? Wang Yaluan looked at Assistant Coach Mao and said with a faint smile, Assistant Coach Mao, you seem to have some ideas. Why don't you tell us your opinion? Assistant Coach Mao straightened his back and said in a deep voice, I think Ma Zhou wrote these titles on purpose. Professor Wang had previously said that these articles were written for the common people to read. Hence, these titles were even more pleasing to the common people, and would make them even more interested in reading them. I think this is Ma Zhou's cleverest part. He is elegant when he needs to be, and vulgar when he needs to be. Wang Yaluan clapped his hands and said with a smile, Assistant Coach Mao is right. I think so too. Let's continue reading. Wang Yaluan was the most experienced person here. The others couldn't refute his words, so they continued reading. Shocking. Shocking. Men will fall silent. Women will cry. Everyone was gradually getting used to these exaggerated titles, so they didn't make a fuss this time. However, when they saw the content, they were all shocked. Ha! Datong Daily is collecting manuscripts from everyone? It's not limited to men or women, and the pay is very generous. This is a very novel idea. Dr. Wang, do you want to send your masterpiece to this strange culture to try? That's right. Professor Wang, your essay on the Confucian classics is flawless. Wang Yaluan was quite tempted when he heard this. He didn't care much about the pay from Kiki culture, but who didn't want their essays to be read by the world? My fellow colleagues are right. Please excuse me for a moment. I'll go write an article and debate with Ma Zhou. After that, he cupped his hands and left hurriedly with the others. Chapter 207. Excuse me for a moment. I almost forgot that I still have to teach the students. Assistant Lecturer Mao exclaimed when he saw the time. After bidding farewell to everyone, he hurried to the Imperial College. While he was in a hurry, an idea popped up in his mind. Since Datong Daily is offering a high price for everyone's essays, should I give it a try? Unlike Wang Yaluan, who was well off, Assistant Lecturer Mao's salary was relatively low. If his essay was accepted, he could become famous and earn money to support his family. Wouldn't that be perfect? With that in mind, Assistant Lecturer Mao quickened his pace. Good morning, sir. Assistant Lecturer Mao had almost doubled the usual 30-minute journey. He stood on the podium and coughed dryly. Ahem. Sir, I was delayed by something earlier. In the afternoon, everyone will study by themselves and revise what I explained this morning. Assistant Lecturer Mao's mind was elsewhere. He cleverly copied Li Zixuan's lazy trick and told the students to study by themselves. Although the students were puzzled, they did not ask too much and could only obey obediently. Assistant Lecturer Mao saw that everything was settled. He asked a few students to keep an eye on the situation and then hurried to his office. He remembered that Datong Daily had written that submissions should be submitted as early as possible. If he went back now and sent it to Qiziu Culture, it might be published tomorrow. In a restaurant in Dongshi City. So there was a massacre in Xinfeng County recently. No wonder I saw so many officials when I went to my child's second aunt's house last time. That's right. This family is so pitiful. Big Dog Wang, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Haha, Zhao Lauer, didn't you read today's newspaper? What newspaper? Here. That's the one. This morning, there were children hawking this all over the capital. Didn't you buy one? Oh my, it's such a big piece of paper with so many words. I can't afford it. What's written on it? Is it as good as what you said? Haha, Zhao Lauer, you're wrong this time. This newspaper isn't expensive. It only costs 5 copper coins. How is it? Are you surprised? Haha, let me tell you, the things written in the newspaper are really *king interesting. For example, let me read to you. Drunken scholar encounters brothel's top courtesan and actually commits such a despicable act. What do you think? Do you want to see it? The eyes of the man named Zhao Er immediately lit up. He hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice and said with a lewd smile, Yes, yes, yes. Brother Dago, quickly tell me what happened next. Seeing Zhao Lauer's anxious face, Wang Dago's vanity was greatly satisfied. He smiled proudly and said, Hee hee, then let me tell you. 2 days ago, a drunken scholar wandered into Peace Square. As Wang Dago spoke, more and more people gathered around the table. The newcomers didn't know what Wang Dago was talking about. After asking, they understood that it was an interesting story from Datong Daily. After getting to the bottom of it, they were naturally surprised by the low price of Datong Daily. They all secretly made up their minds that if they met a child selling newspapers tomorrow, they would definitely buy a copy. It would be stupid not to buy such an interesting and cheap newspaper. This interesting phenomenon was rapidly spreading to all parts of Chang'an. The novel thing called newspapers was also quietly entering the lives of the people of Tang Empire. Brother Ma, how's the sales of today's newspaper? Li Zixuan went straight to the workshop after class. He went to the back hall and found Ma Zhou. Lord Zhu, you're here. Ma Zhou first bowed to Li Zixuan. Then he said with a flushed face, This morning, the sales of the newspaper weren't good. After all, it was just launched. Many people still don't know what a newspaper is. Those who were willing to spend money to buy it at that time were mostly greedy for the cheap price of the newspaper, not because of the content of the newspaper. Therefore, in one morning, only less than 400 copies of the newspaper were sold. However, when it was close to noon, a few groups of people suddenly came. They all seemed to be from rich and powerful families. Each of them bought dozens of copies, and they seemed to already know the content of the newspaper. Before Lord Zhu came, all the newspapers today were sold out. The more Ma Zhou spoke, the more excited he became. He was indeed excited. First of all, the good sales of the newspaper were an affirmation of his hard work. Second of all, in the first edition of the newspaper, There were many proud works that he had been brewing for a long time. Now, they were widely praised in Chang'an. His political views and ambitions would be read by countless people. He was very likely to become famous in one fell swoop. Li Zixuan looked at the excited Ma Zhou and smiled meaningfully. Haha, now that Brother Ma is going to become a big celebrity in Chang'an, it won't be long before the officials in the imperial court know that there is such a talented and virtuous person among the people. At that time, maybe His Majesty will also be alarmed. Brother Ma's day of meteoric success will not be far away. Haha. Li Zixuan was right. Gold would shine no matter where it was. If Li Er knew about Ma Zhou, this kind of genius, he would definitely spare no effort to recruit him. According to the historical records, in the 5th year of Zhengguan, Li Er requested that every official in the imperial court write an article about the gains and losses of the current political situation. At that time, Ma Zhou was only a follower of Chang He. This person was very important. He was a trusted aide of Taizong. That year, when the Xuanwu Gate was changed, Chang He was the one who guarded the Xuanwu Gate. Chang He was a military general and did not know how to write. When he saw that the emperor wanted him to write an article, he could not help but feel anxious. When Ma Zhou heard this news, he wanted to repay the emperor's kindness and took the initiative to write the article for Chang He. Chang He was very happy and let Ma Zhou write it for him. A few days later, Chang He presented the article that Ma Zhou had written about the current political situation to Li Er. After Li Er read it, he was shocked. He knew that Chang He was not good at writing. How could he write such a thorough article? He did not believe that this was written by Chang He and asked Chang He if he had written it. Chang He was an honest person and did not take credit for himself. He honestly told Li Er. When Li Er heard that there was such a genius under Chang He was very happy and immediately wanted to meet this genius. He did what he thought and ordered someone to call Ma Zhou over from Chang He's residence. However, he did not expect that Ma Zhou would be so arrogant. The attendant that was sent over came back alone. Not only was Li Er not angry, he sent someone to invite Ma Zhou again. After sending out 4 envoys, he finally managed to invite the arrogant Ma Zhou to the imperial palace. This was the famous story of Taizong's 4th invitation to Ma Zhou in history. Li Zixuan had heard their history teacher talk about it in his previous life. Therefore, he purposely said it today to see how Ma Zhou would respond. In fact, he was not confident that he could keep Ma Zhou. After all, the temple of Qiziu culture was still too small and could not accommodate a great god like Ma Zhou. Compared to Li Er's great temple, Qiziu culture did not have any attraction. What kind of person was Ma Zhou? Naturally, he could tell that there was another meaning in Li Zixuan's words. He was stunned. After a moment, he solemnly cupped his hands and said, "What are you talking about, Lord Zhu? Ma Zhou was just a homeless scholar in Chang'an. I am indebted to Lord Zhu for not abandoning me and being willing to help me in a business together. That is how Ma Zhou is today. Now that Qiziu culture has just taken shape, I will definitely not leave." Chapter 208. Even if His Majesty summons me at this time, I will never do such a treacherous thing. I remember Lord Zhu once said that you want all the scholars in Tang to be able to read books. At least before this great wish is realized, I will not leave. In the back hall of the workshop, Ma Zhou looked at Li Zixuan and said sincerely. Li Zixuan was touched. Unlike modern people who chased after fame and fortune, ancient scholars had integrity. This was the first time he had experienced such a scholarly character. Haha, Brother Ma. You are a man of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I was right about you. But don't worry, Brother Ma, the scale of quirk culture will become bigger and bigger in the future. It will not bury your talent. Moreover, Brother Ma's future will not be bad if you work in quirk culture. Just like now, didn't you become famous in Chang, and because of the first issue of the newspaper? After listening to Ma Zhou's sincere words, Li Zixuan could not help but laugh happily. Ma Zhou nodded in agreement and said, "Haha, Lord Zhu is right. Ma Zhou has been wandering around for so many years, and I am a little indifferent about the future. The most important thing for a person is self-cultivation. A talented person will get the future he deserves no matter where he is." Haha, that makes sense. Gold will shine no matter where it is. The two talked and laughed for a while. Unknowingly, their relationship became closer. Lord Zhu, the first batch of books has about 300 copies of each book, a total of 15 books. It is estimated that the printing will be completed in the next few days. How is the preparation of our bookstore? Ma Zhou took the initiative to ask. Li Zishuan pondered and said, Brother Ma, don't worry about this matter. I have already bought a shop next to Quirk Pavilion. The interior has been renovated and it can be opened at any time. In the future, this shop will be used to sell new paper, books, and newspapers. The shop will be named after Quirk culture. What do you think, Brother Ma? Li Zishuan had already asked Wang Zhong to contact someone about the shop. Wang Zhong was in charge of paying for the shop and finding someone to decorate it. He had always been a good hands-off shopkeeper. Very good, very good. Since everything is under Lord Ju's control, I just need to do things with peace of mind. Steward Ma, there's a young man outside who insists on buying a newspaper. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, a manservant came over and said in a hurry, Tell him directly that today's newspaper has been sold out and that he will come back tomorrow. Ma Zhou waved his hand and said. The manservant said with a bitter face, I also told that person, but he said that he had to buy the newspaper today. Otherwise, he was afraid that his young master would not forgive him. Moreover, he came here today after inquiring about many places. The person asking for the newspaper outside was the errand boy sent by Yu Dongkai. After this unlucky fellow was sent out by his young master, he asked around and finally found the curious pavilion workshop. In the end, he was told that the newspaper was sold out. Thinking that she would definitely be punished by her young master if she went back like this, the little attendant made a scene at the entrance of the workshop, unwilling to leave. Li Zishuan saw an open newspaper on the table. Ma Zhou must have read it himself, so he said, Here, take this and send that person away. Yes, boss. The manservant took the newspaper and hurriedly left. Li Zishuan looked at Ma Zhou and said, Brother Ma, go and get someone to print more newspapers. From tomorrow onwards, the number of newspapers printed will gradually increase. I estimate that the demand for newspapers will increase. What Lord Ju said makes sense. I also have the same intention. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Well, Brother Ma, how are the preparations for the layout of the second issue of the newspaper? After all, the newspaper had just been published. Li Zishuan felt that there would be relatively few people submitting articles today, so he asked this question. Ma Zhou smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, Lord Ju. I have already prepared the content of the second issue. Even if no one comes to submit articles today, I will still be able to fill the newspaper. Li Zishuan felt a little relieved. Ma Zhou's work was indeed reassuring. There were some things that he did not need to instruct at all. Ma Zhou had already taken the initiative to do it. Nan Feng, come here. In an old house in Yang Lane, Wang Yaluan called for the servant to come over. Hey master, you called for me? A servant in green ran over quickly and bowed. Wang Yaluan handed over a stack of papers and said, Nan Feng, help me send these papers to the editorial department of Quirk Culture in the East City. Tell them that I want to submit articles. Yes, master. Nan Feng took the papers and was about to go out. Suddenly, he paused and hesitated carefully. Master, where is the editorial department of Quirk Culture? I have never heard of it. Wang Yaluan stroked his beard and smiled. Haha, according to the newspaper, it should be inside the workshop of Quirk Pavilion in Ani Lane. You should be able to find it if you look carefully. Although Nan Feng did not know what a newspaper was, he still knew about the workshop of Quirk Pavilion that had been popular in Chang and recently. Yes, master. Don't worry. I will definitely send the papers. The Imperial College. Kong Ingda had gotten a newspaper from somewhere. He was sitting on a stool and reading it with great interest. From time to time he would sigh. After an unknown period of time, Kong Ingda put down the newspaper and sighed. This Ma Zhou is really a refined person. The first few policy essays were written clearly and logically. The last few articles on current affairs, although straightforward and popular, did not lose their humor. Haha, although the latter part of the novel is unrealistic, the imagination of a heavenly steed soaring across the skies is truly admirable. Moreover, this newspaper even intends to let scholars submit articles. I'm afraid its influence will only grow in the future. Kong Ingda took another look at the newspaper and shouted, Ah Lu! A moment later, a young servant came in and bowed. Master. Ah Lu, every morning, when you see a child selling newspapers, remember to buy a copy of this newspaper for me. Kong Ingda held the newspaper and instructed. Yes, master. Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. Genius. This is a genius. Ma Zhou? Zhao Song. Who is Ma Zhou? Li Er asked curiously as he leaned on his dragon throne and looked at the newspaper that he had gotten from God knows where. Your Majesty. Ma Zhou is a scholar in the workshop of Li County. According to the investigation, this newspaper was handled by Ma Zhou. Zhao Song was obviously prepared. When he heard Li Er's question, he quickly answered. Yes, go and investigate this Ma Zhou in detail. I am very interested in this person. Li Er nodded and ordered softly. Yes. A moment later, Li Er suddenly laughed. Haha, this Xinfeng County magistrate is really good at solving cases. He deserves to be rewarded. Zhao Song, send someone to the Ministry of Personnel to pass on my orders. Xinfeng County Magistrate Chong Qingyuan is conscientious, selfless, and able to solve cases like a god. He will be rewarded with 100 pieces of gold and silver and 10 pieces of silk. Chapter 209. In the Ganlu Palace. After about an hour, Li Er finally finished reading all the contents of the newspaper. He did not frown or criticize or scold the clickbait articles at the end and the novel at the end. He just smiled thoughtfully and said to Zhao Song, this newspaper that you found is quite interesting. I see that it says that there is a daily edition here. From now on, send me a daily edition of the newspaper. Zhao Song heard Li Er and smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He bowed and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Oh, right. How much is the price of this newspaper? Li Er thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, the price of this newspaper is 5 coins per copy. It's so cheap. Doesn't that mean that ordinary people can also afford to buy newspapers? Li Er raised his eyebrows and said in surprise. Unlike some fatuous emperors who did not know the ways of the people, Li Er was very familiar with the prices of the people. He knew how cheap a newspaper was at 5 coins per copy. Indeed, Your Majesty. I heard from the eunuch in the palace that there were people talking about the news in the newspaper in all the taverns in Chong, and today. Every time Li Xianxia comes up with something new, the people of Chong and will talk about it for a long time. Li Er thought for a while and shook his head with a smile. Heh, this kid still has a conscience this time. He did not set a high price for profit. I don't know what he's thinking. But this is also a good thing. It can let the people know about the Tang Empire's national policy. It's also beneficial to the imperial court. Moreover, this newspaper will encourage more people to learn how to read. It's quite a good education. Li Zishuan, this kid, I'm afraid he's up to something big. Steward Ma, 2 people came to the workshop to deliver manuscripts. They said that their master is coming over to submit a manuscript. In the backyard of the workshop, in the editorial department of Qiziu Culture, a servant knocked on the door and came in. He bowed to Ma Zhou and reported. Ma Zhou's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He got up and took the manuscripts and said, Okay, I got it. Song Xiaoxi, thank you for your hard work. Song Xiaoxi trembled. He did not expect Ma Zhou, a big shot in the workshop, to remember his name. It's not hard at all. This is what I should do. Steward Ma, thank you for your hard work. Song Xiaoxi hurriedly said with a smile. Ma Zhou smiled and said, Well, if there are any submissions in the future, please send them to me as soon as possible. This is very important. Yes, I will remember. If Steward Ma has nothing else, I will take my leave. Ma Zhou smiled and nodded. After Song Xiaoxi left the room, he sat down and read the article seriously. After a while, he clapped his hands and laughed. Good article. Good article. It seems that tomorrow's newspaper needs to be changed. With that, he took the manuscript and hurried out to the printing department of the workshop. The next morning, with the beating of the morning drum in the bell tower, the city of Chang'an, which had been asleep all night, was awakened. The pedestrians and peddlers who had woken up early also walked out of the shop and began a tiring day of running around. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. Fresh out of the Tang Dynasty Daily, today's headline was, Bloodwind Stockade is heartless enough to kidnap innocent girls. Li County's man is enraged by a beauty, draws his sword and challenges Beimang Mountain alone. If you want to know what will happen, you only need to pay 5 coins. Early in the morning, A newspaper boy on a skateboard wandered around the streets of Chang'an. The crisp sound of selling newspapers woke up the people who had just woken up and were still in a daze. The passers-by saw that these children were all neat and tidy and were very cute. Moreover, the story from the newspaper boy was really interesting. The most important thing was that the newspaper was not expensive. Many people had already bought the newspaper yesterday and the content was really interesting. Therefore, the passers-by who woke up early all took out 5 copper coins to buy the newspaper. "Hey, kid, wait. Give me a copy of the newspaper." "Give me a copy too." "Give me a copy." Unlike the desolate sale situation yesterday morning, after a day of accumulation, many people knew that the content of the newspaper was really interesting. As soon as the newspaper boy came out, he was surrounded by many people. Don't worry, everyone has one." "Auntie, you haven't paid yet." "Uncle, don't worry, here's your change." "Don't push, everyone must have one." The newspaper boy had never experienced such a scene and was a little flustered. However, these people still had some quality. Under the advice of the newspaper boy's young voice, although they did not manage to be orderly, at least there was no stampede. After a quarter of an hour, the crowd in front of the newspaper boy finally dispersed. He breathed a sigh of relief and was secretly happy. According to today's situation, he would definitely be able to sell a lot of newspapers. When the time came, he would get a lot of money. According to Li Zixuan's suggestion, Ma Zhou set the daily salary for these newspaper boys according to the number of newspapers they sold every day. For every 5 newspapers sold, they would get a commission of 1 coin. It was not that Li Zixuan was stingy, but for these children, earning a dozen coins a day was really a lot. Moreover, with the current price of the newspaper, the workshop was not making money. Now they were making a loss. First, they had to build the reputation of the newspaper and then think about making money. After Li Zixuan finished his breakfast, he sat in the carriage on the way to the Imperial College. Just as he stepped out of the door, he heard the newspaper boy's advertisement for selling newspapers. He almost vomited blood. Ma Zhou was the one who came up with the advertising message for the newsboy. The message was changed every day. Yesterday, he was only concerned about the progress of the layout of today's newspaper and did not look at the content. In his opinion, since he used Ma Zhou, he should not doubt the people he used and not use the people he suspected. He should try his best to delegate as much power as possible. Of course, one could also say that he was lazy. Who knew that he would put himself in the headlines by delegating power? This Ma Zhou was King up trouble. How could an employee mess with his boss like this? "San Bao, go and buy a newspaper for me." Li Zixuan's face was full of black lines as he shouted outside. "Yes, young master." San Bao stopped the carriage outside and quickly went to buy a newspaper and handed it in. Li Zixuan opened the newspaper and began to read it seriously. After a while, he touched his chin and muttered with a smug face, "Am I really that handsome? Not bad, not bad. This Ma Zhou's writing style is really good. Kiseske, this psychological description is so accurate. It deeply and vividly shows the anxiety of an infatuated man to save the woman he loves. Kiseske, this description of the action is so handsome. Haha, Ma Zhou, well done. When I go to the workshop, I will give you a raise." Li Zixuan was originally unhappy that his subordinate had made the headlines. However, when he saw Ma Zhou's wonderful description in the newspaper, the discomfort in his heart was immediately forgotten. Anyway, this news was not written by him, so there was no suspicion of him praising himself. At most, it could be considered as him praising himself. Iron Egg heard his master's shameless words and quickly lowered his head to cover his face. He could not help but snicker. Chapter 2:10. You brat, what are you laughing at? Am I not handsome and powerful? In the carriage, Li Zixuan saw Iron Egg covering his face with his hands, as if he was ashamed to be associated with him. Li Zixuan slapped the table and snorted. No, of course you are powerful." Iron Egg quickly waved his hand to deny it. "Humph. Here, take a look at it. Actually, this newspaper is very well written." Iron Egg was speechless. Young master, the newspaper you wanted, I have bought it for you." On Vermilion Bird Avenue, a young boy in green held the latest newspaper and excitedly rushed to the front of a black carriage. A chubby little hand immediately stretched out from the carriage, and then a hurried voice was heard. Quick, bring it to me." Under the urging of the carriage owner, the newspaper was quickly dragged into the carriage. The person in the carriage was Yu Dongkai. The little fatty was holding a piece of pastry in his hand a moment ago. After he received the newspaper, he immediately stuffed the pastry into his mouth, and then eagerly opened the newspaper and jumped directly to the novel section at the end. This guy was not interested in reading the previous articles. He bought the newspaper to read the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. Yu Dongkai did not directly look at the content. He first glanced at the few chapters that were available today. When he realized that it was still 3 chapters, he felt a little disappointed. However, these feelings of disappointment were quickly washed away by the wonderful plot. On the other streets, the hot sales of the newspaper continued. Many of the newspaper boys entered the more crowded streets and began to peddle their wares, but they were surrounded by people.
Quick, give me a newspaper.
Give me 5 copies.
Why do you need so many? I am buying for my young master and young mistress. Why do you care?
The newspaper boys happily sold the newspapers and received money while looking at the decreasing number of newspapers in their hands, secretly anxious. Before dawn, the newspaper boys everywhere had already sold out. At 4:45, the second issue of Datong Daily was sold out. Uncles, aunts, brothers and sisters, I am very sorry.
Today's newspaper is sold out. Please buy more tomorrow.
A newspaper boy shouted when he saw that there were still 20 to 30 people in front of him who wanted to buy the newspaper.
It's sold out so quickly?
Yeah, it was sold out as soon as I got here.
It's over. I didn't manage to buy the newspaper. I'll be punished when I get home.
Little kid, go back and ask your shopkeeper to print more newspapers.
That's right.
There were still some smart people in the crowd. The paper boy also felt that what they said was reasonable. He quickly excused himself and ran to the workshop on his scooter. Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Steward Ma, bad news, bad news.
Song Xiaoxi rushed over anxiously. Ma Zhou's expression suddenly changed. He quickly got up and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?"
When Song Xiaoxi saw Ma Zhou's expression, he knew that Ma Zhou had misunderstood. He quickly explained, "Steward Ma, it's not a bad thing. Today's newspapers have all been sold out. The newsboys have all returned." Ma Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, but then exclaimed, "What? They were sold out so quickly? We printed 5,000 copies today." But they were indeed sold out. A lot of people didn't manage to buy them, but they were still clamoring to buy them. "Steward Ma, what should we do now?" Ma Zhou thought for a while and decisively said, "Print more. Ask the printing department to start printing more copies immediately. Print 3,000 copies first. Get ready to continue printing at any time."
"Yes, I'll go now."
Imperial College. School of Mathematics. After the painful lesson of Wang Meng last time, no one dared to read novels during class this time. However, this didn't stop them from reading novels after class. "Hey, Wang Meng, did you read the newspaper today?" After class, Chung Chumo ran to Wang Meng's side and proudly said, "Oh, I bought it when I came this morning, but I didn't have time to read it."
"Why?
How many chapters did Leather Knight update today?" Wang Meng took out a piece of pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. He pulled out the newspaper from under his seat and said in a muffled voice, "Hee, it's still 3 chapters today. Speaking of which, Hanli has already become an in-name disciple of the 7 Mysteries sect. Furthermore, Dr. Mo has taken a liking to him and accepted him into the God Hand Valley. Dr. Mo even passed on a nameless chant to Hanli. Woo. Pei, what are you doing?" Chung Chumo hadn't finished bragging when Wang Meng covered his mouth. F***CK. Can you stop talking? You've already said everything. What's the point of reading it? Wang Meng said hatefully. After spending so much time together, Chung Chumo, Li Tai, Qin Huayu, and the others had already become familiar with the others. When they were mischievous, they didn't care about each other's identities. Pei, did you not wash your hands? It stinks." Chung Chumo turned on his insulting mode again. Wang Meng angrily said, F***CK, you're the one who didn't wash your hands. I was just eating. Li Tai looked at the two with a look of superiority. He already knew the first 10 chapters of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. If it weren't for Li Zixuan's strict order not to reveal it to others, This little fatty would definitely run out to Cheng Chumo and Wang Meng and spoil their faces.
Hey, Wang Meng. I didn't buy the newspaper today. Let's read a novel together.
After reading A Mortal's Journey to Immortality yesterday, I almost couldn't sleep.
Yes, me too. Let's read it together.
Hearing that Wang Meng had a novel to read, 3 to 5 students immediately surrounded him.
Kushirqing, you actually read the newspaper too?
Cheng Chumo saw that Wang Meng couldn't cause any more trouble and was preparing to return to his seat. Suddenly, he saw Kushirqing, the university tyrant in everyone's eyes, flipping through the newspaper. Cheng Chumo immediately approached him as if he had discovered a new continent.
Why can't I read the newspaper?
Many of the articles in this newspaper are very well written, and some of the current affairs are also well written. Just by reading this newspaper, you can know the world's affairs without going out.
Kushirqing looked at Cheng Chumo strangely and asked.
So he was reading the newspaper to study.
Cheng Chumo was a little frustrated.
He shook his head and said, "It's okay, I'm just casually asking." After saying that, he was about to leave, but he still asked somewhat unwillingly, "Then don't you want to read the latter part of the novel?"
"It's very good,"
Kushirqing said matter-of-factly. "Of course I read it. Although the writing of this novel is not good, the creativity is really novel. I usually read the first part of the novel before reading it."
"Oh."
Cheng Chumo nodded and turned to leave, feeling a little hurt. Suddenly, Meng Wenhao's voice came from behind him.
"Hey, Chumo, can you lend me your newspaper?"
Meng Wenhao said somewhat embarrassedly. 5 copper coins for a newspaper was very cheap for others, but for Meng Wenhao, he was still somewhat reluctant to buy it. Now that everyone was saying that the content in the newspaper was very interesting, he also couldn't help but want to read it. Cheng Chumo looked at him and then nodded.
"Okay, no problem. I'll give it to you."
Thank you.
Imperial College Teaching Room. During the break between classes.
"Hey, Ziffin, did you read the newspaper today?"
Yes, I read it.
"It's very interesting, but it's a pity that there are only 3 chapters. I really want to catch this Leather Knight and make him write a few more chapters." Sun Ziffin's face first had a look of reminiscence, but then a look of hatred appeared on his face. "Yeah, this person is really hateful. He only writes 3 chapters a day and always keeps people in suspense." Yu Dongkai also said with hatred. Chapter 2:11. Li Zixuan had no idea that he was being targeted by the 2 little bastards. He was taking advantage of the break between classes to rest on the sofa in the carriage in front of the classroom. It wasn't that he was lazy, but it was really tiring to stand and lecture for a long time. At this moment, he truly understood how difficult it was to be a teacher in his previous life. It was indeed a respectable profession. Outside the classroom of the Imperial College, Assistant Professor Mao also took advantage of the break between classes to come out. Unlike Li Zixuan, he didn't have a luxurious caravan. Assistant Professor Mao came to the grove and sat on a large rock. He hurriedly flipped open the newspaper to see if his article had been accepted. "Hey, Assistant Professor Mao, have you read the newspaper today?" At this moment, a white-robed scholar walked over and said with a smile, "Oh, Assistant Professor Tsin. I asked the servant to buy the newspaper today, but I haven't had the time to read it yet. I took advantage of the break between classes to have a look." The scholar was Assistant Professor Tsin from the Four Gates Academy, who had discussed Tao with him yesterday. At this moment, Teaching Assistant Tsin said with a smile, "Then Brother Mao, quickly take a look. Both your and Dr. Wang's articles have been published in today's newspapers. I've already read them. I didn't expect Brother Mao to still be so brilliant despite not writing for so many years." Assistant Professor Mao was pleasantly surprised.
Really?
He didn't care about modesty anymore. He hurriedly flipped open the newspaper to look for his article.
"Yo,
Brother Zheng, what are you doing here?" Yang Lane, Wang Yaluan's old house. There was a knock on the door. Wang Yaluan knew it was Professor Zhang, so he personally went out to welcome him. "Haha, Brother Yaluan, I'm here to congratulate you. Have you read the newspaper today?" Professor Zhang followed Wang Yaluan into the courtyard and laughed.
"Yes, I have."
"Haha, Brother Yaluan's policy paper was really brilliant.
I'm itching to write one too."
"Brother Zhang, you must be joking. Your policy paper is definitely better than mine. If you write, I won't dare to embarrass myself. Please come in and let's talk inside. In a restaurant in East City, two men in their 30s were sitting opposite each other. There were 2 or 3 dishes on the table. The gray-clothed man took a sip of wine with satisfaction. Then he looked at his companion and proudly said, "Hey, Wang Dachui, have you read today's newspaper?" Wang Dachui stuffed a mouthful of food into his mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Not yet." "What's so nice about it?" "Hey, you're wrong. Do you know that the Bloodwind Stockade was wiped out by the Imperial Court's army a while ago?" "I know. I saw those bandits at Yanqing Gate that day." "Then do you know why these mountain bandits were suddenly exterminated after occupying Mount Mang for so many years?" "I don't know about that. I was also wondering earlier. Aren't those mountain bandits quite famous on the Greenwood Path? How did they get wiped out all of a sudden?" Haha, that's the headline of today's newspaper. It said that the Bloodwind Stockade abducted innocent girls. A man from Li County was so angry that he drew his sword and challenged Mount Mang alone. Let me tell you, the process was King brilliant. Wang Dachui's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. He hurriedly said, "Hey, then Brother Zhao, quickly tell me about it." "What's the point of talking about it? I'm not a storyteller. You might as well buy a newspaper. It's only 5 coins. Nowadays, how many people in Chang'an City don't read newspapers?" The gray-clothed man looked disgusted. He was just short of saying, "You don't even read newspapers. You're already out." Wang Dachui was sweating profusely. He didn't expect that he couldn't chat happily with others just because he didn't read the newspaper. "Damn, I'll buy it. It's not like I can't afford it. Waiter, help me buy a newspaper. Here, the extra coin is your reward." The waiter was speechless. This situation was not unique. Today, it was happening everywhere in Chang'an City. In this era where there was a general lack of entertainment, a trivial matter could be talked about for a long time. The news in the newspaper just happened to be the topic of many people's leisure conversations. People who had never read newspapers naturally felt that they couldn't chat well. Therefore, as long as their families were not particularly poor, they would buy a newspaper and read it. This was a new thing. Once it had a certain number of fans, it would become popular in the later stages without additional publicity. Because the initial fans would take the initiative to introduce this new thing to the people around them. Eventually, the fans would snowball and become larger and larger. After the morning class, Li Zixuan left the teaching house. When he was about to go home for lunch, he saw Kong Ingda walking towards him. Li Zixuan asked Iron Egg to get in the car first, and he went up to him. "Chancellor Kong, you're looking for me?" This old man usually didn't come over. Once he did, something must have happened. As for whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, Li Zixuan secretly calculated in his heart. It seemed that the probability of something bad happening was higher. It's not a big deal." Kong Ingda looked around, paused, and said in a low voice, "I've read today's newspaper. Generally speaking, it's not bad. However, I still want to say one more thing. Young people should be more humble. You must not be arrogant and boast about yourself." After Kong Ingda finished speaking, he patted Li Zixuan and left directly. He didn't give Li Zixuan a chance to explain. In his opinion, the facts were right in front of him. There was no need to explain. "Hey, it's not like that." Li Zixuan was stunned by Kong Ingda's strange words. When he came back to his senses, Kong Ingda had already disappeared. This old man, Li Zixuan grumbled under his breath for a while, then stopped caring about this matter. If others misunderstood, then let them misunderstand. Imperial Palace, West Court. "Your Majesty, is this the newspaper? I've heard many people talking about this newspaper these 2 days." Zhang Sun couldn't help but ask when she saw Li Er flipping through the newspaper while eating. It's the newspaper. Guanyin maid, come and take a look." Li Er put down his chopsticks and hugged Zhang Sun. He sniffed her body fragrance, then pointed at the newspaper headline and laughed. "Look, this newspaper was created by Li Zixuan. But now this brat is here boasting about himself. How shameless." Zhang Sun curiously leaned forward. After a moment, she covered her mouth and laughed. "This child. Haha, isn't he shameless? Your Majesty, this style of writing, I'm afraid it doesn't match Li Zixuan's style? Zhang Sun had seen Li Zixuan's memorial before, so she had some doubts. Li Er laughed and said, "Of course this article wasn't written by that brat himself. If he really did that, wouldn't he be shameless to the extreme? I reckon that Li Zixuan must have forced Ma Zhou to write it." "That brat. Your Majesty, who is this Ma Zhou?" Li Er said warmly, "This Ma Zhou he." Chapter 212. Han Village. Yushi, this is the newspaper that I asked old Hu to bring back from Chang'an. Han Lijing walked in from outside and handed a newspaper to Han Yushi. Then he smiled. Han Yushi quickly took it and said happily, "Thank you, father." "Haha, take a look. What's written in today's newspaper?" "Okay." Han Yushi responded softly and began to read the newspaper carefully. Today's headline came into view. Bloodwine Stockade abducted a good girl. Li County's man was furious for a beauty. He drew his sword and challenged Beimang Mountain alone. Han Yushi's expression couldn't help but be startled. The soul-stirring life and death rescue half a month ago reappeared in her mind once again. The corners of her eyes flashed with tears not long after. "Yushi, what's wrong with you?" Han Lijing saw that his daughter's expression was not right. She looked like she was about to cry, so he quickly asked. "No, nothing, father. Today's newspaper is very interesting. I want to take it back to my room and read it carefully." Han Yushi immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly wiped the corner of her eyes and forced a smile. Although Han Lijing felt that something was wrong, he was a father. He was always separated from his daughter's inner world. Some things were not good to ask in detail. He could only nod and say, "Okay, you go. Yushi, if you have anything unhappy, you can go to Qin's mansion in Chang'an to talk to your adoptive mother. Although you can't see Xiaoxian before you get married, you can still go to your adoptive mother's house." Ever since the marriage between the Han and Li families was confirmed, Han Lijing changed the way he addressed Li Zixuan from young master to little Xian. It wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he was considering his daughter's life after marriage. If he continued to call Li Zixuan young master, it would unknowingly lower his daughter's status. "Okay, thank you, father. I'll go back to my room first." Han Yushi's heart was warm. She stood up and said. Han Lijing nodded. In the room, Han Yushi picked up the newspaper again and continued to read the headline. Although she had experienced all of this personally, she had experienced it from her own perspective. This news article was written entirely from Li Zixuan's perspective. One afternoon, Ma Zhou asked Li Zixuan about the details of what had happened in Bloodwind Stockade. At that time, Li Zixuan had nothing to do, so he told him about it. However, he did not expect that Ma Zhou would write it into a news report. Han Yushi's gaze flowed between the lines. At this moment, she truly understood the hardships Li Zixuan had gone through to rescue her. That kind of helplessness and despair, that kind of hysterical madness, once again touched Han Yushi's heart. In the eyes of others, these descriptions might be a little exaggerated, but to Han Yushi, who had personally experienced the kidnapping incident, everything was so real. The actual situation was even more dangerous than what was written on it. "Young master, I'm afraid Yushi will never be able to repay what she owes you in this lifetime." As Han Yushi watched, she could not help but cover her mouth and cry bitterly. And Elaine, Strange Interest Pavilion Workshop. Steward Ma, those 3,000 copies of the newspaper have been sold out again. Do you want to continue to print more? Song Xiaoxi ran in with sweat all over his face and said anxiously. "What?" Ma Zhou was really shocked. He stood up and said, "That's 3,000 copies of the newspaper. They were just sent out less than 4 hours ago. How could they be sold out so quickly? It's only 1:15 now. Go and ask the printing department to print another 2,000 copies of the newspaper. Even if they are sold out again, we won't print them today." "Yes, I'll go right away." In a mansion in Chang'an, a 14 or 15-year-old child in brocade clothes was holding the second issue of Tang Daily and reading it with great interest. "Tesveske, this A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality is really wonderful. But why are there only 4 to 5 chapters? Where are the first 3 chapters?" The child in brocade clothes sighed with a little dissatisfaction after reading the first 3 chapters of this issue of A Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. "Brother, you're so stupid. The first 3 chapters are naturally in the last issue of Datong Daily. A little girl around the age of 10 giggled as she spoke from behind. Ayaya, Yen Er's words make sense. Ague, Ague, come over here quickly. The child in brocade clothes was suddenly enlightened. He slapped his thigh and shouted loudly. Young master, why did you call for Ague? Go and buy me a copy of the last issue of Datong Daily. Ague had obviously heard of the newspaper before. When he heard his child's request, he immediately looked troubled. Young master, this newsboy only sells today's newspaper. I'm afraid there's no place to sell the last issue's newspaper. The little girl named Yen giggled and said, Ague, you're so stupid. Don't you know how to buy from someone who bought the last issue of the newspaper? Yes. You're so stupid. Yen is much smarter than you. The child in brocade clothes agreed. Ague wiped the sweat off his forehead and bowed. Thank you for your advice, Mississippi young master. Ague will go and buy the newspaper now. Go. The child in brocade clothes waved his hand anxiously. West City, in the open space next to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. A middle-aged scholar dressed in wrinkled white clothes was sitting in front of a long table. There were dozens of people of all shapes and sizes sitting in the open space. There were men and women, old and young. The middle-aged scholar slapped the table and loudly said, Let's go! That Han Li, who tried his best, did not pass the 7 Mysteries Sect's entrance trial. In the blink of an eye, he reached the top of the cliff. In front of him, there were 6 children sitting cross-legged and resting. Wu Yan was talking to an old man in his 50s, who was wearing a dark blue robe and had his hands clasped behind his back. Hall leader Yu and enforcer Wang were standing beside him. There were also several people standing beside them. The audience below was listening to the story with great interest while drinking the herbal tea bought from the Drunken Immortal restaurant. They were very satisfied. The crowd around them was also growing larger and larger. Shopkeeper, do you want me to drive this poor scholar away? The storyteller actually dared to talk about our Drunken Immortal restaurant. How hateful! In front of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, a young servant said to shopkeeper Lu, who was listening to the story. Pa! Drive your ass! Shopkeeper Lu unhappily slapped the back of the young servant's head and angrily said, Didn't you see how much tea this Hitizui brought to our Drunken Immortal restaurant? Although tea is not as expensive as wine, many a little makes a mickle. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Yes. Shopkeeper Lu is wise. Go. Go brew me another pot of tea. This story is quite interesting. Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and comfortably sat back on the stool, leisurely listening to the story. Gradually, Hitizui's 6th chapter of The Legend of Immortal's Journey to Immortality came to an end. During Dr. Mo's time in the 7 Mysteries sect, although the disciples have never seen his skills and do not know the strength of his martial arts, he has used his brilliant medical skills to save the lives of many disciples. Therefore, although he is often expressionless and rarely speaks, he is still respected by the disciples of the 7 Mysteries sect. Dear guests, today's story has come to an end. This Hitizui's life is not easy. If you have money, come and support me. If you don't have money, come and support me. That's it. That's right. It's too fast. I haven't heard enough yet. Be content. Today, Hitizui told 6 chapters in one go. The first 3 chapters of The Legend of Immortal's Journey to Immortality are already very difficult to read. Yesterday's newspaper didn't have much. That's right. I specifically came here to listen to the first 3 chapters. Hitizui. Well said. Here, this money is your reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 213. As night fell, the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion was still brightly lit. Ma Zhou bent over the table and was writing something. He had been eating and living in the workshop for the past 2 days. Although it was tough, Ma Zhou was excited. The first day of Datong Daily sales volume was 1,000 copies. The second day's sales volume soared to 10,000 copies. Moreover, it was still in short supply. According to this, the sales volume in the next few days would increase at an amazing speed. This brilliant result showed that he had succeeded in running the newspaper. It was not only a success in his career, but also a real success. At this time, Ma Zhou could not help but think of the subtle changes in the attitude of the scholars who helped compile the dictionary in the workshop. In this world, strength spoke louder than words. If Li Zixuan had helped him that day, those scholars would not have been convinced and it would have seriously affected the progress of compiling the dictionary. It was much better to rely on his talent to convince people. Thinking of these pleasant things, Ma Zhou felt that his body was full of vitality again. The frequency of the vibration of the writing brush in his hand increased. The next day, as Ma Zhou expected, the sales of the newspaper were even better. Hey, kid! Give me 2 copies of the newspaper. My young master and young lady are anxious to read the legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. Give me 1 copy. My young master is anxious to go to the Imperial College. Give me 10 copies. After 2 days of word-of-mouth accumulation, there were very few people in Chang, and who did not know about the newspaper. Driven by the popularity of the newspaper, when it was sent out by the newsboy in the morning, it was snatched up. Fortunately, Ma Zhou was prepared and printed 35,000 copies. That was how he withstood the crazy rush in the morning. Master Ma, the 35,000 copies of the newspaper printed this morning are almost finished. Do you want to print more? Now in the workshop, who dared not to admire Ma Zhou when they saw him? Therefore, the people below called Ma Zhou Master Ma instead of Steward Ma. Ma Zhou pondered and said, "Print another 5,000 copies. The demand for the newspaper in the afternoon should not be as high as in the morning." Yes. Old Ma, there are 2 businessmen outside. They said that they want to buy a batch of newspapers from the workshop and send them to the counties near Chang'an to sell. At this moment, Song Xiaoxi rushed in from outside and said, "Someone came so quickly? It seems like there are still smart merchants around." Ma Zhou stroked his chin. He was mentally prepared for this situation. "Let's go and take a look. Brother Ma, how's the newspaper sales today?" After lunch, Li Zixuan came to the workshop. After finding Ma Zhou, he asked directly. Ma Zhou smiled and gestured with his hand. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up as he happily said, 8,000. Li Zixuan didn't know about yesterday's newspaper sales. Otherwise, he wouldn't have guessed that it was 8,000 yuan. According to his estimation, it would be good if the sales volume increased from 1,000 to 8,000 in 3 days. Ma Zhou shook his head and smiled. "Lord Ju, it's 80,000. Yesterday's sales volume reached 10,000. Li Zixuan was shocked and exclaimed, 80,000? How can it be so many? The newspaper was launched less than 3 days ago and the population of Chang'an was only a few 100,000. No matter how optimistic Li Zixuan was about the newspaper sales volume, it was impossible for it to reach 80,000. Ma Zhou smiled and explained, "Lord Ju, at noon, 2 calligraphy and painting businessmen came. They directly ordered 40,000 newspapers from the workshop. They plan to sell them in other counties in Chang'an. Now, the printing department of the workshop is working at full capacity. We're trying to print 40,000 copies before noon." Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "I didn't expect someone to see the potential of this newspaper. Brother Ma, what price did you sell it to them at?" "I sold it at the original price. Our newspaper is already very cheap, so I didn't dare to lower the price privately. These businessmen will definitely sell it at a higher price in other counties. They won't lose money." Li Zixuan nodded and praised. Not bad, not bad." Ma Zhou thought for a moment and said, "Lord Ju, since yesterday, some businessmen have been hoarding a batch of newspapers and selling them at a high price to other places. However, because the number of newspapers they can buy from the newsboys is limited, the scale is not big. The 2 calligraphy and painting businessmen who came today are the real big spenders." Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully. Then he suddenly said, "Brother Ma, since the other businessmen have smelled the business opportunity, why don't we take the opportunity to expand to Tong daily so that the newspaper's influence is not only limited to Chang'an? It's best if we can spread the newspaper's influence to the whole country." Ma Zhou was shocked by Li Zixuan's ambition. He hesitated and said, "Lord Ju, if we do this, we will need too much manpower and resources. With Chitsu Pavilion's current foundation, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Brother Ma, of course, we won't do it ourselves. We can find someone we can cooperate with for a long time. For example, Wang Runbiao. The Wang family has ready-made channels in various places. We don't need to worry about it at all. Ma Zhou thought for a moment. If they cooperated with someone for this matter, there were indeed many benefits. He agreed and said, "That's true. Then I don't have any more questions. Then I'll go find Wang Renbiao later and see if he's interested in cooperating with us." Li Zixuan stood up and suddenly remembered something. He said, "Oh, by the way, Brother Ma, has the first batch of printed books been printed?" Indeed. These books will probably all be sold at Qiziu Pavilion in the East City tomorrow." Ma Zhou heard and replied excitedly. "Great. Brother Ma, remember to make a short advertisement for Qiziu Pavilion in tomorrow's newspaper. It's best if you can make a list and tell everyone how cheap our books are." "Lord Zhu, what's an advertisement?" Li Zixuan explained. "It's an advertisement. The purpose is to let more people know about Qiziu Pavilion's cheap books." "Oh, I see." Ma Zhou nodded in understanding. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Then in the future, can we also put up some advertisements for the merchants and shops that have paid us?" Li Zixuan was shocked. This Ma Zhou's thinking was really advanced. He even knows how to collect advertising fees now. What a genius. Theoretically we can do that. This advertising revenue will be the newspaper's biggest source of income in the future. Now, the most important thing is to promote the newspaper. The more people know about it, the better. Also, Brother Ma, you have to take care of yourself. I see that you don't look too good. You should hurry up and find some assistance for you. Datong Daily can't rely on you all the time. You can't do it all by yourself. Lord Zhu is right. I will hurry up. Chapter 214. Renbiao, what are you doing here? Li Zixuan had just come out of the workshop when he saw Wang Renbiao walking over with Lang Yuyao, the ice beauty. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Wang Renbiao smiled and cupped his hands. "I just went to the Li residence to look for Lord Zhu, but I was told that you were in the workshop. It just so happens that my business has something to do with the workshop, so Yu Yao and I came over." Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that someone sent him a pillow just as he was about to sleep? He quickly greeted without batting an eyelid. "Haha, since Ranbiao has something to do, let's talk inside. Sanbao, get someone to make tea." "Lord Zhu, to be honest, I came here for Datong Daily. Now that this newspaper is popular in Chang'an, and we have a very good foundation for cooperation, why don't you ask the workshop to increase the printing volume and provide me with a batch of newspapers? I will introduce the newspapers to other states and counties. How about it?" After they found a room and sat down, Wang Renbiao went straight to the point. Li Zixuan was delighted. His guess was right. This Wang Renbiao was really coincidental. However, he didn't show it on his face and only pretended to be puzzled. "Renbiao is actually interested in newspapers?" Wang Renbiao smiled. "Of course, the potential value of newspapers is huge. I have read 3 issues of the newspaper, and the content is indeed very interesting." Li Zixuan said, "Haha, Renbiao, how many copies do you want?" To be honest, this morning, 2 Chang'an traveling merchants bought 40,000 copies of newspapers from the workshop. Wang Renbiao didn't look surprised at all. He said, "I have heard of these 2 traveling merchants, and I guess they just want to make a short profit. Lord Zhu, what you need is a long-term cooperation, and I can satisfy that. I can buy 100,000 copies for the first batch, and then I can increase it according to the specific sales volume of each state and county. These newspapers will be sent to other states and counties through our Wang family's various business routes." Li Zixuan was taken aback. This was truly extravagant. He had asked for 100,000 servings, and this was only the first batch. Were all the children of aristocratic families so rich? "Renbiao, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to sell so many newspapers and that they will rot in your hands?" "Haha, the results of the newspaper have already been tested by the people of Chang'an. I don't believe that something that can become popular in Chang and will not be popular in other provinces and counties. After we introduced the scooter and drunken immortal to other places, they became popular among many people." Li Zixuan liked working with Wang Renbiao because of his decisiveness, wisdom, and straightforwardness. Hearing Wang Renbiao's words, he smiled and said, "Good. Since Renbiao is so straightforward, I will also be straightforward this time. The workshop will sell you at least 100,000 copies of the newspaper at the price of 9 copper coins per copy. Don't bargain with me. The two businessmen in the morning both bought it at the original price of 5 copper coins per copy. Wang Ranbiao had a look of joy and said happily, "All right, then this Wang will thank Lord Ju very much. But can Lord Ju start supplying me with the first issue of Datong Daily? The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality, at the back of the newspaper is really interesting. If it is not complete, I am afraid that the people of other provinces and counties will not be satisfied." When Li Zixuan heard Wang Ranbiao say this, he knew that this guy was most likely a fan of novels, so he nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, no problem." Wang Ranbiao suddenly said mysteriously, "Lord Ju, do you know who Leather Knight is?" Li Zixuan was stunned and asked, "What's wrong? Are you looking for him?" I just want him to write a few more chapters every day. Currently, there are only 3 chapters a day. As readers, it is really tiring to wait for him." Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. What kind of rush was this to meet a reader who was urging him to update in person? Fortunately, he used a pen name when he was writing novels. Otherwise, when he went out in the future, would he be kidnapped by readers? The next day, early morning. Selling newspapers, the freshly printed Datong Daily, today's headlines, shocking strange case. The sealed mansion was heavily guarded. Why would a beautiful young woman mysteriously die in broad daylight? Gentlemen, if you want to know what happened after her death, you only need to spend 5 coins to read it. Now, every morning, the people of Chang'an had a new hobby, which was to buy newspapers and read them. As soon as the newspaper boy came out on his scooter, the people who woke up early enthusiastically surrounded him to buy the newspapers. "Quick, give me 2 copies. I want to see how that beautiful young woman died. Give me 1 copy. My young master wants to read the latest legend of a mortal's journey to immortality. Give me 2 copies. My young master and young mistress want to read Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality." After buying the newspapers so many times, everyone had learned how to queue up. This way the efficiency increased. In a short while, dozens of people had received the newspapers. Not far away, a few scholars were reading the same newspaper as they walked. Brother Hua, quickly flip to the back and read Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Yes. I can't wait any longer. Don't. Look, today's newspaper seems a little different. Brother Hua, what's the difference? Why can't I see it? Look at the column in the middle of the newspaper. There are words. It says, Strange Culture opens today. There are 15 types of books on sale. De Shui is 110 coins per volume, Spring and Autumn Classic is 100 coins per volume, Analects of Confucius is 100 coins per volume, Mencius is 90 coins per volume. Hiss! How can it be so cheap? Is there a mistake? Yes. De Shui is 1,400 coins per volume in other bookstores. Brother Hua, let me see. You must be wrong. Scholar Hua was doubting his life after being criticized by his companions. He could only pass the newspaper to his companions and say, "Here it is. Here for you. Brother Meng, take a look for yourself." Scholar Meng quickly took the newspaper and looked at it carefully. Then he exclaimed, "It's true. It's really so cheap. Is this strange culture crazy? Could it be that they are just making up the numbers and selling books with poor printing quality at a cheap price? Let's go and see." Yes. Let's go together. But the East Market is not open yet. Not only these scholars, 80% of the people who received the newspaper saw the advertisement. Strange culture, which had not yet opened, became a hot topic in Chang'an. Countless people were discussing it in private. Some said that it was playing to the gallery, some said that the shopkeeper was crazy, and some said that the price was wrong on the newspaper. However, most people chose to take a look for themselves. What if it was true? If they bought a copy and sold it, wouldn't they be able to make a huge profit? No matter how the people discussed it, Strange Culture became the fastest-selling shop in Chang'an and even the whole Tang dynasty. Chapter 2:15. Clang, clang, clang. As the gongs and drums sounded for the opening of the markets in the East and West markets, countless commoners who had been waiting outside the gates filed in. Unlike the past, the commoners today were especially anxious and seemed to be fighting to be the first. Even the officials who had just sounded the gongs and drums were pushed to the side. Hey,
don't push, don't push. What's there to push? The official stretched out his hand and shouted at the crowd. However, he was alone. Before his shout could spread, it was drowned out by the sea of people. A quarter of an hour later, when the first wave of people had all entered the Easter market, the official wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to his companion with lingering fear, "Phew, why are these people so anxious today? Is there something new going on in East City today?" Another official curled his lip and said carelessly, "Who cares? Wangda, you stay here for a while. I'll go check out the latest legend of a mortal's journey to immortality." "Hey, I just bought it this morning." "Hey, why are you slacking off again? You call this slacking off? If worst comes to worst, I'll explain it to you after reading it. You won't be able to read it anyway." Hee hee, that's great. Dear friends, today is the official opening of Strange Culture. Today, all the books in the store will be 5% off for a limited time. Because the store has just opened, there are only 15 types of books. After a few days, there will be more and more books. I hope everyone can support us. The price of each book has been posted here. If there's anything you're not clear about, feel free to take a look. In the East Market, in front of a small vermilion building next to the Strange Interest Pavilion, Sun Huayuan said loudly to the crowd who had come because of his reputation. Since there was no suitable candidate for the time being, Li Zixuan sent Sun Huayuan over to act as the shopkeeper of the Strange Culture. Anyway, there was only an aisle between the Strange Culture Pavilion and the Strange Culture Pavilion. If anything happened there, Sun Huayuan would have enough time to deal with it. As soon as Sun Huayuan's voice fell, someone below went to look at the price list in front of the door. Then, there was a buzz of discussion in the crowd. "Hey, the price is exactly the same as the one in the newspaper. The newspaper didn't lie." "Yeah, it's incredible. Hey, isn't this shopkeeper Sun? Why aren't you staying at Strange Interest Pavilion? Why are you here?" "That's right, shopkeeper Sunday. What brings you here?" Sun Huayuan gestured with his hands. After the crowd quieted down, he smiled and said, "I'm indebted to the owner for thinking so highly of me. That's why I'm able to serve as the shopkeeper of 2 shops at the same time. As everyone can see, the price of the books in the Quirk Culture Shop is less than 10% of the price of similar books in other bookstores. Our Quirk Culture Shop's original intention is to allow all scholars in Great Tang to be able to read books. Therefore, all the books in the shop are limited to 1 book per person within 3 months, and all the books must be signed and stamped. Please abide by the rules and don't buy too many books under false names. We will check regularly. Once we find a customer who violates the rules, you will forever be blacklisted by Qiziu Culture. You will never be able to buy any books published by Qiziu Culture." Sun Huayuan's words made everyone's blood boil. In this era, there weren't many people who could afford to buy books. A single book could even buy a pretty maid. Books were truly more precious than life. Thus, no matter how dynasties changed, books were always the most valuable items. They were a kind of inheritance and also a kind of faith. It was somewhat similar to houses in modern society. No matter how quickly the value of the yuan depreciated, houses were still the most valuable and fastest appreciating commodity. In modern society, it was hard to find a house, and similarly, in ancient times, it was hard to find a book. Thus, when they heard Sun Huayuan say, "Allow all scholars in Great Tang to be able to read books," many scholars who were usually refined and cultured began to shout the loudest. "Well said, shopkeeper Sun. Good job, shopkeeper Sun. Support Strange Interest Culture. Allow all scholars in Great Tang to be able to read books." Good. Thank you for your support. Strange Interest Culture is now officially open for business. Due to the limited space in the store, please follow your order in the queue and enter in batches to choose the books you want. Remember, each person can only buy 1 book of each type. Sun Huayuan clapped his hands and announced the official opening of Strange Interest Culture. The crowd below couldn't help but cheer loudly. The 10 or so lucky people at the front of the queue hurriedly rushed into the store in excitement. Among these 10 or so people were the scholars who had first discovered the advertisement in the newspaper in the morning. Wow, this book is actually made of high-quality Xian paper. Calculating it, how much is Strange Interest Culture going to lose with each book? After entering the store, these people hurriedly went to the bookshelves to find the books they wanted. One of the scholars picked up a book and flipped through it. When he touched the paper, he immediately exclaimed in disbelief. "That's right.
They actually used such high-quality paper. Just how high is the cost of this book? Isn't strange interest culture going to lose money? That's indeed the case. No matter how rich the owner of strange interest culture is, they can't possibly continue losing money like this, right? SSS. Quickly look at the words in this book. The horizontal and vertical lines are neat and tidy. It's even clearer and neater than the books in other bookstores. This printing quality requires a lot of engraving skills from the carving craftsman. Damn, I thought the reason why Strange Interest Culture's books were sold so cheaply was because they were crudely made. I didn't expect that whether it was the paper or the printing quality, it was so much better than other books. Moreover, it was sold so cheaply. Crazy. Crazy, this Strange Interest Culture is really crazy. Such good books at such a price, I really want to buy all of them. Unfortunately, I can only buy one of each. Shopkeeper, give me one of each of these 15 books. Shopkeeper, I also want one of each. Here, I'll give you the money. Sun Huayuan replied with a smile. Okay, a total of 1,700 wen. Hey, Brother Hua, I didn't bring enough money when I went out today. Can you lend me some? Don't worry, I'll return it as soon as I get back. A scholar touched his shriveled pockets and suddenly looked dejected. It was not easy to get to the front of the queue, but he did not bring any money. What a painful realization. He looked at his classmate and friend and quickly asked for help. No one could bear to give up such a good opportunity. If he could buy it, it would be a profit. Okay, here for you. The scholar surnamed Hua thought for a moment, and then handed a golden bean to that person. Hey, Brother Hua, lend me some money too. I still need 500 won. If I don't buy such a good book today, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Yeah, Brother Hua, you can't leave us in the lurch. The other two scholars saw the situation and quickly went up to him. Such a good book, even if you have to borrow money, you have to buy it. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop like this. Chapter 2:16. The first batch of people who went in almost all bought a book of each kind. When they came out, they all carried a thick stack of books and were all grinning from ear to ear. The people who were queuing behind were secretly anxious when they saw this situation. The people in front had bought a lot, so it was very likely that they would have nothing when it was their turn. Sun Huayuan couldn't help but frown and say, Everyone, please try your best to pick the books you need and leave some opportunities for others. In the future, the supply of books from Strange Culture will definitely increase. You don't have to rush to buy every book. Although he said that, not many people listened to him. The people who went in later still returned with a full load. If the supply of books today reached 100 types, these people might really buy 100 books. It was like a modern house. A house on a certain street was generally priced at around 8 million yuan. If a developer suddenly announced that his house in the same area would only cost 600,000 or 700,000 yuan, wouldn't many people go crazy just thinking about that scene? Even if the developer reminded them that there would be many houses at this price in the future and that they shouldn't rush, would people believe it? They only knew that this price was unique. If they could get it, they would make a profit. Who cared about whether they needed it or not? Who cared about the price in the future? Butcher Zhao, why did you buy so many books? Are you illiterate? A burly man at the back of the queue couldn't help but scold a fierce-looking man who had just come out of Strange Culture with books in his arms. Although I'm illiterate, these books are nice to look at home. Smell the fragrance of the books. Look at the paper. It's so cheap. Wouldn't it be a pity not to buy it? Besides, Blacksmith Feng, aren't you King illiterate as well? Why are you here to join in the fun? Butcher Zhao hugged the books he had just bought and scolded back with a look of superiority. Blacksmith Feng straightened his neck and said, Although I'm illiterate, my son is literate. Can't I buy books for my Ahu? You're a butcher. Isn't it a waste to buy so many books? Bah, you're the one who's wasting. Your Ahu is only 8 years old. How many words can he recognize? Stop bragging here. The two burly men began to argue with each other as they spoke. A disgrace to the educated, a disgrace to the educated. How can such books of sages be wantonly trampled by you? A young scholar dressed in coarse cloth saw this scene and couldn't help but rebuke angrily with a flushed face. That's right. All of you are illiterate. Why are you fighting with us for the sage books? That's right. These books are for us scholars. What are you guys doing here? The young scholar's words immediately resonated with many of the poor scholars. These people were the people who were in need of cheap books in strange culture. Usually, they couldn't afford to buy books, so they had to endure the supercilious looks of others and borrow here and there. Today, they finally heard that there were cheap books for sale here, but when they came to take a look, they saw that there were so many irrelevant people rushing to buy them. Wasn't this just causing trouble? People like Butcher Zhao and Blacksmith Feng, who were illiterate, probably came to buy books with the intention of reselling them to others for a large sum of money. This was because these books could be easily sold for 10 times the profit. It was impossible for others not to be tempted. This was a bit like some of the property speculators in modern times. They didn't buy a house to live in, but to resell it for money. For the time being, people like Butcher Zhao could be called book speculators. Butcher Zhao and Blacksmith Feng were still arguing with each other a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they were denounced by dozens of scholars. Even though the Tang people revered martial arts, these scholars still had a very high status in the eyes of these common people. The two of them looked at each other and were a little scared. They planned to escape with their tails between their legs. Humph! Who said that only scholars can buy books? Can't I buy it for my child? Can't I buy it and learn it myself? Who was born knowing how to read? In any group, there were 2 or 3 daring people. Butcher Zhao and Blacksmith Feng were scared, but it didn't mean that the other book speculators would be scared. Just look at them. Seeing that they were about to become street rats that everyone wanted to beat, a curly-bearded man couldn't help but refute. Big Brother Huang is right. Can't I buy books for my child? Did I violate any laws of the Tang dynasty? You're not convinced? Are you going to scold your mother when she buys books for you? This was the type of person who scolded the streets. Old Wang's wife is right. Besides, shopkeeper's son said that everyone in the Tang dynasty should be able to afford to read. What's wrong with us buying books and learning them ourselves? This was the type who secretly changed the concept. You're spouting nonsense. Shopkeeper's son clearly said that all the scholars in the Tang dynasty should be able to afford to read. You're not a scholar. Immediately, a quick-witted scholar reprimanded. Right. Shopkeeper's son already said that these books are prepared for scholars. What are you all doing here? Only scholars can buy books. All of you go away. Why do you care if I buy books for my son? That's right. You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, come and beat me up. Pooey, such a shrew. You're simply unreasonable. Who are you calling a shrew? Husband, someone is scolding your wife. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Who dares to scold my ruhua? You're asking for a beating. Ayo! A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. You dare to hit someone? So what if I hit you? As a scholar, your mouth isn't clean. You're not worthy of being called a scholar. Yes, hit him. You have no respect for the law. You all really have no respect for the law. The people on both sides blamed each other. The more they argued, the more chaotic they became. In the end, when one of them made a move, it was as if a spark had been thrown into a pile of gunpowder, causing an explosion. In the end, the argument escalated into a group brawl. Sun Huayuan, who was busy collecting money and maintaining order, was caught off guard. Stop, all of you stop. No more fighting. Whoever fights again is not allowed to buy books in the strange culture in the future. When Sun Huayuan heard the commotion outside, he came out to take a look. Immediately, his face turned pale with fright and he hurriedly shouted for them to stop. However, even though he had threatened them, it wasn't enough to calm them down. Sun Huayuan couldn't help but sweat profusely. As he shouted for them to stop, he directed the servants in the shop to pull apart the fighting crowd. But today, there were 700 to 800 people queuing up at the strange culture. His manpower was like a small boat in the sea. It was completely useless. In the end, the commotion alarmed a group of martial marquis who were patrolling the streets. The leader ordered his subordinates to call for reinforcements while he led the rest of the martial marquis into the battle. All of you stop. In broad daylight, you actually dare to fight on the streets. All of you stop immediately. Otherwise, we'll bring you back to the yamen for punishment. The leader of the martial marquis pulled out a large blade from his waist and shouted coldly. His voice was much louder than Sun Huayuan's voice. The noisy crowd immediately froze. Some of the more timid ones exclaimed in surprise, "That's right. Not good, Martial Marquis is here. Quickly stop. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Martial Marquis is here.
Master Martial Marquis, I didn't fight.
This has nothing to do with me. I didn't fight either. A moment later, another large group of Martial Marquis rushed over and surrounded the fighting crowd. The two sides finally stopped fighting and the scene calmed down. Don't move. Who is the shopkeeper of this shop? Come out and answer me. The leader of the young Martial Marquis saw that his companions had finally arrived. He felt a little more confident, so he stood out and said coldly. Chapter 217. Imperial College. In the mathematics school, Lisa Xuan was teaching the students. There was a weekly exam tomorrow, so he was very serious in his lecture. The other students were listening even more seriously. Facing this binary linear equation, we must first observe its structure and find a way to eliminate the elements to reduce the number of unknowns. As for how to do this, let's look at an example. Cough cough. Xianxia Mo, pay attention. Tomorrow's weekly exam will definitely have a binary linear equation. Li Zixuan was about to turn his head to write an example on the blackboard when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Cheng Chimo's little tricks. He could not help but scold him. Cheng Chimo was greatly embarrassed. He quickly straightened his body and puffed out his chest, pretending to be a good student. However, in his heart, he was secretly criticizing Li Zixuan for being a bad brother. Bang bang. At this time, there was a sound of knocking on the door from outside the classroom. Li Zixuan looked up and saw San Bao standing by the door. She was carefully looking at him as if she had something to say. Li Zixuan thought that something must have happened. Otherwise, San Bao would not be so stupid as to disturb him during class time. Thus, he said to the students, "Wait a moment." Then he walked out of the door. At this time, he realized that behind San Bao was a person in blue clothes and a gray hat. Li Zixuan recognized this attire at a glance. It was the staff attire of the Strange Interest Pavilion. He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that something happened at the Strange Interest Pavilion?
San Bao, what happened?
Li Zixuan brought the two of them to a cypress tree in the courtyard and hurriedly asked. Young master, shopkeeper's son sent heir who to say that something happened at the Strange Interest Pavilion. He wants you to go there. San Bao pulled out the servant behind her and said to her young master. Heir who? What exactly happened at the Strange Interest Pavilion? Boss, in front of the Strange Interest Pavilion, many customers who bought books are fighting. Even Wu Ho was alarmed. Shopkeeper's son sent me to ask you, what should we do? What? Li Zixuan exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Wait, I'll go to the dormitory to inform the students, and then I'll go there myself. You can tell me the details on the way there. On the other side, in front of the strange culture. Young General, I am Sun Huayuan, the shopkeeper of this shop.
Thank you for bringing your men here in time to prevent the situation from worsening.
Sun Huayuan walked up to the leading Wu Ho and cupped his hands. The young Martial Marquis quickly stepped aside, not accepting his bow. He looked at Sun Huayuan, squinted his eyes and said meaningfully, I am only the right Martial Marquis Wei Yi Si Gu, and am not worthy of the title of general. Since shopkeeper's son has opened a shop to do business, then you must restrain your customers. How can you gather people to cause trouble and disturb public order? Could it be that you think our Wu Ho government's planks are vegetarians? The left and right Wu Ho Wei of the Tang dynasty was a department that was responsible for the security of Chang'an. It was similar to the function of a modern police station. The left and right Wu Ho Wei had one general each, and two generals each. Below them, there were different officials. Si Gu was only a minor 8th rank official, and indeed was not worthy of the title of general. Sun Huayuan had been a shopkeeper for such a long time, and naturally knew that the King of Hell was easy to provoke, and the little demons were hard to deal with. He did not change his title, and quietly gave the Wu Ho a few golden beans, and said with a smile, Young General is right. Today's matter is indeed due to our strange culture's lack of consideration. I've troubled all of you to personally come here. This is just a small gift, and I'll treat all of you to tea. The Wu Ho's eyes flashed, but his face did not show it. He pointed out, Shopkeeper's son, this time, we have mobilized over 100 brothers. The meaning of these words was clearly saying that there were too many brothers here today, and the money you gave was not enough to divide. Sun Huayuan's eyes flashed with a trace of anger, but he suppressed his anger,
and waited for his young master to come quickly.
Then how much does young general think is appropriate?
The young Wu Ho smiled proudly, and was about to speak, when he heard a voice full of energy from outside the crowd. Who dares to cause trouble at the foot of the Son of Heaven? The crowd automatically dispersed, and the young Wu Ho saw the person who came, and was shocked. He hurriedly went forward and bowed. This subordinate pays his respects to great General Yuqi.
The person who came was Yuqi Jingda, the only great general of the right Wu Ho Guard.
For such a big shot to personally come, the young Wu Ho could not help but be surprised.
Get up. Tell me what happened here.
Yuqi Jingda's face darkened, and he asked in a deep voice.
Chang'an City's public security had always been good.
Today, a brawl between hundreds of people had suddenly occurred, and as the head of the capital's public security bureau, he had lost a lot of face.
Uncle Yuqi.
The young Wu Ho was about to speak, when another voice came from outside the crowd.
It was Li Zixuan who had finally rushed over.
On the way, he listened to Erhu's detailed explanation of the ins and outs of the matter, and his heart could not help but feel a burst of irritation. Before this batch of books had been sold, he had already considered book speculators like Butcher Zhao, so he had let Sun Huayuan introduce a limited purchase policy. However, he did not expect that it would still arouse the dissatisfaction of some people, and in the end, it had caused a big fight. He had originally wanted to do something good for the people of the Tang Empire, but in the end, a good thing had turned bad, and he had even alarmed the Wu Ho. There might even be court officials impeaching him for disturbing public security tomorrow. This was really a thankless task for him. When he came to the door of the quirky culture, he happened to see Yu Qigong. Although he did not know that Yu Qigong was the right Wu Ho Guard Great General, with this big shot in the military, wouldn't it be easier to send the Wu Ho in front of him away? Otherwise, he would have to trouble himself to go up personally to show off and slap faces.
How tiring would that be?
Little Xian, why are you here?
Yuqi Jingda looked at Li Zixuan and asked curiously.
He,
Uncle Yuqi, this little nephew just opened this shop today.
Now that something has happened, of course this little nephew has to come over.
Li Zixuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting.
When the young Wu Ho beside him heard this, his heart instantly turned cold, and he cursed inwardly. He had just asked for some benefits from the shopkeeper of this shop, and the owner of this shop was actually related to his superior.
Wouldn't that mean that he was dead meat?
Yuqi Jingda raised his eyes to look at the plaque behind him, and only then did he let out an "oh" and said, "Quirky culture. No wonder this old man only knew that the quirky pavilion was your business, but I didn't expect that you would open another quirky culture."
Kid, just what kind of things are you selling in this shop? How did you cause such a big commotion? If the other court officials knew about this, they might impeach you again.
Li Zixuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Uncle Yuqi is right. Today, it was just these people in front of me who started fighting because they wanted to buy books. This little nephew will pay attention in the future, and I guarantee that this kind of thing will not happen again. Uncle, please wait a moment and allow this little nephew to say a few words to these customers.
Chapter 218.
Yes, these people actually fought over a few books. It's indeed too outrageous. Little Xian, you have to make things clear with them, or else if there's a next time, this old man will bring all of them back to the martial Marquis government for punishment.
Hearing the reason for the fight, Yuqi Jingda could not help but frown. Li Zixuan hurriedly cupped his hands in acknowledgement.
He walked to the front of the crowd and looked at the scholars and commoners who were surrounded by the Wu Ho officials. Many of them had disheveled clothes, bruised noses and swollen faces. It was clear that they had been injured in the previous conflict.
Li Zixuan could not help but feel speechless. Wasn't it just a few books? Did these people really need to fight?
Shopkeeper's son, who started it?
Li Zixuan coldly asked.
Most of the people who opened a shop wanted to make money peacefully. No matter what the reason was, these people should not have fought in front of his shop. This was also slapping his face, so of course he would not be happy. Young master, I heard the people below say that it was this couple who started it. Sun Huayuan walked forward and pointed at the couple in the crowd.
Li Zixuan nodded and looked at the crowd.
With a cold face, he loudly said, Friends, the reason why I opened Qitsu culture was to solve the problem of the commoners of Great Tang having difficulty in studying and the problem of expensive books. My good intentions were treated as ill intent by some people, and they fought in front of my shop. Our Qitsu culture will not welcome such people in the future.
Shopkeeper son, let the people below remember the faces of these two people and investigate their families. In the future, no one from their family is allowed to take half a step into Qiziu culture.
Yes, young master.
Shopkeeper's son hurriedly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Li Zixuan's words made the couple's face and ears turn red. The tall man could also see that Li Zixuan had a strong background and was not a person to be trifled with. He did not dare to refute and pulled his wife and prepared to leave. But the fierce woman was a little unhappy. She shook off her husband's hand and pointed at Li Zixuan with one hand on her waist. Why, mother, it's not like I'm shortchanging you by buying books in the shop. Why can't I buy books in the shop? Ruhua, don't say any more. The tall man hurriedly came over to pull his wife.
Let go of me. I insist on saying.
Heh! You ask me why? Just because I'm the owner of this shop, I can let whoever I want in. Just because I'm a baron personally conferred by the emperor, if I say you're not welcome here, you can only leave. You're not convinced? Li Zixuan shouted loudly, carrying a bit of internal energy, shaking the eardrums of the dozen or so people relatively close to him until their eardrums buzzed. Yuqi Jingde couldn't help looking at him in astonishment. Li Zixuan didn't have a good impression of this shrew in front of him. He disdained to fight with women, but he didn't want to cause too much trouble. That was why he said those words to frighten the two of them, telling them to get out of here as soon as possible.
Lord Li is right. You are not welcome here.
Could this Lord Li be the owner of Strange Interest Pavilion, the youth who invented the curved plough and was conferred a baron by the emperor? Someone heard Li Zixuan call himself a baron and recalled that the only newly conferred baron title was the Baron of Lantian County, so he couldn't help but guess. You just realized it now. I've already seen Lord Li when Strange Interest Pavilion opened last time. Hiss! It really is Lord Li. If it weren't for the curved plough, my child's uncle's fields probably wouldn't have made it in time for the spring plowing this year. We have to thank Lord Li for this. That's right. This Lord Li is really a good person. He just helped so many farmers, and now he's helping the scholars. It's a pity that there are still people who don't know what's good for them and actually fight here. Isn't that right? These people who fight and cause trouble are really hateful. As word of mouth spread, more and more people recognized Li Zixuan's true identity. Thinking about the incident with the curved plough, most of them were indebted to Li Zixuan. Therefore, more and more people denounced the unscrupulous couple. You are not welcome here. The two of you should leave quickly. Get out of here, you're not allowed to buy books. That's right, how can the land of the saints be trampled on by these shrews? Come home with me, don't make a scene here. The woman still wanted to refute Li Zixuan, but she was forcefully pulled away by her husband. Li Zixuan asked his servant to pull up the scholar who was knocked to the ground by the couple.
He looked at the unlucky scholar whose face was covered in blood and whose hair was disheveled.
He couldn't help but frown. He was so focused on chasing the two people away that he forgot to ask them to pay for the medical expenses. What a pain in the ass. He quickly went to talk to Yu Qigong and asked him to send someone to bring the couple back to the yamen for questioning. He couldn't let them off so easily for beating people on the street. What's your name? After talking to Yu Qigong, Li Zixuan looked at the scholar and asked. The unlucky scholar hurriedly tidied up his appearance. However, it would have been better if he didn't do it. After doing it, his hair became even more messy. He was afraid that Li Zixuan would be anxious, so he hurriedly replied. In reply to Lord Ju, I'm Lin Zihao. I'm sorry. The ancient people valued their appearance much more than the modern people. This person's current appearance was really rude. Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a pleasant expression, although today's matter was caused by that couple, in the end, it was our strange culture that didn't consider it carefully. How about this? As an apology, our strange culture will pay for all your medical expenses. In addition, we'll give you a set of books that were sold today and a purple membership card of the strange culture. This membership card also has the same privileges in the strange culture. What do you think? Lin Zihao was instantly stunned. He never thought that there would be such benefits after being beaten up. He had heard before that a purple membership card of the Strange Culture Pavilion cost 100 strings of cash. This was really a blessing in disguise. This beating was King worth it. Thank you, Lord Ju. Thank you, Lord Ju. How could he not agree to such a good thing? Thus, he hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Li Zixuan waved his hand and asked Sun Huayuan to take him to see a doctor. The crowd below the stage sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all shocked by this huge gift. Oh my God, that's a purple membership card. Not only is this lordly kind to people, but he's also really generous. Yeah, if only I was the one who was beaten up by that couple. Li Zishuan looked at the people below. Compared to Lin Zihao's serious injuries, there were quite a few of them who had minor injuries. Thus, he said, I deeply apologize to the friends who were injured in front of the Strange Culture Pavilion today. This is our early work that was not done well. Later, the friends who were injured can line up to receive a green membership card of the Strange Culture Pavilion. In addition, I repeat, if anyone dares to cause trouble here again, this county's men will definitely not let you off so easily like today. I will make sure that you won't be able to stay in the entire Chong and city. Oh, thank you, Lord Li. Haha, I was injured just now. Haha, I was injured too. Bah. Go Shang. Your face was only scratched by a fingernail. How dare you say that? When the injured crowd saw Lin Zihao leave, they thought that they had nothing to do with it. After all, they had only suffered minor injuries. However, they were still a little disappointed. When they heard Li Zishuan's words, they immediately cheered loudly in surprise. They were glad that they had just been injured. This was probably the first time in their lives that they were glad that they had been injured. You're not allowed to deliberately create scars. Li Zishuan saw that there were two idiots behind him. They clenched their fists and gestured at each other's faces. They were eager to try. He couldn't help but shout out to stop them. Pfft. Haha. Chapter 219. In front of the strange culture. After Li Zishuan comforted the injured, he thought for a while and said, Today, there may be many of you who don't need books at all. You came here purely because the books are cheap. Perhaps there are also some who want to resell and make a fortune. I don't care if you really need the books or want to make money. Since I'm open for business, there's no reason for me to refuse customers. But for those who really want to buy books, we'll make it convenient for you. In the future, no matter where you are from, as long as you have your student identification card, you can queue up at the strange culture. We'll give priority to the students and members. Good. This way, it'll be easier for us to buy books. Thank you, Lord Ju. The world's poor children will remember Lord Ju's kindness. Yes, thank you, Lord Ju. As soon as Li Zishuan's voice fell, there was a burst of cheers from the crowd. Most of them were the voices of the students. They came here today because of the fame and found that there were really such cheap books. They couldn't help but feel happy and worried. They were happy because they could afford the books, but they were worried because there would be a lot of people who would rush to buy such cheap books. Now that Li Zishuan took the initiative to give priority to the students, it would greatly increase their chances of buying books. How could they not be happy? When the rest of the people heard this, their faces darkened, but no one raised any objections. Ever since they recognized that the young man in front of them was Li Zishuan, who invented the curved plow, their eyes were filled with gratitude. Some of them even had some faint regret in their hearts. Compared to Li Zishuan, who wholeheartedly did so much for the farmers and the students, their way of doing things seemed a little selfish. Therefore, many people began to regret that they came here with the intention of reselling the books to make money. But there were still many people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan couldn't do anything about these people, but he still advised, for those who want to make money by reselling books about strange culture, I only want to say that if you want to make money, you should sell the books in your hands as soon as possible. In the future, there will be more and more of these cheap books in our workshop, and their prices will be lower and lower. In less than 3 years, the majority of the people in Great Tang will be able to afford books. At that time, books will no longer be an expensive item that the common people can't afford. In the next 3 years, books will be as valuable as scallions. I, Li Zishuan, am a man of my word. Li Zishuan's words were powerful and resonant, but to the others, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. Ever since Kai Luan invented papermaking in the Han Dynasty, for the past 600 years, the price of books had always been unattainable for ordinary people. Only those rich people could afford to buy some, but they usually kept them at home to show their noble status. Now that Li Zishuan had said that within 3 years, these cheap and high-quality books would be sold all over Great Tang, and that the price of books would be as high as scallions, many people thought that it was a fantasy. How could the high and mighty prices of books suddenly fall from the sky? It was simply unbelievable. So, everyone can buy books about strange culture in the future? That's great. But Lord Li said that the price of books would be as high as scallions. Isn't that too exaggerated?
I don't really believe it.
I don't really believe it either.
I believe it.
Lord Li will definitely do what he says. Before the curved plow came out, who would have thought that there would be a divine plow that could be pulled by human power? But Lord Li did it. This time, I believe that Lord Li will be able to do it too, and by then, my children will be able to read and recognize words. Yes, that's right. I also believe in Lord Li. But this time, it's obviously more difficult than the last time. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Some were doubtful, and some believed it. When Yuqi Jingde heard this, he was so shocked that his beard almost fell off. He pulled Li Zixuan over and hurriedly said, "Little Xian, you can't say such things. Throughout the ages, it's not that the monarchs and ministers have never thought of lowering the price of books, but it's extremely difficult to do so. How can you do it with just your family's strength? Although I don't know where you got this batch of cheap books from and how much you lost, your scale is still small. If you want to completely lower the price of books in Great Tang, you're far from enough." Li Zixuan smiled confidently and said, "Uncle Yuqi, don't worry. Since this nephew dares to say such words, I'm sure that I can do it. Let me tell you a secret. Now, our workshop has already reduced the cost of paper to less than 10% of other workshops. That's why there are such cheap books being sold today." Yuqi Jingde was shocked. He stared at him and said, "There's such a thing? How's the production of paper in your workshop? Is it possible to supply it?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "This is our workshop's newest paper-making technology. His Majesty has already seen it. As for the production, the current production is obviously insufficient. But as our workshop further expands its production, it will definitely be able to supply it." Yuqi Jingde was completely shocked. He stood on the spot and muttered to himself, "You brat, you really have some ability. Luckily, I didn't hoard too many books at home. Otherwise, when I see the price of books being as cheap as scallions, wouldn't I die of discomfort? Sigh, if there's really a day like what you said, where everyone can read books, then my Great Tang will become an unprecedented flourishing age. Even the Qin Emperor's Hanwu era can't compare." "Haha, what's your name?" After Yuqi Jingde sighed with emotion for a while, he suddenly asked the Wu Ho government's Si Gu. He was the right Wu Ho Wei government's great general. How could he know this kind of minor 8th rank official? Replying to the great general, "This general is Pang Feiji." That Si Gu hurriedly cupped his fist and answered. However, from the corner of his eye, he still carefully glanced at Sun Huayuan. In his heart, he kept praying that shopkeeper Sun wouldn't complain to Yuqi Jingde. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. When Li Zixuan heard this person's name, he almost burst out laughing. Pang Feiji, or perhaps Pang Feiji. "Brat, your name has a lot of meaning." Yuqi Jingde didn't have as many messy thoughts as Li Zixuan. He calmly grunted and then said, "Pang Feiji, from now on, you will be responsible for the security of this strange culture. You will bring people to patrol this place every day. You will not allow anyone to fight, cause trouble, or do anything illegal here. You will also be responsible for the safety of the books in this shop. You will prevent thieves from stealing or destroying books. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you responsible." Yuqi Jingde said the last sentence with a stern expression. Pang Feiji was so frightened that his body trembled. He hurriedly bowed and accepted the order. This general obeys. There definitely won't be any mistakes. Chapter 220. Hearing Pang Feiji's straightforward reply, Yuqi Jingde nodded in satisfaction and said, "Little Xian, Pang Feiji will be given to you in the future. If anyone comes to cause trouble, just let him go. If it doesn't work, there's still me and His Majesty. As for the Wu Marquis government and the Ministry of War, I will personally report to them. You don't have to worry about that." "Thank you, Uncle Yuqi. But wouldn't this be too much of a fuss? After all, Strange Culture is just a bookstore." Li Zixuan expressed his gratitude towards Yuqi Jingde's good intentions, but to let Pang Feiji, the head of the local police station, be the head of security for his store, wasn't it a bit too pretentious? Yuqi Jingde laughed coldly and said, "You really don't know what to fear. Do you know how many people's benefits have been harmed by your cheap books? Including many aristocratic families, courtiers, bookstores, and rich merchants. It's not like I haven't experienced this deception before. I know the faces of those people better than you. So what? Do they dare to do anything illegal under the feet of the emperor? Yuchi Jingda shook his head and said, "Heh, if you can't do it openly, you can do it secretly. Anyway, you can't go wrong by being more careful." Li Zixuan nodded thoughtfully. East Market, South Main Street. Virtuous Bookstore. In the past, this place was really filled with scholars chatting and laughing, and there were no unskilled people coming and going. But today, it was really deserted. Not only were there no scholars, there weren't even any unskilled people. 2 servants in the store sat in front of the door in boredom, looking at the few people on the street. Occasionally, they would slap away a few mosquitoes on the table. Inside sat a middle-aged man in purple. At this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the empty bookstore. He was silent, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. "Oh, this guest, what book do you need?" At this moment, a white-clothed scholar suddenly came in. The 2 servants quickly stood up and greeted him. The middle-aged man in purple quickly hid the worry on his face and stood up to greet the scholar. The scholar nodded and didn't say anything. He went straight to the bookshelf to look for a book. A moment later, he came out with a book called Zhuazhuan. "Shopkeeper, how much is this Zhuazhuan?" The middle-aged man in purple hurriedly replied with a smile. "Sir, this Zhuazhuan is sold for 1,700 copper coins. If you are sincere, I can sell it to you for 1,600 copper coins." He saw that the business today was too bad, so he decided to lower the price at the last minute, hoping to keep this customer. The young scholar frowned and said unhappily, "Although my family doesn't lack money, I don't want to be cheated by you for no reason. I heard that there's a culture not far from here that sells Zhuazhuan for 110 copper coins. It's fine if you sold it at such a high price before, but how can you cheat your customers like this? I'm not buying any more." With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. "Hey, dear customer, it's not what you think. Sigh." The shopkeeper hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him, but to no avail. He could only sigh. "Shopkeeper, this is already the 5th customer today who has said so." A manservant couldn't help but complain. "Shut up. I sent our FA to scout for news. Why isn't this kid back yet?" The shopkeeper scolded angrily, then anxiously looked outside the door. "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, I'm back." At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside, and then a manservant in a navy blue robe ran in. The shopkeeper hurriedly pulled him over and asked, "RFA, how is it? Did you get any news?" Huff, huff. RFA continuously patted his chest a few times, panted a few times, then said, "Shopkeeper, there's a long queue over at Xianxia Culture. Their books are really cheap. The price is not even 10% of ours. Many people are fighting over the books. Even the people from Wuhu government are alarmed." Hearing this, the shopkeeper's expression changed. After a while, he asked word by word, "Then how many of these books do they have?" RFA scratched his head and said, "Shouldn't be many, about 300 to 400 books, or else there wouldn't be so many people fighting over them." The shopkeeper heaved a sigh of relief. Another manservant beside him asked, "Shopkeeper, should we also reduce the price? Or else no one will buy books." "Pah!" The shopkeeper angrily patted the manservant's head and said unhappily, "Reduce, reduce, how do we reduce? If we reduce to the same price as them, we'll be losing money. Quickly go to work. Wipe the bookshelves. I don't believe that Xianxia Culture has so many cheap books. Furthermore, since they're selling them so cheap, the quality of the books must be shoddy. In the future, when those cheap people wake up, they'll still come here to buy books." "Shopkeeper is right, you're wise." The manservant rubbed his head, and quickly brought the other 2 to wipe the bookshelves. This situation was common in other bookstores in Chang'an City. The impact of Xianxia Culture's books on the entire book market was starting to show. Taiji Palace, Suite Du Hall. Li Er had just finished the morning court and was about to change into his regular clothes. At this moment, Zhao Song hurried over and bowed. "Your Majesty, we just received news that there was a large-scale brawl in the East Market. Old General Yuchi has personally led the right marquee guards to quell the chaos." Li Er paused and then said with an ugly expression, Chang'an. Since the establishment of the Tang Empire, The imperial court has put in a lot of effort to improve the security of Chang'an city. These years, there has been a great improvement. Why are there so many people causing trouble today? Zhao Song, have you found out the reason? Your Majesty, it said that Qiziu Culture, which is opened by Li Er, is selling a large number of cheap books today. The price is less than 10% of other bookstores, so it attracted many people in Chang'an city to fight over them. In the process, some people were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get the books, so they couldn't help but quarrel and even fight. This caused a large-scale brawl. Zhao Song explained everything in detail. Hee, I didn't expect this brat to be so fast. He just came up with the paper machine a while ago, and he's printing so many books in just a few days. Not bad, not bad. Li Er exclaimed in surprise. Then he frowned and said, Zhao Song, immediately draft a decree to reprimand Lantian County's Li Zishuan for not doing his job properly, opening a store without permission, failing to restrain his customers, causing a brawl and disrupting public order. He shall be locked up for 7 days and be paid a salary for 3 months as punishment. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song cupped his hands and accepted the order. However, he was puzzled. Li Er didn't seem to be angry about this, so why did he have to issue a decree to reprimand Li Zishuan? Although he had doubts in his heart, Zhao Song didn't ask. He knew his duty. After Zhao Song left, Li Er leaned on the couch and muttered, Hey, I'm doing this for your own good. You better know what's good for you. Chapter 221. What a scandal! What a scandal! Tomorrow, I will impeach this kid for disrupting public order. Wei Zhang returned to his residence after the morning court. When he heard about the incident that happened in front of the strange culture store in the East Market, he was so angry that he slammed the table. Pei Shi glared at Wei Zhang and said angrily, How dare you? You don't know how many poor children have benefited from this kid's actions. If you impeach him, let's see if the poor scholars in the world will be happy. Wei Zhang glared at her and said, But this commotion was caused by Li Zishuan's lack of consideration. If we don't punish him severely, what will happen to the laws of the Tang Empire? Pei Shi was speechless at her husband's stubbornness. After a while she said, Old master, you are also from a poor family. You should know how much the poor children crave books. Why do you still want to make things difficult for this kid? When Wei Zhang heard this, he frowned and hesitated. After a long time he said firmly, Merit is a crime. Mistakes are mistakes. Li Zishuan's printing of books to benefit the poor children is a merit. But his carelessness caused the customers in the store to fight and disrupt public order. That is a mistake. He should be rewarded for his merits and punished for his mistakes. I will write a letter to ask for his merits. But I will also write a letter to impeach him for his mistakes. This old thing's stubbornness truly angered Pei Shi. She angrily snorted and turned around to leave, leaving behind only one sentence. Humph. Impeach him if you want. You will sleep in the study tonight. Hey, madam, listen to your husband's reasoning. Old master, this is what happened. Once the cheap books of the strange culture were released, all the big and small bookstores in Chang'an City were unable to resist. We can't compete with them in terms of price. Chongren Square, Zhang Sun Wuji's residence. The shopkeeper of the Mingda bookstore was complaining to Zhang Sun Wuji. From his tone, the Mingda bookstore should belong to the Zhang Sun family. Zhang Sun Wuji's expression didn't change much. It was as if the bookstore's poor business had nothing to do with him. He slowly took a sip of tea and said calmly, Wu Mengyang, why are you in such a hurry? Calm down when something happens. Although Zhang Sun Wuji's tone was calm, Wu Mengyang shuddered when he heard it. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said solemnly, Old master is right. Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand. Have a seat. Do you know how many books there are in this batch of strange culture? And why were their books so cheap? As far as I know, if all the books are sold at such a price, I'm afraid that no bookstore in Chang'an City will not lose money. Li Zishuan dares to sell like this. Is he planning to make a loss? It had to be said that there were many people in history who called Zhang Sun Wuji an old fox, and there was a certain logic to it. No matter what situation he was in, he could always use the calmest thinking to find the most crucial point of the problem. This was the most terrifying aspect of him. Replying to Master, this lowly one has already investigated. There are a total of 15 types of books in this batch of books from strange culture. There are about 300 books of each type. All of them have been sold out today. As for whether there will be such books in the future, this lowly one does not know. Also, their books are all printed from Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop. This lowly one also does not know what their cost is and whether they will lose money by selling like this. Wu Mengyang replied seriously. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Then let's wait and see." In the afternoon, Li Er sent someone to the Li residence to pass down a decree, carrying out a round of criticism and education for Li Zishuan. The others in the family were frightened by this decree, but after Li Zishuan heard the decree, his heart bloomed with joy. Being grounded at home might be a kind of torture to others, but to a homebody like Li Zishuan, it was a kind of great enjoyment. As for the 3 months of salary that was deducted by Li Er, Li Zishuan expressed that he did not care at all. Going to the Imperial College to teach was not his original intention. If he could stay at home and be a rich second generation, Li Zishuan was willing to give Li Er 100 million instead. I feel that it's better if you don't open this bookstore. Our family is so rich, why do you need to open a bookstore? If you cause so much trouble for no reason and lose the emperor's favor, then the losses will outweigh the gains. When old man Li heard Li Er's decree, a wave of anger rushed to his head. He wanted to give Li Zishuan a punishment to make a filial son package, but he was intimidated by his wife's power. He could only try his best to suppress his anger and persuade him calmly. "Father, the opening of Strange Culture has nothing to do with money, but it carries the beliefs and dreams of many people. The Tang dynasty needs strange culture, and the poor children of the world also need strange culture. This bookstore is not something that I can easily give up. His Majesty's decree today has no intention of punishing me. Otherwise, the punishment would not be so light. Moreover, His Majesty has given a lot of support behind this strange culture. It is not something that I can shut down just because I want to." His father was against his business, so Li Zishuan naturally had to think of a way to persuade him. Otherwise, the family would not get along well, and the gains would not make up for the losses. When Li Jingma heard his son's last sentence, he was shocked. He knew that he could not persuade him anymore. He could only sigh, shake his head and leave. Now that his son was becoming more and more capable, he was more and more worried. Indeed, the more you gain, the more you lose. I'm on vacation. I don't know how to spend the money. I'll buy a Nokia in my left hand and a Motorola in my right. I sang wrong. Li Zishuan had given himself a long vacation, and he had just persuaded his father. Li Zishuan was in an extremely good mood. When he returned to the western courtyard, he could not help but forget himself and start humming a song. "Young master, why is the tune of your song so weird?" Xiaoxi heard the weird song from afar. She went up and wiped Li Zishuan's face with a cold towel while laughing. Yes. Young master, your song is really bad. You sound like a hooligan when you sing." Xiaohe also came over to join in the fun. Li Zishuan smiled lecherously and said, "Hee, since you said that I am a hooligan, then Xiaohe, you can come over tonight and serve me." No. Young mistress is about to marry into the family. Young master, how can you think about these things? Xiaohe quickly hugged her chest and jumped away as she exclaimed. "Haha, this is what you get for your mouth." Li Zishuan took a pear and laughed. Then he said while eating, "Xiaoxi, come in and help me grind it." The students of the School of Mathematics would have their weekly exam tomorrow. However, the exam papers were not out yet. Although he was grounded, the progress of the students could not be delayed. As for the lessons for the next few days, he would let Su Hongji replace him to teach them. Anyway, with his help, Su Hongji had almost completely understood the first volume of mathematics. He could openly slack off. Chapter 222. Shwa. The study room was silent. Only the sound of the brush tip rubbing against the paper could be heard. The paper was of course the new paper produced by the Chi-Chu Pavilion, and the brush was made from superfine weasel hair. After all, Li Zishuan was writing questions and not practicing calligraphy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too wasteful if he could only write a few words on a piece of paper? 2 hours later. Phew! Li Zishuan rubbed his wrist and let out a long breath. This kind of brush had a high requirement for the strength of the wrist, and it was tiring to write for a long time. Fill in the blanks, multiple choice, calculation, application, perfect. Li Zixuan looked at the test paper in his hand and praised narcissistically. He had been practicing calligraphy for the past few months, and now he had some success in calligraphy. After all, he was a martial artist and had experience in controlling his strength. Speaking of martial arts, this guy rarely practiced martial arts ever since he went to the Imperial College to teach. He probably forgot that he was a martial arts expert. Young master, you're done? Drink some water. Xianxia, who was grinding ink, quickly put down the ink stick in her hand and went to pour some water for Li Zixuan. Now, the servants in the Li residence knew that their young master did not like to drink tea, no matter how good the tea was. Thus, Xianxia said water and not tea. Okay. Li Zixuan nodded, then took the test paper and started to check it. After a while, Xianxia held a cup of water and slowly walked over. Young master, here's your water. Unexpectedly, Li Zixuan suddenly slapped the table like a lunatic and exclaimed, "No, there should be an additional question. I was wondering why it didn't taste good. Xianxia, help me grind more ink." "Oh, right away." Xianxia was helpless. She could only pout and reply, then continued to grind. 15 minutes later, the test paper was finally completed. Li Zixuan picked up his cup of water and happily drank a few mouthfuls. He smiled and said, "Xianxia, tell Sanbao to send this test paper to the workshop and ask the printing department to print 46 copies. Then send it to the Imperial College and give it to Mr. Su." "Oh yes, young master." Xianxia agreed weakly. She took the test papers and was about to go out to look for Sanbao when she suddenly thought of something. She asked curiously, "Young master, didn't you only print 38 copies of the test papers last time? Why are you printing 8 more copies this time?" In the beginning, there were 32 students in the Imperial College of Mathematics. Later, Li Tai, Cheng Chimo, Qin Huayu, and Yuqi Baolin came. Including Li Zixuan and Su Hongji, there were 38 students in total. Li Zixuan smiled mischievously and said, "Heh, because there would be new students coming to the School of Mathematics tomorrow. Xianxia, go quickly. Remember to keep the test papers a secret." Kong Yingda had already informed him yesterday that Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and the other rich second generations were going to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. As there were some procedures to complete, the official transfer to the School of Mathematics was delayed until tomorrow. Li Zixuan really didn't want to teach these little bastards. They were all rich second generations and little rascals. They were the type of troublemakers who were difficult to manage. If they were transferred over, it would definitely affect the learning style of the School of Mathematics. Although the learning style of the School of Mathematics had already been changed by Cheng Chimo, it was still within his control. Li Zixuan originally planned to wait for these little rascals to come to the School of Mathematics tomorrow to show them who was the boss. This was to prevent them from being dishonest and causing trouble in the future. Who knew that he would be grounded by Li Er when he came back? He didn't expect this, but this didn't mean that he couldn't teach them a lesson. Everyone knew the reason why Sun Zifan and the other rascals wanted to come to the School of Mathematics. It definitely wasn't because they admired Li Zixuan's new mathematics. Hee, since you guys are here because of the holidays, then I'll let you guys have a taste of the School of Mathematics demonic exam. Li Zixuan laughed sinisterly in his heart. The question he set this time was on the more difficult side. He estimated that it would be difficult to find a student who scored more than 80 points in the class. Therefore, he kindly added an additional question to give the students some benefits and add some extra material. "Yes, young master. Don't worry. Xianxia definitely won't leak the questions." Xianxia agreed and ran out quickly. However, she left a sentence in the air. "Young master, your smile is so sinister." Li Zixuan. The next day. Newspapers are sold. Newspapers are sold. The freshly printed Datong Daily. Today's headlines: Lantian County man says books will be expensive for the next 3 years. Friends who want to read, quickly buy the newspapers. What? Books are expensive? Give me a copy. Let me see. Give me a copy. I want to read The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Give me 2 copies. Chitsu Culture, good job. I support Chitsu Culture to lower the prices of their books. The popularity of the newspaper that had been trending for 4 days did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more popular among the people of Chang'an. There were even many people who went around to buy the previous newspapers just to read the first few issues of The Legend of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Of course, the people who paid attention to the newspaper were not just ordinary readers. There were also many businessmen. In the past 2 days, with the popularity of the newspaper and the bombardment of advertisements, Chitsu Culture's newly opened shop also became very popular. Other than the low prices of their books, the effect of the advertisements in the newspaper could not be ignored. Otherwise, it would not have become so popular so quickly. As a matter of fact, there were already many businessmen who were eager to show their faces in the newspaper. Shi City, a certain Huji Tavern, back hall. The Huji Tavern was a place where the waitresses were all women from the West. They were known as Huji. They were an important factor behind the popularity of Huji wine in the Tang Dynasty cities. In ancient times, there were not many young women who were Huji. These Huji taverns opened up a new era for the Tang Dynasty Chong and food market. Master, do you want to look for Datong daily and ask them to promote our tavern? A tall blonde beauty with blue eyes was wearing a thin veil that exposed her small waist. Her breasts were also faintly discernible. At this moment, she was sitting on the lap of a slightly plump, bearded middle-aged man who was dressed in extremely luxurious clothes. Her arms were wrapped around the middle-aged man's neck as she spoke. Hee, why would my snow cherry say that? The bearded man closed his eyes in satisfaction. His right hand kept sliding around the woman's waist. Master! Didn't you read the newspaper these past 2 days? Chitsu Culture is such a small, unknown shop. After being in the newspaper, everyone knows about it. Our Yunlai Tavern has been in business for so many years. If we were to be in the newspaper, wouldn't our business be even better? The woman twisted her slender waist and said coquettishly. The middle-aged man's hand suddenly paused. He laughed out loud and said, why didn't I think of that? Haha, Snow Cherry, I'm so lucky to have married you. I'll go to their workshop now and ask them to help us promote it. Chapter 223. This Chitsu Culture is so kind. They actually lowered the price of books so low. This is all thanks to Lord Li. Do you think books will be as cheap as scallions in the next 3 years? In the Jianghu Academy in the south of Chang'an City, 2 plainly dressed scholars were squatting on a rock and reading the same newspaper without a care for their image. They sighed. In the early Tang Dynasty, academies were private places. A few scholars who were familiar with each other would discuss Tao, read, and study here. At this time, academies were often surrounded by Taoist temples and Buddhist temples. So naturally, the styles of these schools were combined. For example, the Buddhist temple, the Taoist temple, and the Confucian Academy were mixed together. Since then, these 3 brothers had kowtowed to each other. This was also the beginning of the integration of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. However, the real integration was in the Song dynasty. Brother Tianhua, Brother Feichen, what are you guys talking about? At this time, a handsome young man walked out and looked at his 2 classmates on the rock and asked curiously. Brother Hong Yi, Tianhua and I are talking about today's newspaper. Come and take a look too. The young man on the rock stood up and greeted with a smile. Then I'll take a look too. A moment later. The Lantian County man says that books will be as cheap as scallions in the next 3 years. Chitsu Culture will provide another 27 types of books today, 350 copies of each type, all sold at a low price. Hiss. To think that the 3 of us went to Chitsu Culture to buy books yesterday. Looks like Lord Li is going to do what he said. Chitsu Culture has already started to increase the supply of such high-quality and cheap books. Maybe books will really be as cheap as scallions in the future. The handsome scholar slapped his thigh and exclaimed after reading the headlines. Brother Hong Yi is right. I just hope that Chitsu Culture's supply of books will increase. Yes, this Lord Li first invented the curved plow to benefit the people. Now, he's releasing so many cheap books to help the poor. This is really the gospel of us scholars. Haha, Hua Hongyi, used to respect no one, but now I respect Lord Li. It would be great if Chitsu Culture sells Lord Li's new mathematics teaching materials. Hua Hongyi echoed. What? Brother Hong Yi wants to learn Lord Li's new arithmetic? Hua Hongyi nodded and said, Of course. I heard that this new type of arithmetic is self-contained. It's convenient and fast to calculate. I've admired it for a long time. Unfortunately, I don't have the qualifications to enter the Imperial College. This is one of the biggest regrets of my life. Sigh, Brother Hong Yi, don't take it too hard. It's indeed not easy for us commoners to enter the Imperial College. Your Majesty, I impeach the man from Li County. Yesterday, he condoned the customers of his shop to fight and disturb the public order, causing chaos in the Eastern Market. According to the law, he should be severely punished. Taiji Palace, Morning Assembly. As expected, Wei Zhang, the big troll, immediately attacked Li Zixuan. He didn't know if this old guy slept in the study room last night, but he did have dark circles under his eyes. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he was so angry that his hair stood on end. When this old demon got angry, he didn't care about the occasion. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin was about to walk out and scold Wei Zhang, but he was stopped by Qin Shubao. Jijia, don't be impatient. Let's see what your Majesty has to say. Qin Shubao said softly. Humph. Cheng Yaojin glared at Wei Zhang unwillingly and retreated angrily. In his opinion, Li Zixuan was so obedient. After helping the farmers, he started to help the poor scholars. He even helped the Cheng family earn so much money. What a good child. How could he be as bad as Wei Zhang said? Zhang's son Wuji, who was sitting in the front row, heard Wei Zhang's accusation. His eyes flashed, but he quickly returned to normal. No one knew what he was thinking. Cough. Li Er raised his spirits and coughed lightly. He pretended to be serious and said, Minister Wei, I already knew about what you said yesterday. I also issued a decree to reprimand Li Zixuan. He is grounded for 7 days and his salary will be deducted for 3 months. Let's forget about this matter. Li Er was laughing in his heart. Wei Xuanqing, do you think you're the only one who knows how to scold? I am already prepared this time. I will let you have a taste of being speechless. Wei Zhang frowned deeply. He didn't expect Li Er to issue a decree so quickly. He also didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so favored by the emperor. This punishment was really nothing to him. Your Majesty, isn't this punishment a little? Wei Zhang felt that Li Er was playing favoritism and wasn't fair. Thus, he couldn't help but speak out. A little what? Li Er raised his eyebrows and smiled maliciously. Minister Wei, do you think that this punishment is a little light? That's great. In order to show my concern for the officials of the Imperial Court, if there are any officials who commit such a small mistake in the future, they will be grounded for 7 days and their salary will be deducted for 3 months as punishment. Wei Zhang was dumbfounded. His jaw almost fell off. How could it be played like this? If that was the case, wouldn't all the officials hate Wei Zhang to death? 3 months of salary forfeiture was nothing to Li Zixuan, but to many of the ministers who relied on their salaries to survive, it was fatal. For example, Wei Zhang was one of them. The other officials were also in an uproar. The entire Taiji Palace was buzzing with noise. Your Majesty, this old official definitely didn't mean that. This old official feels that Your Majesty's punishment of Li Xiannan is just right. It can show Your Majesty's benevolence and also show the majesty of the Tang dynasty's laws. It is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There was no other way. At this moment, Wei Zhang had already realized that he had fallen into the pit dug by Li Er. At this time, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Otherwise, when the time came, not only would his salary be gone, but the other ministers would also gang up on him. No matter how awesome Wei Zhang was, no matter how good he was at talking, he wouldn't dare to be enemies with all the officials at the same time. Li Er smiled and nodded. Then he said, since Minister Wei has taken the initiative to say so, then this matter won't be mentioned again. Does Minister Wei have anything else to report? This old official doesn't have anything else. Wei Zhang had originally planned to impeach Li Zixuan before asking for a reward for Li Zixuan. However, after his impeachment, Li Zixuan wasn't affected at all. On the contrary, he had almost been cheated. So why should he ask for a reward for Li Zixuan? He wasn't in such a good mood right now. However, just because he wasn't willing didn't mean that the others weren't willing. At this moment, Kong Yingda stepped forward and clasped his hands to Li Er. Your Majesty, Li Xiannan has recently created pinyin, pushed the newspaper, and lowered the price of books. In addition, he created the blackboard, chalk, and new mathematics. All of these have made significant contributions to the education of our great Tang. This old official feels that all wrongdoing should be punished and meritorious deeds should be rewarded. If such great deeds aren't rewarded, It will be difficult to convince the masses. Right. Your Majesty, Chancellor Kong is extremely right. This old official agrees. Cheng Yaojin's eyes lit up. He quickly jumped out and shouted. At the same time, he thought to himself, why is this old man Kong so cute today? His words are exactly what I, Cheng Yaojin, am thinking. Chapter 224. Taiji Palace. Cheng Yaojin jumped out so casually, causing Kong Ingda to be dumbfounded. After a moment, he frowned and moved to the side, maintaining a distance between him and Cheng Yaojin. The reason why he requested for Li Zixuan to be praised was because he wanted to promote the younger generation. Unlike Cheng Yaojin, who did it based on his personal preferences. Li Zixuan's achievements in the Imperial College were obvious to all. The things that he did outside the Imperial College that were beneficial to the scholars were also known to the world. If he, as his superior, remained indifferent, then it would be too unreasonable. Li Er did not reprimand Cheng Yaojin for his rudeness. He was already used to it. At this moment, he pondered for a moment and nodded. Beloved official Kong's words are not without reason. Education has always been the most important matter in every dynasty. Li Zixuan has indeed contributed a lot to the education of our great Tang. We wish to promote Li Zixuan to the position of Secretary of the Imperial College, and confer him the title of Rank 4 Imperial Physician. What do the officials think? Unlike the emperors of the Song and Ming dynasties, who would seek the opinions of the officials before making a decision, Li Er was a very strong and opinionated monarch. He would always state his decision first before asking for the opinions of the officials. Of course, most of the time, this kind of inquiry was just a formality. As long as it wasn't too overboard, no one would object. This old official thinks it's fine. Kong Ingda was the first to express his approval. His original intention was to let Li Er promote Li Zixuan to the position of Secretary of the Imperial College. After all, he was already old and the Imperial College needed a successor. Although Li Zixuan was a little lazy, his teaching ability was unquestionable. Kong Ingda hoped that Li Zixuan would be able to shoulder the burden in the end. As for Li Er conferring him the title of Imperial Physician, this was out of Kong Ingda's expectations. The Minister of Education of the Imperial College was equivalent to the Vice President of the Imperial College. It was a position below the fourth rank of the Imperial College. The Grand Physician was a minor official above the fourth rank of the Imperial College. It wasn't that there weren't people with more nominal positions than actual positions, but they were relatively rare. This old official agrees. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other civil officials cupped their hands in agreement. Zhang Sun Wuji had no choice but to follow the crowd. As for the formation of generals, with Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Li Jing taking the lead, who would be so bored to raise objections? Just like that, Li Zixuan, who had just been reprimanded by the emperor yesterday, was immediately promoted by 3 ranks today, jumping from the Dean of the Faculty of Science to the Vice Principal of the University. It was true that there were strange people every year, but there were especially many this year. The Imperial College. Today's School of Mathematics was a little different. 5 new students had come early in the morning. This was something new. Their School of Mathematics had always been at the bottom of the Imperial College. Other than Li Zixuan, who had attracted Li Tai and Cheng Chumo with his personal charm, no one would be willing to come here. Sun Zifen? Yu Dongkai? Kong Chuansuan? Song Tianyu? Jiang Wencheng? Bai Hongyuan? Guang Gaohan? Duan Wenba? Why are the few of you here? Cheng Chumo, who was sitting in the classroom, couldn't help but open his eyes wide and exclaim when he saw Sun Zifen and the others carrying tables in. These people had all been with him before, and they were all people in the circle. Although their fathers weren't first-rank officials, they were still considered the mainstays of the imperial court. Of course, Cheng Chumo would recognize them. However, after these people entered the Imperial College, Cheng Chumo couldn't be bothered to enter them, so they separated. Haha, Brother Chonyo, I heard that you entered the School of Mathematics, so I went to find Chancellor Kong and requested to be transferred to the School of Mathematics. Aren't I here to accompany you? Haha. Sun Zifen was lying through his teeth. He looked like he was deeply in love with her and laughed loudly. That's right. Brother Zifen is right. We are all here because of Brother Chonyo, Brother Huai Yu, Brother Bao Lin, and His Highness King Wei. As Sun Zifen's loyal follower, Yu Dongkai followed suit and said shamelessly. Tisk! Do you think I don't know you bastards? You must be coveting the long holidays in our school of mathematics, so you transferred here. Li Tai had also noticed these little bastards long ago. When he heard Yu Dongcai's words, he couldn't help but mock them. Cough, cough. Yu Dongkai was embarrassed when his lie was exposed. Haha, how can His Highness King Wei say that? It hurts our feelings. Sun Zifen was quite thick-skinned. He didn't feel embarrassed at all when he heard that. Instead, he chuckled and said. The little fatty was young and looked quite comical, so no one bothered to argue with him. Compared to him, Li Tai was a big fatty. Li Tai rolled his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Haha, you bastards are only thinking about the long holidays in the School of Mathematics, but you don't know about other things, right? You will be crying when the time comes. Haha, Zifen, Dongkai, Tianyu, you guys came just in time. Cheng Chumo also reacted. He immediately looked at Sun Zifen fervently as if he was looking at a living Lei Feng. Ha! Although this guy didn't know who Lei Feng was, his fervent gaze still made Sun Zifen, Yu Dongkai, and the others feel a chill down their spines. It was almost the monthly examination, and Cheng Chumo was worried about how to get out of the last 5 places. He had just dozed off when someone sent him a pillow. How could he not be happy? No matter how bad Cheng Chumo was at school, he should be better than Sun Zifen and the others, right? The way Sun Zifen and the others helped him without hesitation really touched Cheng Chumo. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is there something we don't know? Prince Wei, Brother Cho Nyo, tell us quickly. Sun Zifen wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very clever. He immediately noticed that something was wrong from the reactions of Li Tai and Cheng Chumo, so he asked hurriedly. Li Tai waved his hand mischievously and said, Don't call me Prince Wei. There are only classmates in the School of Mathematics. There is no prince. Cheng Chumo laughed and said, Don't worry, you two will know in a while. Sun Zifen and the others were speechless. They moved the table nervously and found a place to sit down, waiting for the judgment of fate. On the other side of the school building, Meng Wenhao, Ku Shiqing, Zhang Ziren, Lu Yan, and the others were gathered together and didn't join in the fun. Now the School of Mathematics was faintly divided into 2 factions. The poor children and the noble children. Usually, these ordinary children who came from different places and went through many rounds of selection could often talk together. Although some noble children didn't discriminate against them, for example, when Meng Wenhao asked Cheng Chumo to borrow a newspaper to read, Cheng Chumo immediately lent it to him. Although this was the case, their living environment was different since they were young, so the topics they talked about were naturally different. If they were forced to talk together, there would always be a feeling that they couldn't talk together. Brother Ku, are you going to get full marks in this weekly examination again? Zhang Ziren smiled kindly. They were talking about the holidays, but here they were talking about studying. This was the difference. Chapter 225. Brother Ziren, you must be joking. No one dares to say that they can get full marks on the questions set by Mr. Wang. Ku Shiqing smiled modestly. He then looked at Meng Wenhao and said, Brother Wenhao, you lost a point last time because of your carelessness. You've been studying so hard recently. You must be determined to get full marks this time, right? Meng Wenhao scratched his head and said awkwardly, Well, Brother Ku, you said it yourself. No one knows what questions Mr. Wang set. He was indeed upset about his mistake in the last exam for a long time. In the past 5 days, he had been studying harder than before. Every night, he had to work overtime until midnight. If it wasn't for the money for oil, he might have studied until midnight every night. Although he was thinking about getting full marks for this exam, he couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. He had to be humble when he had to be. Lu Yan interrupted, Sai, I just want to get 90 points. Why are the 3 of you arguing about who can get full marks? Haha. The 3 of them smiled kindly. Quiet. Quiet. At this moment, Su Hongji walked in with the test papers in his arms. The students suddenly quieted down and looked at Su Hongji in confusion. They didn't see Li Zishuan come in. Su Hongji also saw the confusion in the students' eyes. He said with a serious face, Professor Li is busy recently and can't teach in the Institute of Mathematics. I'll be your substitute for the next few days. All the lessons will be done according to the previous schedule. As soon as Su Hongji finished speaking, there was an uproar. Although Li Zixuan hadn't been in the directorate for long, all the students had a good impression and respect for this knowledgeable teacher. Now that Li Zixuan suddenly didn't come, they were a little confused. What happened to Mr. Wang? Why did he suddenly stop coming? I don't know. Yesterday, when it was close to noon, Sir suddenly left in a hurry. Did something happen at that time? What should we do? Who can help Mr. Wang? Meng Wenhao also frowned. He looked at Ku Shiqing and asked worriedly, Shiqing, do you know what happened to Mr. Wang? Ku Shiqing shook his head with a solemn expression. I don't know either. Have you read yesterday's and today's newspapers? Sang Xiren suddenly asked. What's wrong? Xiren, what does this have to do with the newspaper? Ku Shiqing asked doubtfully. It has a lot to do with it. Brother Ku, you may not know, but the headlines of the newspapers these past 2 days have been related to the strange culture, a new shop in the East City. Furthermore, this shop is Mr.'s property. Yesterday, there was a large-scale brawl at the strange culture, which alarmed a large number of Wu Ho to suppress it. Only then was the riot quelled. Sir didn't come today. I'm afraid he was implicated by this matter. Sang Xiren made a detailed analysis and then sighed with a worried expression. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but ask, Will Sir be okay? Ku Shiqing pondered for a moment and said, It shouldn't be a big deal. Sir didn't participate in the brawl. At most, he'll be punished for his poor supervision. In the front row, Li Tai's expression didn't change. He already knew that Li Zixuan was grounded yesterday, and he also guessed Li Zixuan's intentions. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Li Zixuan's situation at all. Cheng Chimo, Qin Huayu, and Yuqi Baolin still didn't know that Li Zixuan was grounded. At this time, they heard the discussions of the surrounding students and couldn't help but be extremely worried. Qin Huayu asked, Chonyo, don't you know what happened to Xiaoxian? How would I know? Let's wait until noon when I go home and ask my father. It should be fine. Otherwise, my father would definitely tell me in advance. Yes, I hope so. When I go back, I'll also ask my father. If there's anything we can help with, our Qin family will definitely do our best to help. Qin Huayu nodded and said. Qin Huayu had always remembered Li Zixuan's kindness in saving his father's life. However, he couldn't thank him with words. He had always been thinking of how to repay him with practical actions. Brother Huayu, Brother Chonyo, wait for me to go back. I'll also ask my father. He's in charge of Wu Ho Wei. He definitely knows what happened. Yuqi Baolin, who never knew what worry was, revealed a rare look of worry on her face. Bang bang bang. Quiet. Quiet. Su Hongji looked at the chaotic situation of the students below, hurriedly patted the lectern and shouted loudly. But in his eyes, there was a trace of gratification. This group of students really valued the relationship between teacher and student. After the students quieted down, Su Hongji continued, You don't have to worry. Professor Li is fine. Nothing happened to him. We'll start the exam now. The exam time is 4 hours. Everyone, hurry up. After saying that, Su Hongji began to distribute the exam papers. However, when he looked at the students, there was a trace of sympathy. Yes, it was sympathy. He had obviously looked at the exam papers in advance. When the students heard that Li Zixuan was fine, their hearts calmed down. When they saw the exam papers being distributed, they didn't have time to care about anything else. Time was limited. If they didn't hurry up, they would be the last in the exam. Only Sun Zifen and the rest looked at the exam papers with a face of confusion. They didn't know what to do and looked around. Puzzled, they asked each other, Exam? What exam? We haven't learned anything yet. How can we take the exam? Silence. Silence. Don't whisper to each other. Otherwise, you'll be given 0 marks. Su Hongji slapped the table and imitated Li Zixuan's lines when he was invigilating the exam and shouted angrily. Sun Zifen, Yu Dongkai and the rest shrunk their necks. They didn't dare to be rash and began to look at the exam papers. But when they looked, they were completely dumbfounded. What were these tadpole-like words? Damn, what was this plus, dash, x, divided by? They couldn't even understand the questions. How were they going to take the exam? F***ck your exam. Sun Zifen couldn't help but look at his companions with a tragic face. He realized that they were all at a loss. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. When he first came in, he didn't choose his seat well. All around him were scammers who didn't know anything. He couldn't even copy. If this went on, wouldn't he be the last in the exam and get 0 marks? If his father, who was the top scholar, knew about this, wouldn't he kill him? After all, as the son of the top scholar, it would be embarrassing to get 0 marks. F***ck. I don't believe that all the questions in this exam paper have these tadpole-like words. I'll definitely find a question that doesn't have tadpole-like words. Sun Zifan gritted his teeth and made up his mind. No matter what, he had to get a few questions right. He definitely couldn't be the last in the exam. Although he wasn't a student of the School of Mathematics, he knew a little about mathematics. As long as he could understand the questions, he believed that he could solve some of them. Chapter 226. Damn, the title should be, Where Did That Copper Coin Go? Sorry, I can change the content if it's wrong, but I can't change the title if it's wrong. In the classroom, Sun Zifan, Yu Dongkai, and the other 8 new students were not the only ones having headaches. The rest of the students were having headaches when they saw the first question. In a division equation, the sum of the dividend, divisor, quotient, and remainder is 75. It is known that the quotient is 8, the remainder is 2, the dividend is ____, and the divisor is ___. In the previous exams, the first question was usually very simple. But this time, the first question was a linear equation with 2 variables, which made many people dumbfounded. Many students were quickly calculating on the draft paper while cursing in their hearts. Although Li Zixuan had explained this linear equation with 1 variable to them, it would take a lot of effort to solve it. They could only pray that the following questions would not be so perverted. Who knew that some people who had solved the first question with great difficulty would be dumbfounded when they saw the second question? It was written, There is a well that is 7 feet deep. A snail crawls up from the bottom of the well. During the day, it climbs 3 feet and falls 2 feet at night. Can the snail climb out of the well in under 7 days? F***ck. F***ck. Teacher is not giving us a chance to live. What kind of question is this? Why have I never seen it before? Someone is going to die. It can't be that the following questions are all perverted questions like this, right? The students roared in their hearts, complaining that Li Zixuan's questions were too perverted. Even Li Tai, Ku Shiqing, Zhang Ziran, Meng Wenhao, Qin Huayu, Iron Egg, and the others who had the best grades were deeply frowning. Meng Wenhao's eyes were fixed on this question. If his eyes had energy, this test paper would probably be instantly penetrated by this majestic energy, right? Climbing 3 feet a day and falling 2 feet is equivalent to climbing 1 foot a day. A total of 7 feet. Could it be that I have to climb for 7 days? No, this question is definitely not that simple. Meng Wenhao's mind raced as various ideas flashed through his mind. His hands didn't stop either. He was constantly writing and drawing on the draft paper, looking for a way to solve the problem. The rest of the students were all under great pressure. Their foreheads were dripping with sweat. The atmosphere of the entire building suddenly became extremely heavy. Su Hongji sat on the podium and looked at the group of miserable children below. He also sighed helplessly. After he received the test questions yesterday, he tried to do them. In the end, if he tried his best to do every question, he wouldn't be able to finish them in 4 hours. Li Zixuan's test papers had a lot of questions. After all, the exam time was 4 hours, 4 hours. The number of questions he set was basically twice as many as the test papers in his previous life. In the previous exam, because the questions were simple, many people did not feel that time was tight. However, it was different this time. There was not a single question on the entire exam paper that could be answered at a glance. He believed that it would not be long before the students realized that they did not have enough time. Li Tai was also a little overwhelmed by the second novel question. However, how could he, Li Tai, be someone who would admit defeat? This question was not unsolvable. If he thought about it carefully, he would definitely be able to find the answer. The snail actually only moves 1 foot a day. Most people would definitely think that if it climbed 1 foot a day, it would naturally reach the mouth of the well in 7 days. However, the problem is definitely not that simple. If the snail had already reached the mouth of the well, it wouldn't have continued to fall. This should be the most confusing part of this question. Then the snail climbed 4 feet in the first 4 days. On the 5th day, it climbed 3 feet and directly climbed out of the well. Therefore, the snail actually climbed out of the well in 5 days. Perfect. I, Li Tai, am indeed the smartest, hee hee. A proud smile appeared on Li Tai's face. He quickly wrote down the answers. However, he inadvertently glanced at the hourglass on the podium and was immediately shocked. He had used almost 15 minutes to answer the 2 questions. How could this be? Li Tai glanced at the vast sea of questions behind him. The proud look on his face disappeared. He took a deep breath and continued to immerse himself in the battle. Dang, dang, dang. Just as all the students were still immersed in the sea of questions, the gong and drum of the first class of the Imperial College had already sounded. The students were all shocked. They did not expect time to pass so quickly. At this time, many people had not even finished the fill-in-the-blank questions. It was not difficult to imagine how crazy Li Zishuan's questions were this time. Oh no! It seems that some of the questions are too difficult. I have to give up. Iron Egg had also just finished the last fill-in-the-blank question. He estimated the time needed for the remaining questions and realized that it was not enough. He secretly made a decision. The smart students all had similar thoughts. Easy first and difficult later. Otherwise, they would definitely not be able to get a high score. Along the way, they were defeated many times. However, many students finally finished the last question and answer. Meng Wenhao, Li Tai, and Ku Shirqing were among them. Li Tai wiped the sweat on his forehead and felt relieved. He began to answer the questions. A quarter of an hour later, he finally came up with an idea. He spent some time writing down the answers step by step on the test paper. Then, he was about to flip back to the questions that he hadn't answered before, but he saw that there was a big question at the back. F***CK. What kind of medicine did Li Zishuan take? This is too much. Li Tai's heart was about to be driven crazy. However, when he saw the words in the brackets behind the additional questions, his heart moved and he immediately stopped cursing. The total score will be increased by 20 points if the answer is correct. No points will be deducted if the answer is wrong. Li Tai turned back to the test paper and found that there were 4 or 5 questions that he had not answered before. The total score added up to about 10 points. Now that he had less than half an hour left, even if he used all of his time, he might not be able to answer all of the questions correctly. After all, those questions were the most difficult questions. It was better to concentrate on the last additional question. If he got it right, he would get 20 points. Li Tai immediately made a decision and began to look at the last additional question with all his heart. There were 3 people who went to the hotel for 30 copper coins a night. Each of them paid 10 copper coins and gave the 30 copper coins to the innkeeper. Later, the innkeeper said that the discount today was only 25 copper coins. He took out 5 copper coins and ordered the innkeeper to return it to them. The innkeeper secretly hid 2 copper coins and then gave the remaining 3 copper coins to the 3 people. Each person received 1 copper coin, which is equivalent to each person paying 9 copper coins. This 3 multiplied by 9 equals 27 copper coins. Plus the 2 copper coins hidden by the innkeeper, it equals 29 copper coins. Please explain the reason. This question is very reasonable, but according to this calculation, where did the 1 copper coin go? Li Tai was not the only one who discovered the advantage of the additional question. Sun Zifan also discovered that in the entire test paper, there were only a dozen questions that did not include Arabic numerals and operation symbols. One of them was this question, and the bonus points were very high. Sun Zifan took a fancy to this question at first glance. However, this question had already confused him. He did not know where the 1 copper coin went.